the Truth UnCONPromeyezed show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCONPromeyezed.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCONPromeyezed.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCONPromeyezed.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 yo, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my dominion, I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Yes. Egyptian fits my description. Yes. I'm training hard for the mission. Yes. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey yo, hey yo. Somebody wanna yama see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that yama see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will
All right, family, welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Tonight is, I cannot believe it's October. Child. It's been a busy month. October 13th, we have a great show planned for you. We are actually on episode 26 of our series, The Age of Aquarius, with Brother Odel. And shout out to Brother Odel. Brother Odel is our brother / cousin from the UK. The purpose of this series was a couple folds. Number one, to really dive deep into what this whole concept of ascension really is about, to talk about the fifth dimension, to talk about the age of Aquarius. So Brother Odel went from the position of it going back historically and showing you what went on, not only from a physical perspective on how the entire planet was colonized, how religion played into that, and how not only it meant capturing you as prisoners of war physically, but also capturing your spirituality / soul as well. So if you are just joining us for this series, I highly encourage you to go back to the beginning of the series and check out those earlier episodes. So Brother Odel may join us tonight. He may not. We have not touched base in a minute. He's busy, got things going on, etc. So shout out to Brother Odel. And I actually have some things I want to go over tonight based on information that he put out. Okay. And we've been trying to get to it for 2 weeks. So shout out to you all, fam. Okay, so shout out to the YouTube family chat. Shout out to Sis Stephanie, who was early in the house tonight. Shout out to Brother Freeman. Shout out to Sis Tanya. Shout out to Sis Queen Ottawa. And thanks, Queen, for coming over to the Pretense of Justice live on, it was Monday, right? On Monday. It was good to see your face in the house. A lot of great work going on behind the scenes with the organization, Pretense of Justice. Shout out to Dr. Carmen Johnson. That is her baby. Actually, her life story. She lived it. So go over and check out Pretense of Justice. She diligently works behind the scenes to advocate for people that's caught up in the legal system. And she's doing that not only based on her horrific experience with the criminal justice system, but also doing it for the youth as well. I know personally, I don't know how the woman does it. I don't know when she sleeps, whatever the case may be, but she literally works behind the clock, and she personally will make things happen. I know it for a fact. So shout out to Dr. Carmen Johnson. So go check her out, Pretense of Justice. Go subscribe to her channel, and also pick up her book. It's a very good read, fam. And I should have been done with it, but because I know her personally, it gets rough for me. So I literally have to stop and pick it back up. A lot of great gems. I'm about halfway through. Women, I think I said this on Monday's show. It's a lot of great gems in there for us as well. It's definitely a page turner. So shout out to Sis Carmen, and shout out to Pretense of Justice. And all proceeds from the sale of her book goes back to her organization, Helping Ourselves to Transform, which is set up to help folks in the criminal justice system. So she's doing a lot of great work over there. Okay, so good to see you. Thanks for supporting her, Queen. Shout out to Sis Angela, Sis Sandra in the house. Shout out to Sis India Carter. Good to see you, beloved. Shout out to Brother Sean in the house. Shout out to Sis Divinity. Shout out to Boss Lady Hicks. So BCU folks in the house. Shout out to you all. Good to see you all. I think I got everybody. Yep, I got everybody. Okay, and then shout out to the YouTube family. Okay, that are listening / watching. Okay, so let me go ahead and get into the topics. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. We have a couple follow-up items tonight, and then we'll get into the main topic tonight. You know, hopefully we should be able to. All right, so let me bring on Sis Sandra. Okay. Peace and love, sis. Ooh,
peace and love to you.
let me turn on
Recording in progress.
Okay, sorry. Hey, peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you too, Sis Rhonda, to the family,
How you
Brother
doing?
Sean. I'm sorry.
How are you, sis?
I'm doing great, thank you. And how are you?
I'm good, girl. Everything just flying by. I don't know where the quote year went. It just seems like everything is sped up. I don't know where the hell the summer went.
Well, I'm glad it's gone because we got to about 114,
I know
115.
this summer was fucked up because here it kept getting hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. And I could tell when the weather is kind of flaky and off by how my garden is doing.
Uh-huh.
And the garden wasn't feeling it this year. Okra said, you know, I'm a Southern crop broad. Oh, you be, growing me up north. I'm Southern, and it ain't staying consistent enough for me to be hot. So the okra said, I don't give a damn. I ain't going to produce this year. So it's been a messed up summer. So I'm not sad to see it go, although I don't want to see winter because I'm a Southerner at heart. But yeah, I agree with you, sis. It's been real fun.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. You can't even I couldn't keep my stuff alive because it was so hot burning it.
And aren't y'all on water restrictions and stuff?
Yeah, that's what they say.
What you say, that's what they say. Yeah, that's why in Cali folks be having Cali and Arizona, they have the turf stuff in their yards to replace the grass. I'm like, damn, but yeah, Cali stay on water restriction.
Well, you know where they really make you abide by it is when they send you the bill and it makes your head spin.
Yeah, we got to follow up on water too, y'all. Speaking of that, yeah, we got to follow up. So, we'll go ahead and get started. You have any go ahead on with the fuckery, sis?
Oh yeah, of course.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's just I think we then passed into something that everything is really wacky and people are going really crazy and they're doing a lot of stuff and people dropping dead, of course. But the thing is, what was I going to say? We have China in New York.
Yeah. You want me to pull up that article?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Okay, yeah, I saw that when you sent it to me. I know I responded late, but I did see it. I'm like, oh, I didn't respond back to sis. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
But I'm going to tell you something.
Uh-huh.
I think it's a little late in coming because I think they're already here in this country operating it. Because they have this something coming on Saturday where Jun Jinping is supposed to.
Who the hell is that? That girl.
That's that Chinese dude, the leader of China.
Oh, I thought his name was something else.
Ping. He's supposed to be trying to get to be emperor, I think it is, of China, because this is his second term. So now he's going to apply.
He better go on somewhere because them people pissed the fuck off. Because China's banking is basically collapsed, y'all. China is in huge financial trouble. I know some of y'all will remember this. How many years ago was that? About 5 or 6 years ago, when China,
2008, maybe.
yeah, remember when we used to talk about the ghost cities in China, sis? When
Yeah.
they were doing all that building and all
Oh,
of that
yeah,
shit was
yeah.
sitting there. Well, basically, and ghost cities is literally like we said, fam. China built up so much real estate, and you can go look it up. Go look it up on YouTube, and you'll see videos of people going into entire cities that's just straight up vacant with all of this infrastructure built up. Well, fast forward, 5, 6 years, and people, it was a Ponzi scheme. It was a Ponzi scheme. So the banks
Oh, yeah, that.
kept
Yeah,
loaning
yeah.
out money.
To that guy, that one guy too.
Yeah, and now they're to the point of where the banks, the developers
Yeah.
can't finish some of the projects. Nonetheless, people are stopped paying on their quote mortgages because the people never intended to move into those structures. They were only using it quote as investments. So now they're refusing to pay the mortgages, and the people that they didn't finish the projects, the banks still want mortgage payments, and it's a hot mess.
Yeah.
So China's banking system has literally really collapsed, and they're not happy with the government because the government isn't getting on the people that were running these real estate Ponzi schemes. And that's just one of the schemes, because it was also brought out that a couple of corporations in China were moving money around funny as well. Because the thing that's different with China than over here, and it's really not different, they just approach it, but the whole it's really the same. So China's government is heavily involved in business over there. They're so much heavily involved. I remember when what's the real tall basketball player that was from China? Is it Mao Ling? I don't think he's playing anymore. But he was like real tall, like 7'1", something like that.
I remember who you're talking about, but I don't
yeah,
keep
he
up
played in
with
the
him,
NBA.
I remember.
I remember when he was in the NBA, and when I took a vacation to China, that's when he was in the NBA, this, that, and the third. So we asked one of the tour guides about him, where did he grow up and all of that, and she was telling us. And then she was the one that told us that the government negotiated his NBA contract. So, us Americans, we nosy as hell. We like, what?
The same thing I just said. I was about to say the same thing. What?
Yeah, girl, she was spilling the tea. She said, yeah, the Chinese government was the one that negotiated his salary, this, that, and the third. Okay, and then she was spilling some other tea about the one child law, this, that, and the third. And so she was telling too much tea, girl, because the bus driver looked at her like, bitch, you talking a little too much. The look he gave her, she kind of shut down. So my nose is, I had to go to a mall and get the tea on that one child law, asking a stranger. But nonetheless,
you should go and ask Pelosi. She knows about it.
What? Why would Pelosi know?
Well, she said she respects it. She was in Taiwan and she was running off out the mouth and said, I respect China's one-child policy.
Yeah, Pelosi.
And they're the best. They're the best democratic society that she knows of.
Well, all I could say is
she was drunk.
Hell no, she was drunk. I don't know nothing about her motherfucking drinking habits, but all I can say is they fucked themselves up because now fast forward, because they was selecting the boy children over the girls, and now they ass scrambling. Oh, we need to say the Chinese race, we need women. Well, motherfucker, you should have thought about that before you made the decisions that you did. But anyhow, so long story short, the house of cards for China is falling down from a financial perspective. And that's not to mention, y'all know China been going around the world buying up shit. Okay.
United States included. Mm-hmm.
We know they were doing it over here with real estate, this, that, and the third. A couple of the U.S. ports they bought. We know they over in Africa. I mean, shit. Buying up stuff, building infrastructure.
Marrying the women.
Yeah. And you know, that's a colonizing tactic.
Yeah.
I know they were doing it in the DR when I went to the DR a couple of years ago. They were building freeways and roads and all that shit. All the construction signs was in Chinese. So they've been going around the world buying stuff up, and all of that, their government is behind making sure that the financing occur for that. Okay, so it's no different than the U.S. and the Fed Reserve. So they're overextended. They're definitely overextended, and their economy is it's not doing well, especially their banking. And of course, like China does, they hide shit. They hide it big time. So that's that on China. So let's get over to this New York thing, because sis, I heard somebody else say that. So these are the two mainstream articles I found. So sis, you could make the determination.
Your screen is showing something.
Okay, it was showing. It was showing already. Okay.
No, it's not showing that anymore.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know I was running my mouth displaying. Okay, so this is the daily, I pulled this from the Daily Mail. So this is from the UK. But the New York Post, I have an article from them, and it's pretty much the same. But it's saying, inside China's secret police station in New York, whose officers hunt down dissidents and persuade them to return home. One of at least 54 secret Chinese police stations is located in New York City's Chinatown neighborhoods. So I'm like, well, damn, 54?
I'm saying, I didn't read that part.
A human rights watchdog reported the existence of these stations around the world to observe and hunt down dissidents. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something about China. Out of all the places I've been, that's the only one. My nerves, I'm like, this is a place you don't fuck around in. you bet not fuck around and be caught up over here, because that's your ass. It is very, very heavily censored. And the police presence, you feel it. Now, I have even been places where it's Muslims. I've even been to Egypt, where, you know, they were saying Egypt can be off the chain, this, that, and the third. But I felt a hell of a lot more comfortable than I did in China. That ain't nowhere that you need to be fucking around playing with them people, this, that, and the third, okay? Censorship is real over there. Like I said, that one little tour lady, she was telling a little bit too much of their little business, their little nation's business, and she got to look from the bus driver like, bitch, you better shut up. They don't play over there. So, many stations around the world are disguised, often running inside Chinese restaurants or convenience stores. Since The stations opened in April 2021. The Chinese government has said it's persuaded 230,000 Chinese nationals to return home. Child. And the sad part, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Is that a gunpoint?
But here's my thing, no, sis. Why China more concerned about its people going home than the motherfucking U.S.?
Well, I just think that's just the front for them getting the foothold in this country myself.
They've been here the foothold in the country.
No, I mean,
oh, you mean the people that's staying?
The police.
Oh, the police wise.
The policing. Yeah,
so,
because
what would you think would be the motive for China policing over here outside of what they're claiming in this article?
Well, because China was supposed to be the world #1 country, you know, by 2030, and then they didn't speed it up because of the things that's done happen. So they're supposed to take over this country and take over the dollar, the whole thing, and put the UN out there and all that kind of stuff. So what I'm thinking, that's why they're really kind of like hinting that we gotta, like Frank Gaffey has a show on, and he's talking about to secure America, and we need to, you know, consider China, and he always talks about China, and how China is, you know, one of our nemesis that is going to do some serious damage. Now, I know when old boy got in the office, not elected, got in the office at his installation service, there was a Chinese man standing right there, staring a hole in his back, right behind him. And the news said that he had a CCP pin on his lapel. Okay. So we also know that they've invested highly in gas and stuff in China. The man that's in that office, that's got put in there himself. He and his son have dealings in China. So I also heard that a retired FBI, they had it on the news, that they said there's 70 government agencies, 70 people in our government agencies that are communists. And that guy, I can't think of his name, Christopher Ray was one, but the one about Comey. There it is.
Oh,
that Comey guy. Comey.
I don't know who the hell that is. Sorry.
The one with the black hair, the tall one that was on the Russia complex thing. He had on his documentation that he was communist when they hired him. So they knew it.
Okay. All right. I see where you're going with that. I do think that, well, first of all, let me just say that everybody's waiting for it to be a quote, quote, one world government. They think that's the 2030 plan. I'm here to tell you it's been a one world government. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's just another farce. It's been a one world government. These folks plan, I told y'all, a minimum 100 years in advance. They make their switch to who's going to be the seat of power from a geographical perspective based on astrology. You know, the shit that the church tell you. There, y'all, my allergies cutting off. God damn it, because we don't gonna be in flip-flops here. You got to dress in layers, have on flip-flops, shorts, sweatpants, shirt. Nonetheless, they plan stuff 100 years in advance.
Yeah.
Okay? They do it by astrology. So when we've been on this show talking about the different ages, and we talk about, because the Aquarian age is an age, the Pisces age, we left up out of the Pisces age, Pisces representing the fish, representing Jesus/Jesus, going out of that particular set of energy to Aquarian energy where we are now. Those ages represent different energies, and it represent different rulership and leadership. Okay? Holding the seat of power. But make no mistake about it, it's still a one world government. Whether it be in the Pisces age, whether it be the US and Britain, whether it be Asia, because China looks like they're setting China up to be the seat of power for their quote, quote, Aquarian age. And coming under that umbrella with China is going to be India, from India, all them Asian nations are going to roll up under there. And that's why if you check where China is investing, you're going to see where they've invested in those other Asian nations as well, which, by the way, basically collapse their economy and hook them into, not the Fed reserves, the IMF. Hook them into the IMF if they weren't already into the IMF, and saddled them with debt. Okay? So that's all they're doing. All right.
Yep,
China's going to be the new seat of power. I'm just trying to figure out if they're going to be the financial, which I'm a little bit skeptical about that, because what they're about to do on the financial level, they're bringing in the digital. So all of these currency wars, that what they claim are currency wars currently going on between the dollar is stronger than the pound, et cetera, all of that's going to go away. All right. Because it's going to be the same currency standard across the board via the digital. So that's why I'm skeptical of China being the financial arm. I don't know how they're going to play it out. If it's going to be the military side of the house, I don't know. But they are definitely positioning China to be labeled the new seat of power. And it would not surprise me if China starts bringing back into its fold these other Asian nations that broke off. Okay, so because you have to think about history and how, we don't even, what we see now as nations and stuff weren't always that way. We know the Asian empire was much bigger than it is now. Even what we're calling the United States, which was really America, Canada and the islands and South America and all that were included. Okay, so even all of that, they're going to reshuffle, and they're basing that on, again, how the energy flows on the planet, i.e. what they're calling the astrological clock, and how they set up these seats of power and who's going to do what. Also is the positioning of the ley lines.
Right.
Okay. So that's what's going on. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. Did you have something?
Yeah, I just remember Genghis Khan, and his children. He had 2,000 of them or something, 2,000 wives or something, and tons of children. So, he captured over, 200 million miles of property on this planet when he was marauding. And he was married to 2,000 women.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
And a lot of babies.
Well, yeah. And then Bhutan, I think one of his sons took over, and he was ruling in Russia. So I said, So that was that is history. I was tracing Bhutan and Russia and all that kind of stuff, and Genghis Khan. I went through it I don't know it all by heart, but yeah. So since he had so many people that he impregnated and has so many children from that, even though they do one child right now, hypocrite. But anyway, he
Girl, they
has,
talking about children. They ain't got nothing to do with fucking. Two different things. That's two different things. And they eyesight. But continue. But your point is taken.
so they have this property. I'm sure they did not get rid of that property that they captured, because they had different groups of his prodigy take over different areas of the planet.
Yeah,
So,
and then we also have to remember, and shout out to Brother Odel when he brought up how, what we now call the Catholic Church,
right.
pretty much sanctions who's going to be next up for power to rule. So,
Yeah, they do.
all right, let's get through this article. So China has set up dozens of secret police stations around the world. See, I didn't even know that. They hit them around the world, including one in New York City to hunt down and retrieve dissidents. A new report from Safeguard Defenders, a human rights watchdog, revealed that the Chinese Communist Party, that CCP sis was talking about, has at least 54 overseas police service stations in 30 different countries, including the U.S. New York station located on East Broadway between Chinatown and the Lower East Side was opened on February 15th, according to the Chinese language news site. The DailyMail.com visited the office, which is on top of a Roman noodle shop next to, you know what, they dirty for that. I bet you them Roman noodle shop was hitting though. But anyhow, next to an acupuncturist where a receptionist was surprised to hear it was a secret police station. Child, so you mean to tell me they out there policing in the little Chinese food places? Child, I can't with them.
One of the things that happened at the January 6th rally for Trump, the Chinese showed out in force. They did. They had a big old group. I was like, really?
What, protesting against Trump card?
No, wanting him. Because they were saying, we don't want China anymore, that kind of government. We ran from that. And so therefore, we don't want it to come here. David, what is his name? I forget his name. He had a YouTube show. He was trying to tell people what China was.
Man.
No, he was Chinese.
Oh, no.
He was,
okay, I'm sorry.
He was trying to tell the people what China was like and what they're trying to do here to bring China over here. And I forget, David Wang or something like that. I can't remember. But I used to listen to him. I should have remembered his name. But I don't see that anymore on my computer like I used to. Sometimes YouTube went another way.
Either the folks leave or YouTube shut them down.
They censored a whole lot of people.
Oh, a lot of stuff. There's so much that's not on YouTube anymore, and it's getting worse.
And it's getting worse on your telephone. It's getting worse on your computers. It's getting worse on your cell phones. Everything that the technology that they have, China has, they didn't integrate it into our technology, so that they can censor us here as well. So they just are not at that police station.
Oh, I would agree. I would agree with that. So it was saying, yep, they running their stuff up out of the Roman noodle shop. It was closed, and locals said it's seldom open. Like many of the police stations around the world, the New York site is promoted as a place to assist Chinese nationals through bureaucracy. Okay, I guess they go up in there, and if your name on the list, your ass getting locked up and taken back. But anyway, since see, black people know that
Yeah.
Somebody
And that's what
anonymous calling you, talking about meet you. We got something to give you. Bitch, you ain't got nothing to give me. Click them. I'm not going
yeah.
nowhere.
Well, you know,
You
that's what
locking me up. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
that's what those Chinese people were afraid of, that this was going to happen here under this new regime. And they don't call it president.
Oh, got you. That's interesting, sis. Yeah, because it's saying that the program launched in 2021. China reported that it had persuaded. Wait a minute, but why y'all persuaded is in quotation mark. Y'all dirty for this Daily Mail. Persuaded 230,000 Chinese nationals to return home. Persuaded? Now, you mean they walked up in there and you was like, click them, lock up, and ship their ass back. Now, who's to say if they didn't jail them people probably still sitting in jail over in China.
Exactly. And they said they escaped from there. A lot of them testified they escaped from there. So, you know, and so that's what they're talking about. They didn't took those people back. And there was a lot of them campaigning for Trump.
That's interesting. So it says, although the CCP claims the stations are meant to keep an eye on fraud and telecom fraud committed by citizens living abroad, the human rights group condemned the stations. Laura Harth, the Safeguard Defenders campaign manager, said it was shocking to learn that China was carrying out police operations in foreign countries. Right, because they're not supposed to have jurisdiction over here.
No. What happened to our military? What happened to everybody we have checks and balances about this kind of stuff? Them checks and balances have gone out the door.
Because I bet you one thing, I could tell you one thing. The U.S. can't bring our raggedy ass over to China and set up no police stations.
You can't even go to Mexico and do it. You can't even buy property in Mexico. So what are they doing here?
Same thing in China. China's so cold with it. Really, to be honest, they tell their people you can only lease stuff, and their leases are 99 years. That's the longest a lease can be held. That's for their own people.
Well, that's what's going to be the global agenda, is that you are not going to own anything. You're just going to rent it. That's exactly what they want to do.
So it says, I think it shows how brazen the CCP is getting and how little regard they have for other governments, she told Fox News. It's in violation of international law. That's what I was saying. It's in violation of territorial sovereign.
That's right.
So, this is the little Roman noodle shop, or the ramen, because they call it ramen. You know my country as Roman. Because I don't know why I think about the ones in the pack.
I must be country too, because I say Roman noodles too.
You know, black folks, the ones in the pack. And then if you've gotten bougie with your shit, you go to the Asian store.
Did you have some Roman noodles today?
Right. If you gotten bougie, you go to the little Asian store and get the motherfucking Asian version, you know, and jazz them up a tad. The same difference. Shoot.
Don't use that soy sauce. Soy sauce is not made for our bodies. Only the Asians have that bacteria that can break down that soy sauce.
That soy be fucking us up and having you men walking around here with titties and all. But we'll
and women with double booties, right? The women with double booties.
Because it's estrogen. It's estrogen laden. And one thing black women don't need, we don't need no motherfucking extra estrogen.
No, we don't, because it leads to breast cancer. It leads to breast cancer, and they use soy to fatten up cows.
Yeah,
for
that's originally
slaughter.
What it was for. Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. All right, so so that's on the Lower East Side. Now, who is these folks down here?
I don't know.
Oh, hell no! Chinese officials operating inside their police station in New York City.
Oh, to
Child,
send
I
them
can't with
back.
them.
To send them back. They probably try them and send them back.
And I think they locked their ass up back there also. So let me see if I could blow this picture up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
This is, damn, I don't want the little lady because I don't want YouTube with no foolery. All right. Oh, I can't blow it up. Sorry, y'all.
Well, the other part I had was that the Republicans were trying to, find out how come they're there. But the problem is they don't have the House and the Senate. They're outnumbered. So therefore, they can't get any votes to do anything about it because the Democrats or Democrats, like the Chinese stuff.
Yeah,
They like it.
they are all getting payments under the table.
Millions.
So basically, here's all of China's little police stations across the world. So not much is known about the station in New York, which appears to be hidden in plain sight in the city's busy Chinatown. Other stations around the world are disguised, often running inside Chinese restaurants or convenience stores. One of the two stations in London is registered as a real estate agency, with one in Glasgow based in a Chinese restaurant, the Telegraph reports. Hart alleged that China has been using the program to track down dissidents and intimidate them to return to their native country.
Yeah, intimidate.
Right. The nonprofit detailed cases where the family have wanted citizens use to ask their loved ones to come back to China. Safeguard Defenders said it served as a threat from the CCP that if the citizens didn't return, something would be done to the family. Nothing seems to be too impressive or too harsh, Harth said. That's a clear message to anyone seeking to leave China or already left China that you're not safe anywhere. Child, they don't fuck around.
Wonder why they do that for their people.
Yeah, because the U.S. don't care. Like, okay, well, if they want to go, unless you want it for something over here from a criminal perspective, they like, well, shit, if they let your ass stay over there, that's on you.
Yeah.
Which
you just get a visa or something and stay
which
longer.
is hard as hell to do now. That's why it's some bullshit that the folks that the U.S. quote let in versus you try to take your ass somewhere to go work.
Yeah.
They're not having it. You have to have some type of clearance. You going through either military, something like that, or your job has you over there working. But you think you just finna go over somebody else's country and show up, be like, okay, I'm finna live here, this, that, and the third. I need a work visa. They're gonna look at you like, what?
We got about 5 million illegals that come through, in the last couple of years.
And it's probably higher than that, sis. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You notice they got all on red Communist Party.
Uh-huh. Okay, so the report warned that China was likely expanding its program around the world. Along with the list of police stations, Safeguard Defenders also noted that China has designated 9 Asian countries as forbidden and issued calls for all nations to return from there immediately. The countries include Turkey, the United Emirates, I don't know, what is that? Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Indonesia. So with the only one, the Emirates and Turkey, I think the rest of these, they're going to eventually fall up under China anyway.
Right, because of their culture.
Yeah,
pretty much
I think they're going to bring them back under their fold. Okay, according to the report, One Chinese restaurant owner based in Cambodia was pushed to return to China after the police warned her that her mother's power would be cut off. Hell no. If she didn't return. Ciao.
That's a nasty.
Yeah,
Way to go.
it's nasty. And I just had a thought. I worked with a guy who grew up in the Philippines. I almost called his name. Grew up in the Philippines, but he was Chinese. That shit used to always confuse me back up in the day. But, you know, as I started learning how people were shifted around and how these different wars happen and colonization, that shit started making sense. But nonetheless, okay, according to the report, one Chinese restaurant owner based in Cambodia, okay, we talked about that. Safeguard defenders said there have been many reports of police going around fraud, they put fraud in parentheses, suspects' homes and spray painting shameful fraud on them. They just going around fucking with people now, U.S. people.
And nobody's doing anything about it.
U.S. ain't that damaging people's motherfucking property?
Well, we're under a regime, aren't we?
Chow. 36 such stations operated in 16 European countries. Some have been found to help Chinese police conduct persuasion sessions remotely.
Wow.
Damn. You know they kicking people's ass, jailing them.
Beating
They
them
ain't people ain't voluntarily going back.
No, they're not.
That's a damn shame. A station in Madrid tracked down a man wanted in China for environmental pollution. He was
And they gotta wear masks.
Yeah, you did pollution. Y'all think the pollution, sis, you know how LA y'all be having them days. That small day.
But China have them every day.
That shit's so bad, y'all. Oh, I
And they
can
gonna
only
arrest
speak
somebody
for
over
Beijing.
pollution?
Beijing and like Shanghai, them. Their cities, that shit is awful, y'all. It makes LA look like you can just, on a small day, walk out and just breathe it and be happy to breathe in the LA smog. They shit is off the chain over there. The air just looks dirty in those cities. That's not the case when you go to the country, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
They have those big old power stacks, look like casings, cement casing buildings that pump out all that smoke all day long. I guess that's their power stations they have.
But then you have to think, China has 1 billion people.
Yeah.
And it's just like over here that majority of those people are concentrated in the cities. So it would make sense why the smog is so tough. The pollution is so tough. All right, so he was forced to sit down for a video call with public security agents and a Chinese prosecutor while a family member was asked to sit next to the authority in China during the call. Child, they doing it mafioso style.
Yes, that is, isn't it?
Don't that remind y'all of The Godfather 2? Where Michael had old boy come from somewhere back in Italy, and old boy was getting ready. He got on that motherfucking stand. He saw his brother in the audience. He was like, huh? What you talking about? I ain't never said that. I ain't said a damn thing. I don't know. So China rolling like that. Damn, bringing your family in. Woo. All right.
Making sure you cooperate.
Right. Like, I take the whole family out. You need to just come on back.
Mm-hmm.
Other examples of blackmail are authorities threatening to cut electricity to homes of family or restricting access to schools for relatives. Child, China, a hot mess. So this came up out of the Daily Mail. And this is about China's secret police stations. Child.
It ain't good.
No.
Indigenous said they're getting their people out of here because they're about to do some BS over here.
Yeah, probably because of the collapse.
Yeah.
Probably because of the collapse. I personally think it's gonna be a worldwide collapse.
Yeah, I think so. They're doing it for that, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a worldwide collapse for sure. Okay. Let me take this play off. My bad. Yeah, I'm just not doing it. Okay, so the other thing, sis, that you brought up, real quick, you talked about how a lot of stuff is missing off of YouTube and censorship. So I don't know if y'all have been keeping up. Y'all remember Alex Jones' raggedy ass?
Oh yeah, he got a fine or a chuckle.
$1 billion, fam. $1 billion. So those of you that aren't familiar with Alex Jones, he had a huge platform. He got kicked off of YouTube, but then he had pretty much taken his stuff like private.
Yeah.
He was making big money. I always felt that he was a op. That's
but that,
just me.
we did. No, we all did it. I think so. But I thought it so too, that he was a FBI agent or CIA or something.
I thought so too.
Yeah,
too.
But he was telling about this reset and who was behind it, and they trying to stop it. So this is when we were doing the false flag stuff, where we had tons
that's
of
what they
false
got
flags.
him on. That's what they got him on.
They did.
Here's my thought on the whole Alex Jones stuff, and I'll give you my logic behind it. I still say he was an op. Of course, he put out some truth, but he just went right up to the line, and then he stopped. Okay, so he put out what they wanted him to put out. So the reason that I feel they're going in on Alex Jones is because now they're really ramping up Censorship 2.0.
He's an example.
Absolutely. If you pay attention what's going on in these social media streets, it ain't looking good for people. I'm just going to keep it real with y'all. Now, this is just Rhonda's opinion. Y'all better find another way to make money besides YouTube. I am telling you now, you better find another way to make money besides YouTube. Because the way YouTube is rolling in these streets, you're going to start to see your ends get slimmer and slimmer. Okay?
You China. That's what it's going to be, you China.
Yeah. Now, I know not everybody's content hits hard enough for you to even feel remotely that it will impact you. But this is just my opinion. I think it's going to be hit across the board. And shout out to people who's able to make this work, make a living, work on it. Child, my motherfucking nerves is bad, and the way my life is set up, I can't have my motherfucking ends interfered with fucking around with YouTube, because it's fickle. You don't know when they're gonna shut you down. They can shut your shit down, and all the work that you've built building up a channel, whatever, it can be gone overnight.
Yeah. Better get another job.
And they can literally ban you from it. It's just, I don't know, fam. I'm just, my humble, lowly opinion. If
you're right,
it's your main source of income, you may want to start looking at other avenues, okay? Because plus, folks are starting to sue each other, because the one big YouTuber, Tasha K, she does the gossip stuff, And Cardi B got on her ass, and she wound up winning, and she got to pay Cardi a couple million. And right there, I said, oh, shit, that's an example putting these people on notice on YouTube and these social media platforms that this shit is over with, okay? But they've been gradually doing it over the years because they came after the conspiracy channels first. They came after people talking first. Remember, they came after folks first that was talking about the 9/11 stuff. Then, because there used to be a lot of channels on there that would talk about false flags. All of that shit got pulled off. All of it got pulled off of YouTube. So now Alex Jones represents the final nail in the coffin. You're not finna be running around here talking about no false flags, none of that. And then we all know what happened with the pandemic. Goddamn it, you still really can't even say that name. People associate.
Shut the doctors down. They should make laws and shut the doctors down.
Yeah.
The doctors can't tell you any advice about those things. So when they start telling the doctor they're going to lose their license for telling you something, you know what you're taking ain't right for you.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm telling y'all, fam, this just my opinion.
Yeah.
Giving you a warning. If YouTube is your main source of income, you better start preparing to do something else. Start building up your own personal stuff. Either go back old school and do subscription services to your website. Shit, I wouldn't even trust Patreon in them. Okay, so if you got a big platform, you better put some money in your own domain, your own website, get a subscription service, start moving your people over there. Because to me, this YouTube shit, it's done.
Did you know that PayPal sent me a email, said that they'll charge me $2,500 for misinformation? And I wasn't the only. Yeah. I said, what? What misinformation? What they talking about? What I found out is it went out publicly. They done lost 6% in their stocks because of this and changed their opinion. But they said that if you put out misinformation and they find out that you didn't put out misinformation, they're going to charge your accounts $2,500.
PayPal. What do they mean misinformation? It's a payment system.
No, I know it's a payment system, but they are getting it out there to start censoring in these corporations. A lot of these corporations have gotten loans from China and all these other places, and so now they're putting the screws. PayPal is Elon Musk.
Yes.
So I don't know how he got his ducats, but I'm sure he got some financing off of that Tesla from somebody.
Yeah, so that's supposedly how he started his business career.
Yeah.
And see, this is what pisses me off. I had some idiot come in my comment and drop the N-word nigger, but yet I'm the one that fucking gets censored. I get porn in my chat, motherfuckers come in here clowning, but yet I get censored. Oh, okay then. But continue.
I saw that word go up there.
Yeah.
I don't pay no attention to it because that's what they used to name the indigenous people as Negroes. So, what can you say? You're just calling us who we are, the indigenous people.
Child, so, I don't get no fucks about that. But I'm just saying it's irritating because I get on here and cuss. Restricted video. Oh, okay, but what about all the spam I have in my comments? Just fuck all of that, right?
Yeah, I saw that word come up there. I was looking at it. I said, what are they talking about? But anyway, PayPal has set that out there. They lost 6% of their stock, and they say, "Oh, it was an accident." It was an accident. But then they're censoring, like people like Kanye, and he's losing his contracts. And then they did what's that other boy's name? The one with all them babies by different women.
Dirty Dick Nick.
Yeah, the dirty one.
I know you ain't gonna say it like that, sis. That's my Nick. Who? D.D. Ian.
Yeah, that one. Nick Cannon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said it when Kanye said some about a year or so ago, and he had to retract it. He did apologize.
Oh, you mean Nick had to retract what he said?
Yeah, he had to
he
retract
thought about
it.
all them child support payments. He like, oh, let me get my shit together.
So he
go back and retract what the fuck I said. Yeah,
but you know what he said is in books. It is in books.
They don't care nothing about, because see,
here's
the thing, though.
They don't want people to know it.
Here's the problem I be having. Yes, what DDN said was accurate, but DDN knows who signs his checks at the end of the day. So, and I'm going to be consistent with what I say. Anytime you have to depend on another man to feed you, it is what it is.
Yeah.
So he knew he couldn't get away with that. He knew he couldn't get away with that.
KW said that as well before he even did that part of it. And he said that, you know, they have the paycheck. And this is how they control you. That's what he said in one of his little messages.
Yeah, because as a collective, folks don't believe in ownership. They don't believe in ownership. And, you know, like, for example, Nick Cannon built Wild and Out. Okay, that's his idea. That was his creation. But he sold it. Okay? So that ain't something that he can pass down to his babies. Now, depending on how his contract is set up, maybe he can pass down the residuals. But he sold it. And just like with the recent thing that came out, Swiss Beats and damn, what's his name? I see his face just as plain as day. The producer dude, the other dude that's with him, that created Versus, okay, where they get the different celebrities to battle each other with their songs, this, that, and the third, and they do it on the internet, and it grew organically, and it became quite big, and with sponsors and all that, and I thought it was cool, because the way they had it set up, they had, like, even from rap, all the way to, like, old school, like my parents' genre, because I like the Gladys Knight one, Auntie Gladys, you know, that's my mama and them people. Auntie Gladys got down. Auntie Shaka was drunk than a motherfucker. Auntie Shaka, I'm sorry, but you know you was drunk. And we was all like, no, Auntie, no, Auntie, no. But nonetheless, Swiss Beats and Timberland.
Justin?
No, that's Timberlake, the white guy. Timberland, the producer that was like with Missy, Aaliyah. He did a lot of stuff behind the scenes. He's really, really brilliant, because him and Swiss are both producers. They wind up selling Versus. And then when they sold it, the people they sold it to owe them some ends. And I'm like, I just can't. I just can't. So it's literally, the more you keep depending on someone for your infrastructure, for your livelihood, it is what it is. They can cut you the fuck off when they feel like cutting you the fuck off. And they keep showing people this over and over and over and over again. And it's like, majority are not getting the message. So, it is what it is. Okay. So that's that. Shit, where was we going, sis? I forgot.
Censorship, you were on.
Oh, censorship. So yeah, that's what they doing with Alex Jones, as far as I'm concerning.
Yeah, an example. I've heard him speak, because he be on the news talking about it. And they won't even let him testify. The judge won't even let him speak. That's what he says. And so they get, it's like that January 6th thing. They get to say everything that you did, and you can't say nothing about why you did it or you didn't do it. They telling him to shut up. He can't even put his he said that he can't even put his financial records up there to see what his financial worth is like, because he don't have that kind of money. This is one case of several. He already had 2 or 3 before.
Yeah, when they said $1 billion, I'm like, $1 billion? Yeah, okay then.
Yeah, and that man started crying. I said to
Yeah,
myself,
that fake ass cry. I'm like,
yeah, he should cry because he ain't gonna get it. 'Cause
shit. All that goddamn cry. I'm like, just so phony. But anyhow.
You know, the thing is for me is when I look at those things that they said happened, and then they say they buried them the next day.
Don't
and
even
the
go there,
ground,
sis. Don't go there, because I don't feel like to smoke with YouTube. They
yeah,
already
you know
be
what?
on me just for no money. Soon as I turn on live, censored. I'm like, well, and that's why I'm like, well, fuck you. I'ma say, go on in MF and SB, because I ain't even said a word and already you restricted my shit. So, but I don't need to smoke on that. But
you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. And people had gotten so good with it, fam. When a breaking news story would come out, I know, Sis Sandra, you remember the days. I would immediately go to YouTube and pull it up. And people was on that shit like this. They was breaking everything down, matching up faces. They had gotten so good with it. And they got so scared with it that I had posted one of those false flags things on Facebook. Years ago. It had to be 5-6 years ago. And Facebook funky ass had the nerve to bring back to me, bitch, you remember this post? You better not post this shit no more. We gonna kick you the fuck off here. I'm like, you motherfuckers went back 5-6 years. I don't even remember that post. But all right, I'm finna say this picture now that you done brought the shit on back up. So that's how scared they got with that whole information regarding those false flags. They shut them the fuck down.
It's a way to, those things were a way to get control of the populace, to get them to submit to their will. And that's all it was for. You know, and that's what they did with the hoochie coochie. They got people to submit.
Well, I can't even say that. I was gonna say just like they did with the 3-number event. So it is what it is. So yeah, to me, that's what that Alex Jones stuff was about. It's just additional censorship, and the messed up part about it, we should have known that it was coming after the 3-number event, based on the laws that we passed, based on, or we allowed to be passed, based on that 3-number event. Okay. And the different agencies that were set up based on that 3-number event, and which led to them being able to tap into phone lines, which, you know, me personally, I believe they were doing that all the time, but they just made it official that they can tap into your shit, this, that, and the third. Okay. So interesting. Okay, fam. So the next thing I want to go over, this is a follow-up. Y'all, it's not good. It's not good, but I definitely want to bring it to you all. Where is that? Come on now. Hopefully they didn't change this story. We need to do a follow-up on the Jacksonville, Mississippi border thing. Yeah, we need to do an update on that. Don't tell me they didn't strip the damn story. Now I'm finna be pissed because it was on here. God doggone it. Let me try again. Hold on, fam. The video went missing. But basically, while I'm trying to find this video, because now it magically disappeared off of their website. That's me. They're basically in Jacksonville. Y'all know they had the water crisis where folks didn't have clean drinking water. And now the people are being charged, I mean, a lot of money, fam, for their water bills. For water that they still can't even drink. Okay? And the bills are so outrageous that we're talking thousands of dollars. One person got a $17,000 water bill. People are getting $6,000 water bills. For 1 month, 1,100, 1,200 water bills. Now the story done just disappeared. All right. Off of NBC News, because they did a little piece and they went to Jacksonville and they interviewed some of the people. So I'm going to have to talk through it because literally they did strip the story. I just saw it 2 days later. I go to the link. It's gone. So basically, and of course, the people that are getting these huge bills are predominantly melanated, aka black folk. And
sound like Michigan, huh?
Yeah, sounds like Michigan. And the people that they interviewed were elderly people on a fixed income.
Gentrification?
So that's what I think too, sis. So they were the NBC News people, and this pissing me off, I can't find it. The NBC News people went to a hearing or like a community thing when the folks were talking about not being these high ass bills and they can't afford it, this, that, and the third. And the council people, I can't believe they stripped that. That story literally is not here. The council people were just sitting there like council people do, looking dumb, like, oh, well, you know, what the fuck you want us to do? You want your water or not? So that's what's going on in is Jackson, Mississippi, y'all. My bad. Jackson, I'm thinking about Jacksonville, Florida. Okay, Jackson, Mississippi. Now the people, they still don't have drinkable water.
And that's something.
And
they don't want them there. That's basically what they're saying.
I agree. They still don't have drinkable water. But you sending me a bill? What? Are you serious? So I don't know, fam. I don't know what people in Jackson are gonna do. I'm in agreement with you, sis, that they're trying to move those people off that land.
Queen Ottawa said it's happening in Fort Smith, Arizona, Arkansas.
Oh, Fort Smith.
AR.
Yeah, that's Arkansas. Wow. Wow, that's all I can say. And just for the record, I'm just going to check. Okay, here it is. They buried this story. I had to go like 3 down. You know, they dirty as fuck for this. Let's see. No, they stripped it because once I click on here, it's gone. Y'all dirty as hell for this. You shouldn't have put the story out because y'all the one aired it on the news. I was minding my business. Shit. And you put it on the news and now you gonna strip it off of there. It's gone, y'all. They done stripped it off. Yep, because it came out 2 days ago. So that's the follow-up I wanted to give y'all. They had a little video and everything, fam. Sorry about that. Now it's stripped. So I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Well, those Michigan homes were sold again later to their people. In Europeans.
The Flint, Michigan homes?
Yeah. They were selling the real estate later. Other people were remodeling and going in there.
And if I really want to think back about it, they did the same shit in Atlanta. Those in Atlanta that lived in the city of Atlanta, y'all remember when them bills tripled, the water bills, because the sewer system, they needed like $1 billion to replace the old sewer system in Atlanta that had never been replaced. So them water bills like tripled. But now that I think back on it, that's around the time when they started gentrifying Atlanta also. Okay, as a matter of fact, most of the utilities in the city of Atlanta at a minimum doubled. Okay, so anybody that, you lived in Atlanta, if you're currently living in Atlanta, you may not know. You may not remember the areas where they used to be all black, but now is gentrified. That may very well be the pattern, especially for the elderly, our elders that, try to hold on to their property. They done paid off their stuff. So, because that's what they were saying in the little Jackson video. The lady said, I'm on a fixed income. This 1 month worth of water bill, I don't even get that in my monthly retirement stuff. How am I supposed to pay this? Okay.
Well, it probably also, another thing too, remember the reset? You'll own nothing, but you'll be happy. So what they're probably trying to do is get them to refinance to get the money to pay, and then they can get their name on a new contract for that home. And they're trying to squeeze the houses out from under them because they can't foreclose because they don't current have a mortgage,
right?
Yeah. So they probably want them to get on a new mortgage, because there was another story about a man who had over 700 homes that he had purchased, and they were going to be rentals for this new reset. So nobody's going to own homes anymore. So they have to figure out a way to get people out of the houses.
Yeah, because they've been doing that for a while with this gentrification, because, again, the holdout in these older neighborhoods, it's, the last of Big Mama and them that hold on to their houses. That's what they do. I mean, I know that's what my grandmother did. I know that's what my dad is doing. They hold on to their homes because in their mind, in case my babies need to come back, they gonna have a place to stay. And it's the family home. So they either get them with the taxes.
Yeah.
Because the taxes is another thing. Get them with the taxes or the utilities.
Or something.
Older people, they don't really fuck with mortgages like that. Once they pay that shit off, and that's if they had a mortgage to begin with, they not really going back into no mortgage. They, for the most part, our elders, the last of Big Mama and them, or, like my dad, based on how my grandfather did things, they're just not gonna go out here and mortgage something that's already paid for. It's just not gonna happen, because even with like my grandparents' home, my aunt has it, and she's just not gonna take out a mortgage on that home. It's just understood that this is the family home, this, that, and the third, leave the banks out of that shit. So that's why, to me, they're going to get them on the taxes. And another tactic is the fines, the ordinances, the repairs. I remember in Atlanta, people were complaining about the city was going around, like looking at people walking their property, looking at their roof line, saying, this is in violation. You need to fix this. You need to fix that. And just kept fining the people. Just kept fining. Now, if we really want to keep it real about this shit, and those in Atlanta, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Places like Grant Park, which that still just tripped me out. Grant Park was gentrified when I started really moving in the city of Atlanta like that, because at first I was in the suburbs. So about time I made it to the city, and I'm like, oh, it's nice over there. They like, girl, let me tell you, this used to be the hood. I'm like, girl, stop. Or over there out east, damn, they used to call it a name too. They turned that shit into a golf course. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right the fuck across from Kroger and them. And now it's it's in Decatur. But it's like on the border of Decatur and Atlanta. And when they told me they used to be like rough, I'm like, y'all lying on them people. Y'all lying. But nonetheless, just talking to some of the elderly, because when I see older elderly people in these gentrified neighborhoods, I stop and ask them. I'm nosy as fuck. I do the same thing here in Columbus as they're gentrifying what's called Franklin Park here. Same thing. They got them big ass mansions over there. That whole area was black folks, and now it's gentrified. Cause that's one of my spots. I love Franklin Park. And going on my walk, I saw this melanated elder lady. House beautiful. Oh my God, that house is so pretty. So I was joking with her. I'm like, are you going to sell your house? And so she knew I was joking with her. She's like, no, baby, I'm not. I said, ma'am, please don't ever sell your house. She said, baby, I ain't going nowhere. And the house on her right side of her, the house on the left side of her was just finished and was just sold. And the house on the right side of her, they were fixing that motherfucker up to sell it. Okay. And she's literally sitting on prime ass property because she can step out her front door, go on her beautiful front porch and look straight out to the park, to the conservatory, all of that. So it's the same script, and it's the same. I heard the same story even in Atlanta when I was stopped, when I did see elderly melanated people in these gentrified neighborhoods. Shit, I'm finna ask, because, if you nice and respectful and kind to elders, they gonna run it down to you. And it's always the same story. Yeah, baby, I'm not selling. I've had different people come through here, offer me money. Woo, 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 woo. And that's how I found out about the fines, because that's one lady in Atlanta was telling me that they kept coming out fining her on different things, and her children helped her pay the fines or whatever and help her get her stuff fixed. So those are the games that they're playing with this gentrification. All right. So if they're not going to get you in the taxes, because some people got grandfathered in with the taxes, depending on your age, they can't go past a certain threshold with the taxes.
Really?
And then some people, based on your age, and this, of course, just depending on city and county and state, they get to opt out of paying school property taxes, because if you look at your taxes, the bulk of your taxes are going to the schools, so they get to opt out of that. So if they know they can't get you on the taxes, they're going to go around and start looking at your shit with a fine-tooth comb. Oh, you need a roof. Oh, you need a landscaping wall built. I mean, just shit that it's going to cost thousands of dollars, and they know that these, our elders are on fixed incomes. and can't afford to do it. Okay, so those are some of the tactics that they use. So, and I just in my personal opinion, I think the water is also one of those tactics. Okay, that's
Right.
just my
Yeah, it
personal
sounds
opinion.
like it.
Yeah, that's just my personal opinion to get that land. So that's what's
So
going on in Jackson, Mississippi, fam. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Kishava Owa, so she said it's in Little Rock, Arkansas as well.
Damn. We have people, family, and let me put your comment up there.
You know, it's all in Texas and up in there. That's where we were.
Okay.
Arkansas.
Yeah, we
and
got fam
stuff.
in Arkansas on my dad that raised me side. Right outside of Little Rock. If I call a town, anybody from that motherfucking town, you like, oh, that's where your people from. Everybody know everybody in that little town. It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, that's good land up there. It's good land up in there. That's northern Texas. You know, I have a paper on which indigenous tribes lived in North Texas.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it was on the news, and it's up in that area, and you know, that's beautiful up in there. It's really, really pretty, and you can grow stuff, and so that would be something they like.
Yeah,
you know, they want.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
No, they want their people up there.
I remember when I was, I had to be little. I had to be like 5 or 6. And it's just funny how you remember conversations when you're young. And I guess that's your soul telling you, you need to remember this shit because it's going to be useful. So my grandfather, we were in Arkansas because every summer we had to go. We called it going down south. Anybody that's a Southerner, you're from the South, but your people are up north. That was the thing. In the summer, you took your ass down south. We was down there the whole summer, kicking it. So my grandfather,
that was fun.
I couldn't have been no more than 5 or 6 because he died when I was really, really young. I remember him telling a story about the land, because those grandparents, they had a lot of land, y'all, and they had an actual working farm. That's how I knew how to do, all of the garden and all of that shit, just by spending my summers in the South. I mean, literally, they had pigs, all of that. I mean, they was about that life with the farming. Rarely went to the store. When they went to the store, it was something for a treat because they grew everything. And then think couple of, them country miles, couple of miles over, somebody raised cattle. So they would get their cattle or buy a cow, literally buy a cow from that person. So they literally lived off of the land, and they had a lot of land. We had 2 houses on that land. Grandma and them house, and then another house was built, and my uncle wind up living there. So I just always knew that we had a lot of land, and I remember my grandfather when I was like 5 saying that we used to have more land than that, but the University of Arkansas took their land. So, and I was 5 or 6, so I didn't know, shit, I wish I was old enough to have the conversation. How much land they take? When did this happen? But yeah, he called that back then when I was a little girl. So to them, land and ownership, all of that was very, very, very extremely important to them. So when like my aunt, uncle, them, and my dad that raised me, because my biological dad's people, we had already been gone to the north, and folks just got impatient and they sold one set of land, and then another set that we bought in South Carolina, another relative snuck and sold that shit. That's a whole nother story. So this particular set of grandparents, they were really, really huge on the land. Okay. So everybody in the family knew that this land was supposed to stay in the family. They knew, you know, the aunts and uncles and them, they knew that a lot of the land was already taken from us wrongly, this, that, and the third. So the way grandma had it set up, because grandfather died first. I was young when he died. So when grandma did the land stuff, she had it set up where in order for them to sell it, and I wish she didn't even set it up like this, like that. In order for them to sell it, all of them had to agree to sell it. Every last one of them had to agree to sell it, and she had it partitioned by acres, who got what. Okay, and then she did a lottery to pick out like names in the hat on who was going to hold the parcel of land that had the two houses on it. And it just so happened to be my dad. And this was my mom claim. Oh, your grandmother was happy because she knew he wouldn't sell it, yada, yada, yada. Now, I don't know if that was true. I ain't asked Big Mama that, because if I asked her, she would have popped me in my motherfucking mouth, because she ain't finna tell me that information. Right. Grown folks, like, pimp, out of grown folks' business. So, nonetheless, that land, everything was going good. My uncle was over. He still stayed in his other house, and then he moved out of that house. When his children got grown, I think he let his daughter stay in the one, and then he moved back across the street into grandma's and them house. Everything going cool. People paying property taxes, this, that, and the third. Because the land been paid for, so they just paying property taxes at this point. Okay, and I do want to note that once grandma died, they stopped with that farming. Literally, they stopped it. And I'm like, where the pigs and stuff? Uncle, where the pigs and stuff? He's like, oh, baby, I ain't got time for that. Woo, woo, woo. And I'm thinking to myself, but why? Grandma did it. But now y'all ain't got time for it. Okay. So, nonetheless, as soon as, okay, so my other aunt, so my dad wind up transitioning, and they was chomping at the bit to sell that land. Not everybody, because remember, the rule was, the way grandma set it up, and I was still too young, because if I would have known back then what I knew now, and she wouldn't have listened because I was still too young, I would have told her, you set that shit up where none of them niggas can sell it. Put it in a trust. You can't sell it, and can't nobody hold it but blood family members. It cannot be sold. The trust owns the asset. And only blood relatives, not through marriage. And I know this gonna hurt people's feelings, but it is the fuck what it is. That's family land. That's not you and your old lady or your old man's fucking assets. Those are family land assets. That's how I would have told her to set it up. Don't let none of these niggas own it, because you know somebody bound to be trifling in the group. Let the trust own it and put it in an irrevocable trust that can never be fucking broken by anything. That land is not to be sold, and it has to be owned by blood relative. Okay? So she didn't do it that way because, of course, you know, Big Mama and them didn't know about that. She just knew she wanted it to stay in the family, so the agreement had to be, they all had to be in agreement to sell it. Okay? So when my dad passed, they reshuffled the deck. And actually, I take that back. The deck wasn't reshuffled because it got passed down. That parcel got passed down to my brother. Okay, so that means he had control over the land where both the houses were. So where families were literally staying on it. So his ass, he can be flighty. You know, and it don't matter because I cuss him out privately and publicly. It don't fucking matter. So like my mom and my other brother, we threatened him, nigga, if you think about selling, you know, we got Unc them staying on that land. Matter of fact, where these goddamn taxes need to be paid. Let me pull this shit up right now to see if these taxes was paid for the year. Da-da-da-da-da. Reached out to Unc, and he was like, oh, no, I got it, niece. Thanks for thinking of me. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So we threatened my younger brother, nigga, you try to sell this parcel if you want to. I swear on God, it's going to be on. Plus, everybody else had to agree. But we had already threatened him. So, my other aunt, who was the last of the matriarch, she wound up transitioning. No. My uncle that lived in the house, he transitioned first. And so it was my aunt, the last of the matriarch of that original bloodline. She wasn't selling. So they asses still couldn't sell that land. So now we're down to all of like the elders, the OGs, that was like, I don't give a fuck what y'all saying. We not selling. Now, all of them are transitioning. Soon as my aunt, the last of the matriarch, transition, she wasn't even in the ground good. And next thing I know, my phone blowing up. Guess who's selling? What? Shit. Them niggas sold that property. And her husband was there front and center signing paperwork. I was fucking pissed. I was pissed. I'm like, nigga, that ain't even your people's land. That's not even your people's land. Yeah, I know y'all been married 45, 50 years. Nigga, I don't care about none of that. That ain't your people's land. Because it went to him, which is still, it should have stayed in the family. It should have went to her children. But because they were married, it passed to him. So his vote was to sell. And then a couple of the other people who were like the next generation, include my brother, they sold it. And you talk about heartbreaking, crushed. I'm like, you motherfucking funky ass niggas. Y'all just don't care about nothing, about the hard work they put into it, what they had to do to hold on to the land. You just don't give a fuck. You just gonna sell it. And so I really need to check because they had a church on there, literally where family members are buried. I mean, grandma, grandpa, aunts, uncles. I think everybody buried out there. I don't even know if them bitches sold that either. So, fam, we gotta start being honest with each other. Yes, a lot of land was stolen. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to discredit that, any of that. But we have to keep it real and really take inventory on the amounts of family land that was sold. Okay, and it was sold because of greed. And because we still don't understand the importance of land as a collective, as a people. What we are taking for granted as land, we're not understanding that that's where the true wealth is. Okay, so child of hot, yeah, all skin folks ain't kin folks. That shit, I cried and cried, and I still get pissed fucking thinking about it because they knew what they was doing. They waited to the last matriarch pass because she wasn't going to do it. And what just sets me over the top that it was someone one of the people that were able to sign off on it, they weren't like one of the original family members. And it's like, and in my mind, now, if that was your parents' shit and they worked hard like that to keep their land, this, that, and the third, I don't think that you would have been so quick to sell your shit. So, fam, it is very, very important that if you have family land, make sure you get it set up if you want to keep it in the fam, where it's always going to be in the fam for future generations. It's dangerous to keep it in one person's name, because even if the person honor it, you don't know after that person leaves what's going to happen. So make sure that it's set up that if you want the land to stay in the family, put that shit in a trust, put it in an unbreakable trust, and put the stipulations in there that the land can never be sold, and the beneficiaries will always have to be blood family members. And if you really want to be cold about it, you can even set it up with specifically how the land is passed down. So if you want it to be passed down to the women to hold, and then it goes to the next woman, or however you all want it passed down, set up specifically on who's going to benefit, document it, and protect the assets. That's all I'm saying. Because unfortunately, a lot of people, they don't think about legacy. They don't think about the future. They think about the cash. They think about the cold, hard cash. And really, the true value is in the land. It's not the cash. It's in the land. Okay? So that's that, fam. All right? So they're still, child. They still with the shenanigans on here, snatching land. And that's what it's always going to be about. The wealth is the land and the people. All right. So we talked about the Flint water stuff. They didn't, not Flint, Jackson water stuff. They didn't strip that story. All right. So actually, we're going to get into the topic tonight. Sis, did you have anything else before we get into the topic?
No, the only thing I had is, this was the Indigenous week on the 10th.
Yes. Yeah.
And of course, the Native Americans stepped up there. And Yvonne L. Bay was trying to get your attention, saying they're there.
Let me go back.
On the chat, in the chat. I don't know who the emailed. Iman.
Greetings, Iman El Bay. Okay. All righty. Okay, I'm not sure what he's trying to get my attention about. Okay. That's called wealth management. Yeah, Nisi Poo. Yeah, we gotta get better. Okay, because if we're now, this is just my opinion. It's just Rhonda's opinion. I would much rather see us put our time and energy into building, setting up structures that can not only create wealth, but leave a legacy of wealth for our children and children's children. I would rather see us concentrate on being as much self-sustained as we can, okay? And we do know that land ownership is a way to do that. We do know that being able to build infrastructure is a way to do that as well. I think that, in my opinion, the focus continuously being on going to the government, going to a system that was never set up for you to win, to help you do those things, it's never going to happen. You literally have to do those things yourself. And we can't sit here and say we can't do it when our ancestors did it. You can't sit here and tell me you can't do these things when we know that Big Mama and them had assets. Okay? So they may not have had the fancy clothes and the flashy cars and all of that bullshit, but they had wealth. Now, most of us that were fortunate enough to grow up under Big Mama and them, they always had some money, baby. They wasn't telling you they had it. But they always had that shit. Okay? Because when something jumped off, you know, Big Mama and them was sliding a little money here. Oh, that baby going to school? Okay. Show up with a bunch of little change. You're like, Grandma, shh, don't say nothing. I'm like, okay, Grandma, okay. I ain't fencing to say nothing. So, in my opinion, that's what you have to get back to. Building a strong infrastructure, wealth planning, like Nisi Poo said, wealth management for your individual family. It starts there. Okay? Then you can link up with other folks to put the same thing in play. Now, as a collective melanated group, we have enough knowledge to literally build infrastructure, to support each other's efforts. We just have to do it. We don't have to wait for anybody. We don't have to make no announcement. Just do it. Just link up with like-minded people and just do it. You ain't got to tout about it. Me personally, I like to move in silence. That's just me personally. Just do it. We don't even have to reinvent a wheel. Just do it. Get it done. And yes, it does take discipline. But if you are serious about leaving legacy, leaving wealth, not having your baby start from the bottom, then you'll do it. Because we should not want our babies to start from a position where we started from the bottom. We shouldn't leave that to our babies. And the amount of money that passes through melanated people's clutches, there's really no excuse for it. Okay? So we have to get serious. If you're really serious about making change, if you're really serious about being a revolutionary, that's the simplest thing. Build it home by home, block by block. That's when it's going to change. When people take the accountability for themselves and their family and make it happen. Okay. Hey, Brother Odel, peace and love, brother. So that's that little service announcement, fam. So they still coming after the elderly, trying to get their property. So if you have elders, you know, don't abandon your elders. Stay in their lives. You know, go over there, look at their paperwork, make sure that they're good. Make sure that your elders know what they are signing. Okay? It's our responsibility to look out for each other, especially your family. Okay? We should not have where our elders are sitting up there with enormous water bills, where our elders are sitting up there needing major repairs on their homes. Our elders sitting up there can barely make it. That shouldn't be so. But yet, we want to be revolutionaries in social media. You want to open up your pockets to social media, quote, quote, stars and revolutionary kings and queens, giving them millions of fucking dollars, when your own house is not in order, number one. And then number two, Big Mama and them ain't straight. You're never going to receive anything of any value if you don't take care of your own. Because you are going against your own best interests when you don't take care of family. I'm going to say that for the slow ones in the back. When you don't take care of family, and some people sitting on these motherfucking social media sites and in all of these different groups and don't even take care of their own fucking babies. And then you think that you're going to continuously win. And then you scratching your head like, why I'm on the bottom? Motherfucker, you supposed to be on the bottom. That's not how it works. Okay? All right. So let's get into the topic. Brother Odel, this is actually your stuff that I wanted to re-bring up. Ciao. Because you talked about it in passing, and I said I was going to bring it back up. So hold on. Let's go over this, because we're going to get on the financial side. And since Brother Odel, he always come at the right time. I promise you he do. I don't be making this up. I'm like, I don't know if he's going to join us tonight. If he got time to join us, he'll join us. And now here we are. Where's my display? All right, let me do this. Okay. So this is Brother Odel gave us information. We finna get in the run it up of these ends. Okay? This is cutting the Gordian knot of all times. Who owns and controls the military industrial complex, part 2. This election is our last chance to save U.S. sovereignty and to end the domination of the political establishment over the interests of working Americans, Senator Jeff Sessions of Alabama. If you have read Who is in Charge of the Military Industrial Complex and didn't lose your mind at how convoluted our world political landscape has become, hold on to your seat, because the roller coaster ride gets really crazy at this point. Sorry that we have to give you some dry statistics up front, but if it doesn't interest you, save it for an after read and scan on down for the intel you will need to defeat our enemies. We are your armchair anonymous patriots, too old in the flesh to help on the battlefield, but mind still sharp enough to give you younger warriors a detailed map of the terrain. So you know what's interesting? Anybody that knows military vet people, the older generation, they be cracking me up. I got some of the last ones at where I work, and they're all the same, child. They'll sit there and talk they shit. They better be lucky I can't do XYZ no more. My gout, my knees, my back. I be cracking up laughing. They always be on alert, ready for some shit to jump off. And that be white, black, especially the white men. They be about that motherfucking life. They be about that life. I was literally picking up a computer at work and had a conversation with a military vet at the job. And we got on the subject. He's like, yeah, and I was trying to tell that young man, no, that's not the computer language. It came from this, and that. And so he said he didn't even know how he got to the point where he's at, what he's programming the language in. And I was trying to tell him. And he said, young lady, what's going to happen when all of that shit fails? If they don't know the origins and what that stuff sits on. And so we started joking. I really wasn't joking. I was just trying to really see how about that life he was. I said, such and so, you still know the original programming language? He said, I sure do. I said, you got the book? He said, I sure do. I said, so what you saying is if something jump off, he was like, do you know what I'm talking about? I'm like, yes, sir, I do. Like, I don't know how to program it because I didn't forget all that shit. But if you got the book, I can hit them command strokes and we can make it happen. So we both sitting there laughing. I said, so we gonna be like Terminator in the basement, firing up the motherfucking mainframe, backdooring, overriding stuff. So it just cracks me up that old school, they be like about that life. All right. So, and like everything we present to you, please don't think you know where we are headed in our analysis. Take the time to read and pass along to fellow patriots, and please read our 18-point immediate solution on cutting the cord on the Gordarian knot at the end of this article. We all know that a small number of banks have a monopoly over the global economy by owning stocks in all sides of international conflicts. These transnational warlord banks own the 43,000 transnational companies which comprise 60% of the world's income. It is estimated that the top 1,300 transnational companies generate about 20% of the world's income. Okay, so this is why I was saying earlier that there's been already a world government, and we're going to get into a little bit more specifics. Okay, because at the end of the day, there's two folds to all of this. First fold, on the physical side, it's business. You could try to think that it's something other than what it is, but for them, it's the business. Okay? And the most important assets in said business are the land and the people. Okay? And when I'm talking about land, I'm also talking about the precious metals that are a part of the land as well. Okay? This is about business. Go back and look at some of the earlier charters just here in the Americas. They were very specific. They told you who owned what, when, what you gonna do with it. They were so fucking cold with it. They like, you can't even bring a fish up out of the damn sea. You gonna pay me some ends on that as well. Okay? The second part, so business is number one. And that business is a global business ran by the same families that's been running it since they came and took the indigenous people stuff from around the world. Okay? That's their empire. So as you're sitting up here not planning for your individual family's wealth and your legacy and your lifetime, these motherfuckers play for keep. Because they plan out at a minimum 100 years in advance, and they're going to be specific during those particular time frames which particular branch of the family is going to rule what, when, and how. But you running around here bullshitting, not doing what you need to do for yours, thinking that this empire is finna put you and yours in a position to come up. Let's continue. These top corporations basically own each other through shared stocks and investments. The interwoven collision between these entities is a tangled knot of corporations, banks, asset management companies, holding companies, investment companies, LLC, PLCs, LLPs, AGs, private groups, trusts, and 1,000 other economic instruments that hide the flow of revenue from a national taxation. Now, y'all can say what the hell you want to say about Trump card. Okay? With his fly over hair piece. I'm going to tell you, he came out and he gave you the motherfucking game. He told you how they move. That's why they was talking shit. Remember, he was running office, and I keep reminding you all this so you can get a clue. Remember when he was running for office and they were like, oh, shame on him. He's not showing his tax returns, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, motherfucker, I ain't got to show you shit. Because I control everything, but I own nothing.
Yeah.
My shit is in trust. What the fuck you talking about? What you talking about? I'm not filing individual tax returns, nigga. I got my shit tied up in holding companies with a bunch of LLCs that rolls up to multiple trusts, which rolls up to a master trust. And I ain't got to show you shit.
They had to go and steal it from him.
And that's why when he held a press conference, he came out and he was like, here are all my companies and trust. And he came out with all the manila motherfucking folders. He says that my children run. So y'all can say what the fuck y'all want to say about Trump card. And that motherfucker then went bankrupt, what, about 11,000 times. But he was giving you the game. So this particular article, they're telling you how they're moving these assets. Offshore banking, Swiss numbered accounts, resource management, hidden accounts, and thousands of other banking tricks make money out of nothing and fly much higher than the laws of the land. Through these economic war tools, countries are plundered, currencies manipulated, and continuous war promoted. Okay? So if you want to understand how currencies are manipulated and how economies are collapsed, check out the book Diary of an Economic Hitman. Okay? And you can just
keep living in
keep
living in this Ukraine mess. You'll figure out how this economy is being collapsed.
Okay. And
it collapsed in this economy.
So if you see the playbook from Diaries of an Economic Hitman, you're going to see where around the world they have collapsed economies. Venezuela, the latest ones are some of the little smaller Asian nations. It's the same play.
Yeah.
Here is a list of some of the criminal banking American warlords who gut America for personal profit through international control of economics, currencies, and war. Please note that the top warlords are banks and financial institutions who technically produce nothing for our economy and own the lion's share of every military contractor in America. Okay, so we're going to go into this. Vanguard Group, Inc. Okay, and I don't know how old this article is. They're saying 3 trillion assets. And if you know just some of these companies, you know how they're interlinked, okay? Because Vanguard was the kickoff of other big holding companies. Okay, we went over that before, and we're going to go over it a little bit again. And I have to keep going over that so you all can understand not only how they're playing the game, but you can truly understand why the game is not set up for your benefit, and specifically why you are, if you are trying to go to these same entities, and that's including government entities, because those government entities are corporations. They are corporations that fall under this empire bucket. They ain't finna give you nothing. Okay? So State Street Corp, we all know JP Morgan Chase. We all know Skank of America. We all know, well, I don't know FMR Corp. I don't know that one. We all know Shitty Group. We know Deutsche Bank. We should all know Bank of New York Mellon. Society Generale, Capital Group Companies, UBS. We should know Barclays, AXA, Northern Trust Corp. I don't even know if they're still in existence. I think they got merged with somebody. But anyway, Wellington Management, Credit Suisse, I think they got folded too. Goldman Sachs, Lloyd's, Prudential.
Too big to fail.
Right. Aren't those some of the too big to fail on here?
Yeah.
Because that 2008, JP Morgan had to buy up. JP Morgan and Bank of America, they had to buy up the mother banks. Rowe Price, Legal and General Group, and Commerce Bank. All right, so I don't know how old this article is, but nonetheless, we'll get a little bit more into it. Y'all get the gist. Studies have shown that 80% of the ownership of the top 1,300 corporations was in the hands of 737 corporations worldwide. So do you all understand why I can sit here with confidence and tell you we already have a one world government?
Right.
Of those 737 corporations, 147 corporations directly own 40% of the income. If we look at the list, some of the top corporations, we will see the usual suspects. Banks and financial corporations. These corporations, in turn, own industry, oil, weapons, perpetual military contracts. Okay? Cheney's ass. Raggedy Hillary Clinton named him. That was funny.
I think
Dark Vader. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I was thinking about the military complex. That's for selling weapons to other countries. They sell to the ones in conflict, and they make money by just selling the weapons. That was that Eisenhower, I think, started that.
They've been doing it though, sis. If you check back, and Brother Odel brought that out to us, how the U.S. technically is still paying back England for the Civil and Revolutionary War.
Right.
So they've been doing it. Oh boy, ain't start that. They been shit. Look at Haiti. They've been doing
Crazy.
that. All right, so perpetual military contracts, pharmaceutical, food, telecom, IT, and other most profitable companies, especially war-related. A short list of some of the corporations in the 737 controlling groups of warlords is offered here. Note that many of the names are also listed above as banking warlords. Child. So these are the corporations into profiting from the war. Child. We fencing to name these. Barclays, and Barclays always involved y'all in some financial scandal. AXA, State Street Corp, Capital Group, and Chase. All you know what? Shout out to LTC Legendary Topcast. He did a drop. Was it Tuesday or Wednesday? One day this week, where he kind of went into it was real slick. Y'all have to check it out. But the part I want to get at is when he was talking about how when war had broke out and how one of the ships got rushed, the Boston Tea Party stuff, and how when they had went on the ship, somebody rushed the ship. I know I'm jumbling up the specifics of the story, but the gist of the story was, when they was on the ship and the tussling went on the ship. Now, this during the Boston Tea Party shit. Dope. I was too done. Dope was also found on a little ship. And I was like, wait a minute, what? I'm like, now that makes sense. The Boston Tea Party was probably about the dope. Somebody not running somebody they on that dope game versus
and
tea.
No tea, huh?
Because we don't even like tea like that over here, goddammit. Shit.
Only England do.
Right, we Indians in this bitch. We don't even like tea like that. Now, I know I got British running through my blood, but I don't fuck with tea like that. No. Okay? I'll take some coffee over some tea. Okay? So I'm like, now that makes sense why the real war broke out. So I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
That's why our borders are open. They're bringing all that dope in here
all the time. And how do they run dope through all up and through here? It's through the military, supposedly and allegedly. Wink, 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 wink. All you have to do is you look at whatever major street drug is popular. Look to see what war is being fought. And that's where the drugs are coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we know that for sure in the 60s. Okay, when they went to Afghanistan, didn't heroin come back on the scenes? And remember when they was fucking around in like South America, back in the 80s, when they was all of that Iran Contra scandal and the running of arms, the Colombia and all of that shit, wasn't it cocaine / crack was the drug? So do y'all understand what I'm telling you?
Vietnamese War for sure.
Right. And it was was it heroin? It was heroin back then.
Yeah,
heroin or heroin.
I think when LSD broke out too at that time.
Yeah. So do y'all understand what we're telling you? Okay. So when he was telling that story, I thought about J.P. Morgan Chase. Child, that story probably stripped by now. But y'all remember a couple years ago? I don't even know why they put this story on the news, to be honest. I don't even know why they put it on the news. But y'all remember when all of this dope, it was a lot of dope, y'all, found on one of the cargo container ships that was owned by J.P. Morgan Chase. That was a news story, y'all. And I was sitting there like, You bullshit me. And ain't nobody, y'all just gonna let this shit slide? Who put the dope on the thingamajig? So y'all just gonna let that slide? Ain't nobody gonna investigate how this dope got on there, who running the dope, why it's associated with JP Morgan Chase, none of that. They put that story out. It was out for like one day and you didn't see that shit no more. And people was just sitting back in la la land like la 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 la. And I was still stuck on, okay, so y'all not gonna investigate that. Oh, okay then. All right. Okay, so JP Morgan Chase. So these are the people that's involved in the war game. Legal and General Group PLC, Vanguard. Vanguard's funk ass always in the mix of something. And when we get into it a little bit deeper, and we've gone over the Vanguard stuff once, but I just have to remind y'all because y'all need to understand how things really work so you know how you need to be moving. UBS, Wellington, Deutsche always in some fuckery too. AG, Franklin Resource, Credit Suisse, Bank of New York Mellon, they another one that be in the cut, godfathering it up. Nactis, Goldman Sachs, T. Rowe Price, damn, T. Rowe Price, Legg Mason, Morgan Stanley. So y'all don't think this is a world government, Mitsubishi? Because even some of these other banks, I think isn't Barclays, I can't remember if they're England or not, but some of these other ones, they're coming up out of other nations. Bank of
Yes, sister.
Oh,
They've got
you're
their
on.
English.
Peace and
Yeah,
love,
I'm here. I'm
brother.
with you. I'm just, I didn't want to disturb your flow. I'll drop in with you. I've got some good stuff to speak to you about. But Barclays and Lloyds of London, they're based here, and that's due to what we've been talking about previously with the War and Land Convention and the Revolutionary Wars, which we started this off with. Was those some of the banks that originally came from over here, where I am over here, over there, and they're set up over there. So they're one of the original kind of banks that have been authorized by the City of London, which is owned by the Vatican.
The Vatican.
So that's why they've still got what's called subsidiaries.
Yes.
That's what I was looking for.
Yep.
Subsidiaries across the water.
Absolutely. Okay, so Barclays, I know Lloyd, of course, Lloyd's in London was there. So Barclays too.
Yes, correct, sister.
Northern Trust, Society Generale, Bank of America. They so dirty. Bank of America dirty too. And they were also linked to drug trade. I think Bank of America was linked to the Asian heroin thingy back up in the day. TSB Group, Invesco, damn. Alliance, TIAA, Old Mutual Public Limited, Avia, Schroders, Dodge, and Cox. Transnationalism is centered on taking revenue from a country without paying taxes by funneling money through multiple economic institutions that take advantage of legal loopholes and continuing deregulation of the investment industry. Some banks have a dozen other components that shuffle profits and losses until the group pays no taxes, and often takes the profits out of America to foreign investors. America's highest earners pay little to no taxes because of the Gordian knot of economic entanglement. Internationalism is an excuse to manipulate and control national economies. Bingo! Internationalism is an excuse to manipulate and control national economies. Now, I'm going to say this. I remember first hearing about transnationalism and internationalism. I was coming into adulthood when Slick Willie, Bill Clinton's hoe ass, was in office. That's when I remember, and I'm sure they were talking about it beforehand, because if we really want to think about it publicly, they started talking about internationalism and transnationalism in the U.S. publicly during the Nixon era. Okay, when they had that whole charade about China. Okay, so I noticed Gen X. Some of us weren't born back then. Okay, but baby boomers, I know y'all remember when Nixon went over to China.
Oh yeah. You remember Bill and those guys was doing their ends in Arkansas? You remember that?
Yeah, because Slick Willie from Little Rock.
Yep. They had a big ring down there, they said.
Huh?
They had a big ring down there.
Yeah.
Doing their stuff.
And you know what? I'm telling you, y'all need to go read Dark Alliance by Gary Webb. Y'all need to go read that. Because Slick Willie is up in there too. He up in there. He's in that book with the bushes. Really, really good read. So when Nixon went over to China, it was for China to open up the red door to let the world in to start trading and doing business with them. Okay? That's what Nixon is credited with doing during his presidency, as far as doing a good thing. Now, make no mistake about it. What I need for you all to get to the point where you see the game, you see the play. Because it wasn't that, Nixon was such a hell of a politician that he was able to go over there and tell communist China, come on, man, let's do business together, this, that, and the third. No, that was the opening of China coming up to the point where we are now, because it was time for China, because remember, they planned a minimum of 100 years in advance. So it was a part of their planning / script that going into the Aquarian age, that China was going to be the economic world power. All right? So back in the, was that the 60s or the 70s? Don't matter. Well, whatever decade it was when Nixon went over to China, that was all a part of the plan to start to bring China up to the point that they are now. Because what the new generation, what you all need to realize, and this is no disrespect to Chinese folks, but the truth is the truth. Y'all didn't become no bad motherfuckers on your own. Everything that you have, every idea that you had, you got that shit racked from over here. You were given inventions, intellectual property, and that's including the Japanese too. I ain't fencing to leave you out either. That's including India too, although that's a part of Asia. I ain't fencing to leave y'all out either. Y'all got that shit from over here. Okay? From your factories to your computers to your infrastructure. Everything you got from over here. It was handed to you. You didn't come up with that shit on your own. Okay? Now, you took it, and I ain't mad at you. Don't get me wrong. I understand how the game is played. Okay? But I'm just putting you on notice that I know. Okay? So these young folks, that's how it went. They didn't invent that shit. They got that shit from over here. Trust me when I tell you. Okay? And even today, as bad as and as fucked up as the educational system is over here in the U.S., still don't let that fool you. Because even over here in the Americas, specifically the main island, folks still get intellectual property from over here. Even with us being at the lowest level from an educational standpoint, people still get shit around the world, still get shit from over here. They just take it and they improve upon it, or they mix it up a tad. Okay? But I'm just telling you from experience, just from the field that I'm in, baby, you one little twist or turn, they finna get stuck like a motherfucker. And they gotta come running back to us, America. I'm confused, baby. I know you confused. Show it to me. And that whole shit be incorrect. Okay? So young people, what I am telling you, don't ever let anybody make you feel inferior. Because the world takes from the Americas. Even at our lowest level, the world takes from America. All right. So international trade agreements have all tended to increase the incomes of the warlords while nations falter. Let's look at some of the ways transnational corporations steal from America to line their pockets with gold. International corporations, agencies, and courts are established to support the agenda of transnational investment in corporations. Okay, again, this shit is about business. Under the guise of economic development or foreign aid, international groups loan huge amounts of money to countries for development. All right? That's what China been running around here doing. Actually, the money goes to corporations who come into countries and set up industries that take advantage of human and natural resources. Ain't that what China been running around here doing? Africa is a prime example. And they so cold with the shit that not only as they're coming over making these quote, quote, transnational investments, they're only hiring their own people. And the people, the leaders over in Africa, let them do it. And the people, the African people, they're walking around there in a fucking daze. So we can't even say in the case of Africa that it's quote, quote, white folks doing it, because it's black men that sit in those positions over in Africa. So this is why we keep trying to get you all to understand, peep the real play. Peep who really is whom. Generally, the corporations make out great while the country is left holding the debt. Okay? Then an international court or group, I'm going to say the IMF, settles the debt with complicated banking maneuvers. Corporations get richer along with their stockholders, while less developed countries or nations are plundered. All right? So once a country gets to the point where they have extracted all of the resources, all of the land from the indigenous people and saddled them with debt, that's when the IMF steps in and say, you motherfuckers owe all this debt, then you're no longer a sovereign nation, and now your people have to pay this debt back that can really never really be paid from generation to generation to generation, and pretty much enslave the population. That's how they crash currencies and crash economies. And you see the same script being played out over and over again. And when all you have to do is when you see in the news them talking about such and so nation is having problems with their currency, such and so nations are having shortages, such and so nations' economics is collapsing. And if you see that it's a small nation, watch the story. Next thing you're going to know, they're going to be talking about a deal is being cut to bail said nation out, and the IMF is involved. So automatically, you should understand that that was planned. All right. This happens in every field of economic endeavor, whether it be physical conflict, currency manipulation, stock market manipulation, resource manipulation, or political control. Often, the poor country is made to pay double for the income the transnational corporation gained. Then, currency manipulation makes the debt fall back onto the shoulders of the taxpayer. You mean the indigenous people and the citizens who incur a huge debt for generations. Wow, what a gig these guys have on the backs of humanity. Below is a list of some of the shady corporations, agencies, courts, and banks that carry out the economic and civil crimes under the guise of helpful international organizations, which act as if they are above reproach because they are international. Okay, and shout out to the folks that were putting people up on game back when they start talking about this transnationalism / international stuff. There were huge protests. Now, and shout out to Europe. Shout out to people in Europe because they weren't feeling it. They were the first ones to hit the street and said they're not with it. They were literally the first ones. Okay, I remember in France was pitching a bitch, and a couple of them other European nations, and then it was light protest over here in the United States. And the only reason it was light because people didn't really understand what was going on. Okay? So archetypical transnationalism, corporations of the New World Order of the United Nations. The United Nations is an international organization of 193 nations that promotes global cooperation through a new world order under one government, one economy, and one religion. Okay? I am a most unhappy man. I have unwittingly ruined my country. A great industrial nation is controlled by its system of credit. Our system of credit is concentrated. The growth of the nation, therefore, and all our activities are in the hands of a few men. We have come to be one of the worst ruled, one of the most completely controlled and dominated governments in the civilized world. No longer a government by free opinion, no longer a government by conviction and the vote of the majority, but a government by the opinion of duress of a small group of dominant men. Woodrow Wilson. Central banks modeled after Italian and Vatican central bank system. Pelosi, ain't your lineage going back to the Italian folks? What's the one banking family name that starts with an M? Shit, y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Okay, but let me continue. There are 60 central bank systems throughout the world. Bank of England, yep. Bank of France, U.S. Fed Reserve, Vatican Bank, Deutsche Bank, European Central Bank, etc. The private central bank, the private central bank, so that includes the Fed Reserve, is a private central bank, is an institution of most deadly hostility existing against the principle and form of our Constitution. If the American people allow private banks to control the issuance of their currency, the banks and corporations that will grow up around them will deprive the people of all property, of all their property, until their children will wake up homeless on the continent and their fathers conquered. Thomas Jefferson. Okay? And that's exactly what the fuck they did after that war of 1812. Bottom line, fam, they've been with the fuckery for a minute. Okay? Let's continue. The Bank for International Settlements, founded in 1930 in Switzerland with 60 central bank members. It serves as a bank for central banks. Oh, so the BIS, they founded that shit in 1930. And what happened in 1933 over here? Let me sip my water.
Depression.
Bank holiday, bank holiday.
Right.
Yeah.
Didn't U.S. come off the gold standard, or am I mixing
Yep.
that up? Okay,
Yeah.
No,
I don't
you're
want to
right,
lie to punch people.
What's his name?
And FDR decided to enact the War Powers Act. Keep in mind that we've covered the War on Land Convention on here, international again, of course, and the Postal Union, which I've covered on here, of course. With Franklin Delano Roosevelt, we had the War Powers Act, and you have been enemies of you've been made enemies of your estate. This is all due to Sister 2AKB. But keep going. I don't want to start your flow. I've got plenty to drop. But I want you to keep going.
Perfect. No worries, brother. No worries. Okay, it serves as the bank for central banks. Okay, so that means the Fed Reserve them report up through the BIS. It was created to handle the war debt of Germany and later funded Hitler.
Hitler.
Give,
the Queen.
Go ahead.
The Queen took over in 1936. So that's when all the money started being funneled to her, I think, because she supported Hitler.
Yeah, but she was just one of the high orders, because I think she reported directly to the Pope. Do I have that right, Brother Odel?
Yeah.
Yes, you do. You've got me on here tonight, which is quite handy. Yes, it's called I'll show images of it at some point we get a chance. I don't want to work your flow. She's the Dame Hospitalia for the Knights of Malta, which is a sovereign order of Malta, which is one of the Teutonic Knights, which are the secret orders, which are run by the Vatican through the. I've actually been to this place, and when you do come over and see me, sister, I'll take you there. Yeah. Through the UG Lodge, which is in London, and the secret lodge that nobody talks about, which I'll expose. It's called the Ecclesia Lodge, and that's in the Vatican. That's what nobody talks about. But keep going, because I don't want to step on your floor.
Okay, yeah. So and that's why everybody had to go over and bow before her and all of that.
Yeah,
because she was Pope Pimpalicious right-hand woman.
Exactly.
Yes, that's right. And the Moon Arch is dead recently in the back for registered. Listen, let me not let you keep going, sister, because if I start now,
I knew we were gonna get into it tonight. So I'm so glad you're on. Perfect timing. So give me control of a nation's money supply, and I care not who makes the laws. A Rothschild, which I think the original name is Rothschild, isn't it? Or am I mixing it up? I think it is.
Red Shield. Red
Shield. Okay, yeah. Red Shield. Thank you. It is well enough that people of the nation do not understand our banking and monetary system. For if they did, I believe there would be a revolution before tomorrow morning. U.S. Federal Reserve was proposed by Warburg and Company, Germany. Chase Manhattan Bank, U.S. Now, notice now. Now, y'all ever have one of your relatives, one of your unks, OG, get to stuttering when they trying to make a point? Nah. So notice the U.S. Fed Reserve. These are the people that was proposing it. Germany. Chase Manhattan Bank. There go a Rothschild and Sons, London. Lazarus out of Paris. Israel Moses out of Italy. Lehman Brothers out of New York. Loeb Bank of New York, now part of Lehman Brothers. Oh, I didn't know that was original. Okay, so whatever, because we know Lehman Brothers, they got rid of that during 2008. It got absorbed, I think, by Chase Manhattan. No, it didn't get absorbed. They let that shit fail. Anyway, and Goldman Sachs, with a little help from other central banks and banks owned by major banking families. Rothschild, Bank of London, Rothschild, Bank of Berlin, Warburg, Bank of Amsterdam, Warburg, Bank of Hamburg, J.P. Morgan of New York, and among others. The U.S. Federal Reserve is modeled after the original central banks of Venice. Ciao. So you Italian people, because we know that's where banking started. Some people think that the Federal Reserve banks are United States government institutions. They are private monopolies which prey upon the people of these United States for the benefit of themselves and their foreign customers, foreign and domestic speculators and swindlers, and rich and predatory money lenders. Congressman Louis McFadden. International Monetary Fund, IMF, makes resources available. That's what y'all want to call it, resources. Resources available for 188 member countries in the case of economic difficulties. Okay? So basically, the assets are seized, the tangible assets of the people, the indigenous people, are seized. You know, the stuff that's really of value, like the land and the minerals and all of that, and your precious labor, all of that is seized, and you're given fiat, which you have to pay back. So they create money out of nowhere, currency. You understand the esoteric side of that? They give you a current that enslaves you. Okay? Countries contribute funds to a pool through a quota system from which countries experience balance of payment difficulties can borrow from the $800 billion fund. Now, we know that's in the trillions now. This election is our last chance to save the U.S. sovereignty to end the domination of the political establishment over the interests of working Americans. The events of history have aligned to give the people this fleeting chance to bust up the oligarchy. Because I think I saw somebody in the comments say it's a monopoly. It's an oligarchy. To take back control from the masters of the universe, return it to the good and decent patriotic citizens of the United States, Citizen Jeff Sessions of Alabama. The World Bank Group, 1945. Okay, so that's coming fresh off of World War II, right? Makes leveraged loans to developing countries through one of its divisions. International Bank of Reconstruction and Development, 1945. International Finance Corporation, 1956. International Development Association, 1960. International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, 1966. Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, 1988. World Bank Institute, 1955, formerly the Economic Development Institute. World Federalist Movement, 1947, Switzerland, supports the establishment of a global, is that feudal or federal system of democratized global institution. European Investment Banks, 1958, Luxembourg, established in 1958 under the Treaty of Rome to provide financing for capital investments for European Union policy objectives. United Nations Capital Development Fund, 1966, part of the UN Development Program. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion. Okay, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which is conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its folks that's going to make trouble are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned. No rumor is printed. No secret is revealed. John F. Kennedy, 1961. So peep game. Even all of these folks that are throwing out all of these gems, consider that your disclosure, all right? Because they still try to follow universal law. So it ain't their fault that either you ain't heard what them other people done said, or you ain't believe them this, that, and the third, because you don't believe they can do that, or you don't believe that somebody could be that low down. And they eyesight, they don't care nothing about that. They feel that they have skirted around one of the universal laws of karma. Okay? By giving you disclosure. Examples of transnationalist nonprofit foundations. Okay? Them nonprofits, we done talked about this before. And I keep telling y'all, a lot of ends are laundered through these nonprofits. Black Lives Matter. Oh, my fault. Supposedly and allegedly. Just one example. All right, so the Heritage Foundation, 1973, is considered to be one of the most influential conservative research organizations in the United States. It receives support from nearly 100 major corporations. The Age of Foundation, 1974, is a development organization that addressed critical issues in economic and regional cooperation. United Nations Foundation, 1998, was funded by, child, shut your mouth. Now, I done learned me something new. So Ted Turner, old boy that founded CNN, he founded that? Oh, okay. In 1998 to support U.S. participation in UN programs. Billy and Melinda Gates, 2000, is the largest charitable foundation in the world and is controlled by 3 trustees. Billy, Melinda, and Warren Buffett. Now, I didn't know Warren Buffett was on there, child. Shut your mouth.
You know, some of the stuff that was at that January 6th and some of them riots were from his company. Some of the bricks and stuff came from that company.
Who, Warren Buffett's?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because you know Warren Buffett has a damn, what do you call it, Brother Odell? It's
Construction company.
he owns a lot of companies under a holding company.
Yeah.
Because I know he's into real estate.
Yeah.
He's into a lot of stuff.
Insurance.
Yeah, to be honest, y'all, I don't even know what all a man is into.
Berkshire Hathaway. He's got the Berkshire
Thank
Hathaway
you,
group.
Berkshire Hathaway. Thank you. That holding company, go look up Berkshire Hathaway. They own a lot of stuff, fam. But I didn't know old boy said on Billy and Melinda's Gate Foundation. I didn't know that. And try to buy a share of Berkshire Hathaway. Shit. Quite hefty. Okay, so the Rockefeller Foundation, 1913. Child. Was founded by whom? Knight of Malta members John D. Rockefeller and John D. Rockefeller Jr. as Smart Globalization Project. And wasn't the Fed Reserve the decision made on Jekyll Island, Georgia?
Jekyll Island. Yep. With Woodrow Wilson. Yep. Jekyll Island.
To create the Fed Reserve?
That's right. And that's when they
I was
had
thinking
the
about the war. I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
He had what's his name? The Federal Reserve was created, and with a view with I keep mentioning it all the time. 55 Water Street, the Depository Trust Company.
Yes, the DTCC.
Keep going, sister.
Yes.
Yes.
Child. The Ford Foundation, 1936, has assets over $12 billion and makes grants to recipients in all fields of endeavor. Okay, so they're giving you here. I can blow this up. Okay, the Knights of Malta. Here you go. And who up in the middle of that? Ain't that Pope Pimpalicious? Okay. So Queen, what's her name? That they just told us that transition of England, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
And,
the moon arch. I'm gonna kill that shot when you finished.
Yeah. She reported directly to Pope Pimpalicious.
Yeah.
That's why everybody went before her and bowed down. Okay. So what are they standing up under? The feminine.
Yeah.
And specifically, they saying a feminine vagina. Okay, because that's what that shape is about. Okay. All right. Because they're controlling a feminine planet. They're controlling the feminine resources, i.e. the planet and her resources, the precious minerals and all of that. And hell, her people. So let's get into the Knights of Malta.
Ooh.
This some good stuff, y'all. When I read through this, Brother Odell, I said, I always come back. I gotta circle back and read through this. This is the bomb right here. I gotta circle back. Knights of Malta. Child. Yes, Sis Nonya, and the Pope reports to the Black Pope. Yes. The Knights of Malta are the militia of the Pope and are sworn to total obedience by a blood oath, which is taken extremely serious and to the death. The Pope, as the head of the Vatican, is also the head of a foreign national power, Encyclopedia of Freemasonry and its Kindred Science by Albert G. McKee. Okay, so y'all gotta peep these surnames. Okay, this surname is a black melanated surname. And those Mackeys are a motherfucker, okay? They're about that life, about that money. The Masonic History Company, New York, 1925. The Order of Malta is a hidden government and the most mysterious government in the world. The Knights of Malta, More Than a Conspiracy by Jamal Muhammad from Albania. An excellent article about the Knights of Malta appeared in the Unhived Mind, September the 13th, 2013. We quote selections and condense parts of the article below to help clarify the nature of the Knights of Malta and their direct connection to the warlord bankers described above. The Sovereign Military Order of Malta, took control of the power and wealth of the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon from the Roman system. Okay, so those of you that know how I roll, I don't care if you say Christ, I don't care if you say Jesus, I don't care if you say Muhammad, I don't care if you say Allah, I don't care if you say Yahweh, I don't even care if you say the Anunnaki. It's the same shit.
Yeah.
It's all the same. Okay?
All
right? So that's, no disrespect.
So that Black Saturn.
Right.
Like that Black Saturn, isn't it? Keep going, sister.
Right. Black Saturn, all of that shit. It's all, it all links. It's all controlled. Okay? Because what they did, part of the colonization playbook or blueprint, they take your indigenous spirituality away from you. And they give you one of their religious systems to worship something outside of self, outside of your ancestors, even outside of your mama, your grandma, and them. It's the same game.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah. So, and that's no disrespect to the Patriots, but that's where we disagree. Okay, that and that Constitution stuff, because they still don't even understand what that really means. All right, but nonetheless, the Sovereign Military Order of Malta controlled the banking and military power for the Vatican for hundreds of years.
Mm-hmm.
The Jesuits subordinate the Sovereign Military Order of Malta in 1798, aided by Napoleon. This would eventually lead to the Jesuits installing British control over Malta and the founding of a Jesuit college manned by British Jesuits.
Mm-hmm.
Some may find this strange how the Jesuits would aid Britain, but you have to understand the suppression of the Jesuit order. The Jesuits became somewhat crippled by the suppression in the Catholic-controlled Europe. So in the order of the Jesuits to secure South America wealth, they used Protestant banking houses, So folks that want to pretend like King James and them wasn't involved with the shits, they were. And I told you King James really played both sides of the house.
Uh-huh.
He really wasn't no Catholic. He really wasn't no Protestant. But see, that's what they give the world, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's part of the colonization blueprint. Because as indigenous people, you didn't know nothing about no Jesus them / Jesus them. So this is just part of the play to give you religion, to have you ganging up over religion. And behind the scenes, this ain't the power or practice that none of them are even bowing down to. They're using universal laws. They're using alchemy / metaphysics.
You know, there is a book out there I told you about that it says How to Make a Negro a Christian. So we didn't have that here before they got here. We didn't have Christ. We didn't have the Bible. We didn't have none
And
of that.
child, some people will argue you up and down, around the corner, around the block. Look. I found this stone. This stone is Hebrew. I'm like, I don't give a goddamn if it's Hebrew, Mebrew, cuneiform, duniform. That stuff is not indigenous to this land.
Nope.
Christianity was brought via missionary and brought through, and what sealed the deal was through marriage. When I first started getting into the genealogy game, I already knew, okay, that religion shit came from another set in the family. I already knew.
Auntie?
Yes. Hey, peace and love, nephew. How are you?
I'm good, Auntie. How you doing today?
I'm good. Good to hear your voice.
That's good to hear your voice, too. How everyone doing?
Yeah, good. Good to hear your voice.
Good to hear. One thing I just want to mention when you started talking about marriage, marriage is not what we thought it was. It was never for the really coming together of people that were in love.
Come on, tell us what it was about now.
when they're bringing marriage into the situation, it's about contracts. We're forgetting we already have a sole contract that they put on paper, and we're corporations. And when you're getting married, it's two corporations that's now forming one union with, you would say, the Vatican at that day. It will be the Vatican. And you're coming together under one blanket. So he's now going to tax you as one. It has nothing to do with how y'all feel with each other. It was about running his ends accordingly.
Yep, running them ends accordingly. Absolutely.
So that's what marriage really was about. So this is why when we're saying marriage is now going, the man is now coming in and marrying our mothers and our sisters. Yeah, they're now forming that, how can I say, that commercial bond. When we're thinking it's about love, no, it's all about business for them.
Absolutely.
Special husbandry. That's why they're called husbands.
That's why they called it husbandry. Absolutely.
That's right. So they're house bound.
Yeah, that's why it's called husbandry. And I love to make that joke. Like, you niggas ain't doing no husbandry. I don't see you out in the, you ain't building shit. You ain't in the garden, goddammit, where's your husbandry? But yes, absolutely, nephew. That's what it was about. And we know that it's a European construct, because if you look at the older period European movies, now I'm into the shit, okay? Because at first, before I knew I had European heritage, I would fall asleep on that stuff. Be knocked out. Now I'm all up in the alert. Like, nah, see, I knew it, taking notes. Okay, see, that's why that was that. But if you look at those older period European films, and anybody that's set in the king or queen's court, so you know the queen's girls them and the king's boys them.
Debutantes.
Huh?
You've got esquires. Yeah.
Esquires and all of that. Exactly.
Lords and barons.
Dukes and all of that. Earls.
Feudalism over here. We have it all over. Earls, counts, barons.
Barons.
Lords,
exactly.
Baronets, dukes.
Absolutely.
Marquises. We're all part of feudalism over here. Keep going, sister.
Even with the people that held them titles in their courts, because even the land that they own, their titles, their positions, they were given that stuff through the king. They had to get permission who they could marry.
Yep, that's true. And it's still, and you know what, to this day, the royal family, but due to the self as well, sister, you have to ask, depending on what lineage you are from the queen, you have to you have to ask the monarch.
Yep, you're right. You finna marry them. That's right.
At the Privy Council, it's still that to this day, as it currently stands right now. If you have to ask Privy Council to have consent of the Queen to marry due to lineage. It's still like that to this day.
Brother Odell, didn't Markle had to do that when she came into the crown? She had to get. It was a whole big thing about getting the Queen's approval.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We're having, that's what they have to do recently. All the marriages are all have to be approved by the Privy Council. The
Yep.
Queen has to approve them all.
They have to be
it's all to do
approved.
called the line of succession over here. It's to do with the line of succession. Go ahead.
Right. That's why Prince Charles wasn't in love with Diana, and he was in love with Carmela's ass.
Yeah.
And they was side piecing it for years, this, that, and the third, and Diana's motherfucking feelings was hurt, this, that, and the third. So it's been going on. Okay?
Yeah. That's why Diana always said, and that's why I like respect to Diana, because she always told the truth. And she always said it with an interview with, I think, not Trevor Phillips, it might have been Kushner Guru Murphy. There were 3 of us in this marriage.
Yep, she said it's 3 people in their marriage.
There were 3 of us in this marriage. Yeah.
I felt so sorry for her. And then what's the fate? Well, Prince Charles ugly as a motherfucker to me. He's crunchy in the face to me. His old lady now, she always been crunchy in the face to me. But nonetheless, the point being, they don't care nothing about that. You be like, oh, Big Mama, I don't love it. I know he crunchy in the face. Yeah, I know that. I don't care. This what you need to do for the purpose of the family. This, that, and the third. So absolutely, nephew knew why. That's really what marriage is about, huh?
The concept of marriage as well. Keep in mind, the Vatican claimed the eggs of the woman's womb.
That's the deep part about it.
Yeah,
Can you say that again with the Vatican? And see, when I be trying to have these conversations, rarely people get it. Can you just say that again about what the Vatican claimed?
Due to convocation, the Vatican, obviously with the baptism, and we've covered some aspects of this, the Vatican claimed the eggs of the womb. So obviously the children, this is why I knew why I was writing what he was saying. This was our contract, because before all this nonsense they came in, it was all you used to have what's called, it wasn't marriage, you used to have what's called matrimony, which is how it was originally done when we was here previously. It was matrimony, which was the feminine side. When the Vatican corporatized it all, they made marriage, and then they claimed the eggs of the womb. And this is why they called it marriage, because it's Mars and rage. You break it down, the words etymologically, it's Mars and rage. And Mars is what? The masculine, and rage is anger. So it's Mars and rage. This is what people don't do, the etymological stuff to the contract. So Noah is correct. So marriage is Mars and rage. And Mars, we obviously know what Mars is. It's the masculine, and rage is obviously anger. So Mars and rage is designed to break the line of descendancy from a genetical standpoint, and put the corporatized, or 62 AKV, to put the convocation, to put their corporatized version of it in, to break the line of descendancy. It's how you cheat people out of your estates, and that's what they put you under with the War and Land Convention. So it's called cheating. It's how they use a border vacantia.
Yeah, it's a deep game, and people are still not getting it. And so those indigenous cultures where you had it was also a way to, and Brother Odel said it, I'm just recapping it and saying it a different way. It was really the taking of assets, okay?
Yes.
It was taking the assets from the indigenous people to these foreign corporations, okay? That's why they encourage their men to come over to the different lands and marry into the indigenous cultures, marry the women into the indigenous cultures, because they understood that it's going to be a transferring of assets.
Pocahontas, yeah, because the women have the records, because obviously they carry the mitochondrial DNA. So the women hold the records. So they've always known it's genetic bloodline, it's lineage. And then the titles were to the land, which were the Lordal titles, and that's what the Vatican have taken off. In your case over there, it's fee simple absolute. But the over it is Lordal title, but that's what they did in the art. That's why the women were back, that's why they went to marry certain women, because the land was always held with the women.
It was always held with the women. And it's,
that's correct.
And that has nothing to do with sexism. it's metaphysics and alchemy because it's a feminine planet. So therefore, it's supposed to be, from an asset perspective, go through the feminine line. That's why in indigenous cultures around the world, that's why they had a matriarch.
Yeah, and the planet's been on female sexual energy.
Okay.
That's why everybody comes through the womb to get here.
Exactly.
Fundamental, regardless of whether they say what man came from rib and all this BS that they talk about in the Helios. It's all nonsense, bro. Nature's guide, nature shows you, the universe shows you how it all works.
Right, the universe shows you how it works. So that's why when I look back on those said treaties over here in the Americas, I ain't heard not nary of a woman involved in that fuckery. Not a nary. It was men that were signing those treaties that fucked upness about it and got double-crossed, this, that, and the third.
So,
because when those unions happened, where the intermarrying started going into play, that was transferring the assets to the men, who then felt as though they had the right to cut deals. Now, of course, that wasn't all men, okay? But I've only seen men names on them treaties. And I immediately look at it and say, that's some bullshit, nigga, because you ain't never owned it to begin with. And you're not supposed to own land. So really how y'all supposed to be setting up your trust and stuff that is supposed to be passed down through the women in your family. But I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
No, I just wanted to say, I think it was across the board. I don't think it was just in particular groups, because the whole thing of coming here was the man is in charge. It's the men leading the way. The women have their place, blah, 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 blah. So across the board, it was take over from the male perspective and push the woman down.
Yeah, you mean when you say across the board, you mean around the world?
Well, wherever they were invading, wherever the Bible was going, that was the claim. It wasn't we're going to do it the native way and let's amalgamate our culture. It was no, whatever it was going to be, you're going to take this culture that we're giving you, and it comes with the male dominance of that culture.
Absolutely, it comes with the patriarch. Let's just keep the shit real. Yeah. Absolutely. That was the play around the world because, again, those indigenous cultures had a matriarch. And in the matriarch, it wasn't about women ruling. It was the opposite. It was a collective. And so when people want to get their panties and their drawers in a bunch about the matriarch, you don't understand what it was. And y'all keep trying to make the patriarch work, and this shit ain't worked from day motherfucking one. Because what it's done is enslaved not only you know, the men that say they're a patriarch, you know, the men that say they want to rule, but you have to go to someone else to feed your family, to do everything for you. The patriarch doesn't even fucking benefit you. Because the matriarch, a true matriarch, is about a collective. The patriarch puts everything in the men's hands, and the responsibility, obviously, they can't handle. And the reason they can't handle is because it's against nature. It's out of order.
So
not natural.
No, this is the thing about with it being in the Censorship AKV. The whole thing about the way it's being designed, and this is why I always talked about unsanctioned. So I talked about in terms of the the problems you have over there in terms of Intercatera, Romanus Pontifex, Attorney Regis. We've gone through all the treaties that were struck, and I think they're more recent due to what happened in the 1700s with the mental multiple. I think it's more recent that this has taken place. I've always said that. But my point is that construct, that part of this Piscean construct, is because it's designed against nature. The whole point of it does not fundamentally work. This is why every 20, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, you always have a breakdown in society, what's going on right now.
Yeah.
That's why you keep having these breakdowns, because it's never,
7 years.
You can't work against nature. You can't. It wasn't designed. Its design is fundamentally flawed. This is why you see the chaos that you see in order to have no chaos. And this is why they rule the patriarch through the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, and solution. This is why you see chaos all the time. War, famine, fear. They run it through fear. That's all they run it through. False evidence of freedom's real. That's it. This is where the problem is. It goes against nature. It's not natural. That's why it can't survive. That's why they keep having to, it keeps getting taken down. The captain to make it again, taken down, make it again, take it down, make it again. Just
right. They have to keep resetting it because it's not natural.
Exactly. That's the whole point of the reset. And even when this great reset's coming now, unfortunately for them, due to the age of revelation, which I'll try to get in at some point, we get time. Due to the age of revealing, they can't reinstitute this clock, this wheel. The blacks are
exactly.
They're trying to institute this wheel this time around, and this is what they won't be able to do due to what we've been exposed. But go ahead, sister, because you're
great stuff. All right, so let's get back on these Jesuits. All right, so Napoleon and la. This would eventually lead to the Jesuits installing the British control over Malta and the founding. Okay, so do you all understand the British control over the Malta? So that would mean the Queen controlling Malta and the founding of a Jesuit college manned by British Jesuits. Some may find this strange how the Jesuits would aid Britain, but you have to understand the suppression of the Jesuit order. Okay, we talked about that. The Jesuits became somewhat crippled by the suppression and the Catholic-controlled Europe. So in order for the Jesuits to secure South America wealth, they used Protestant banking houses and formed an alliance with the Venetian influences over Britain, like Pallavicini family, who controlled the monarchy, and Rothschilds.
Yeah, Pallavicini. They're one of the 13 powerful bloodline families.
Okay.
Medicis, the Farnese, there's the Chigis, there's the Aldebrandinis, the Colonnas, the Borgias. I think I can name them. What's the other one? Just keep going anyway. But that's some of them anyway.
Yeah. So the point being,
I'm sorry,
Sandra. Go ahead.
I just want to ask the question. I don't know if I missed it or not, but since they didn't do it the right way according to the universal governance of this planet, that means it's not theirs, right? All this stuff, huh?
Facts. You're correct.
Yeah, they got it to use it now, but it's not theirs. So they actually stole it.
Correct. We're agreeing to give it to them and let them use it, but we don't know that.
Right. We don't know that.
This is what I'm saying. This is why Ron talked about assets. They came to take the Lord type. They came to get the assets. The Vatican's have the asset. I need that sister to keep going because I want to get into something like that. Keep going, sister.
Okay.
Everything you're saying is right, Sandra.
Yeah. This is good stuff.
Something's happened recently.
Yeah.
Keep going. Let's keep
going.
Great
point. Okay, so just real quick, I want y'all to peep game because y'all think the Rothschilds are the baddest motherfuckers. I told y'all that they report to somebody.
And they're married into the Aldebrandinis, by the way. Some of the Red Shield, some of their family aspects of them married into the popular bloodline families.
Oh, they married into this family?
They're married into I did some work on it a while ago. I'll see if I can pull it up at some point.
That's interesting.
They're married into the Aldebrandinis, but keep going.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the Jesuits in 1840 put the Sachsen-Coburg. Y'all remember I showed y'all that melanated, original, ancient Coburg coat of arms?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I'm fencing to continue. The Gotha bloodline into the position of monarchy of Great Britain. This house is today known as the Windsor House. So we should know that the Windsor House was sanctioned by a black king.
Correct.
To come into play. Okay? So that Windsor name was really the change of the seat in power. I'll put it this way. The public change face seat of power from black to white.
Yeah.
Okay, so Windsor House, which still rules the region. The same fate would eventually happen to the Vatican itself after suppressing the Jesuits in 1773. The Jesuit order had taken control of the papacy by 1814 and had enacted revenge once again. In the Vatican power structure, the Esquitarian Order of the Holy Sepulchre of Jerusalem ranks above the Order of Malta. Who the heck is that? What? Okay, let me keep reading.
It's the Knights of St. John, Jerusalem, the Holy Sepulchre. They work with the Archangel of Atlantis and the Papa of the Bloodline Families, as mentioned in earlier. I've got all the structure and stuff, but this is quite a good article because it covers aspects of it. Keep going.
Okay, so the Grand Master of the Sepulchre is a cardinal by the name of Edwin Frederick O'Brien. Only the Sacred Military Constantinian Order of St. George comes close in cardinal membership. King Juan Carlos of Spain controls the Constantinian Order.
That's right. He's a Farnese. He's one of the Papa of the Bloodline Families. He's a Farnese.
Damn. The Order of Malta and the recognized Protestant divisions all play a role commanded by the Jesuit order. This includes the most venerable order of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem, controlled by Queen Elizabeth II. If you look at the last Grand Masters of the Order of Malta, you will notice they came from Britain. Former Grand Master Andrew Willoughby Nenia Bertie was a cousin of Queen Elizabeth II. These Grand Masters all originated within the Grand Priory of England, currently controlled by Grand Prior Ian Scott. The British arm of Order of Malta controlling St. John's Wood is known as the Grand Priory of England. This location was also a Knights Templar headquartered in Britain.
That's correct. I've been there and I'll take you when you come to see me.
Okay. The Order of Malta even owned Londinium, the city of London. Damn. The city of London was rented out by the Order of Malta. The Jesuits took over Londinium, or the city of London, in 1825, aided by the Rothschild family. Okay, so I'm not going to play this video. I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
It's still like that to this day, by the way. The city of London Corporate, it's still like that to this day. When the Knights Templars got the lordly titles to the land, this is due to the Jesuits being, and I'm going to quote this correctly, the Jesuits being the revived, arrogant Templars, which the original. This gets back into what this series has been about when I've been talking about the Age of Ascension and the inner gates to the inner earth and the Earth's Templar, the halls of Amenti, and it's to do with that ancient knowledge. The Jesuits have that knowledge in the Vatican, the CDC plates and the original crystal plates. They've got the knowledge of the realm. That's what the Vatican have. That's what the Knights Templar have. That's what is to do with the Templars. That's it. It's the knowledge that they've got.
Right, because with that knowledge, they can keep controlling.
Well, the realm, that's how they're using the realm. That's correct.
Exactly.
That's right.
Because with the knowledge, they can keep control of the realm. Because if you truly understand the knowledge of how the realm is set up, if it was, that information was popular, if it was popular about the ley lines of the planet, universe, the true and only laws of the realm, the universal laws, not that biblical law shit. Not that biblical law shit. That's basic. That's what you have to give someone that you have to civilize. If the planet truly understood the true knowledge of the realm, So meaning the esoteric side of it, meaning the metaphysics side of it, the ley lines, how energy works, universal law, they wouldn't be able to control the realm. Okay, so somebody need to mute. I hear background noise and I'm finna mute you. All right, so who talking? Because I'm finna mute. All right. So when you take a look at many of the influential positions of power today, whether it's in banking, military, pharmaceutical, or intelligence, you will always find Knights of Malta. The Knights of Malta are mainly involved in working for I can't make child. Let me drink the water. Because I didn't even get this far in it, Brother Odel. It was so good. Child, let me drink this water. The Knights of Malta sip water are mainly involved in working for, they're working for whom and with whom? Black nobility. I'm going to sip some more water on that.
Mm-hmm.
So who put whom on?
Mm-hmm.
The black nobility put these white faces on that you see today.
Yep.
The black nobility started the slave trade because it was business. So again, the Knights of Malta are mainly involved in working for and with the black nobility. Royalty without an active throne. We know what we're talking about. We did the research. We keep telling y'all that the faces that you see in public are not the ones that are running shit. We keep telling you that the hidden hand is a black hand. All right, so they're royalty without an active throne. The Vatican and the various papal and royal orders, especially the Jesuits, who are ultimately in control of the Vatican and the military order of Malta, the SMOMs, most powerful controlling inner cores are the Order of the Garter and the Pilgrim Society. Ciao. Prince William and Charles.
Yeah, so the Garter's order is one of the Queen's order. That's the one that controls stuff over here, by the way. Most of the people get in they get an invite to the Queen, and she'll have she does the ritual ceremonies where she enlists them, so they become members, like knights to become members, like dames and knights and stuff like that. OBs, MBs, CBs, stuff like that. That's how they're inducted in, and that Garter is the equivalent to what is the order that runs Freemasonry over here.
Oh, okay, the Order of Garter. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. So
okay, so it's equivalent to Masonry over here. Okay.
No, it controls Freemasonry over this country over here.
Oh, it controls it.
That's correct. That's right. So high level Freemasonry through what's called the UGA Lodge, which is in London. I'll take you when you come and see me. I've been. That's the one that basically the high lodges, the UG Lodge, which is in London. But what controls it is Order of the Garter, and the Queen appoints those orders. She appoints to those orders. So whoever gets into that order is appointed by the Queen. That's why I talked about OBs, CBs, MBs. They're appointed by the Queen, and then they control high level Freemasonry.
Wow. So the Freemasonry orders report up to the Order of Garter.
That's right. Yeah, and they're appointed by the Queen. That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So let's be clear. That's Freemasonry around the world, right?
Yes, that's right, and that's that's what people don't get.
They don't get it.
But yeah, that's what. But they all think that the lodge, the UG lodge, which is in London, which I will take when you come and see me. The
Right.
judge, they think that that's head of Freemasonry. What they don't realize is the Ecclesia Lodge in the Vatican. That's the hidden hand that people don't talk about. But go ahead.
Yeah, and not only that, Brother Odell, I was shocked when I found out that the charters for Freemasonry were issued out of England.
Correct. That's right.
And
all the charters come.
All of the charters, absolutely. So them black charters, because I was told personally that this is one of the Masonry chapters was one of the first ones in a particular city, and they got that charter from England, and it was a black one. And so this particular person was so proud of it because they're like, you know, these white Masonry organizations running around here like they're all in a bag of chips. And we had our first one in the city was a black Masonry chapter. So I'm just sitting there grinning because I know they're under order, under oath. You know, I'm like, I don't think he realized that black folks ran all this shit anti-way. So it didn't surprise me that you were a black Masonic organization with the first charter in the city. It don't shock moi.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't know that part.
Mother and son, the study of Masonry, mother
and son, right?
I'm
sure he probably
know that part. Side, when you're on our side of it, Rhonda, we get it.
Right, we get it. I'm sure he know that part. And Masons be sitting up there. I cut they motherfucking throats trying to recruit a sister into damn, what's the equivalent? Eastern Star. I was like, well, what? First of all, I'm not fucking none of you dusty, crunchy, crispity ass niggas. First of all. Second of all, they can't even have meetings without one of the men sitting up in there. I'm like, I wish the fuck I would, nigga. This organization mean mother and son.
Mm-hmm.
Bitch. Who you think you playing with? Now, you don't tell these women that shit, but I know your funk ass know it. It'll never, ever happen. So don't ask me that bullshit. Because when I get done with them sisters up in that bitch, it'll be a different story. But I ain't taking no oath to y'all bullshit. But let's continue. The Commonwealth of Nations, headed by Queen Elizabeth II, is made up of 53 nations spanning the globe, accounting for 1/5 of the land mass of the earth, and a very high percentage of its strategic resources and population. The Queen is a Knight of Malta, and has shown allegiance to the Pope. Absolutely she do. Well, she did. When you look at who controls the financial world, you will find it is the Equestrian Order of Holy Scepter of Jerusalem, Order of Malta, and the Opus, is that Day or Day? Opus Day. Opus Day through the City of London Corporation and the Worshipful Company of Mercers, and the more recent, the Worship Company of the International Bankers. Ciao. So, as Brother Sean would say,
an anti-moment.
Do you see where it says Rockefeller, Rothschild, Warburg? Do you see it say them controlling it? Them names ain't up in here, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is what we're trying to get you all to see. Let's continue. King Juan Carlos has control of the Templar Bar since the Jesuits reinstalled his ancient bloodline as the monarchy of Spain in 1975.
Keep in mind what I said to you with that. Remember we talked about the crowns. Remember the crown was lost? It was in 1975. Remember I covered that a little while ago when we were on here? When I talked about the crowns and they were lost in 1975 and then it got handed back to the Vatican. That's correct, but keep going.
That makes sense. So that's why they put them in play.
Yeah, and he's a Farnese, so it's one of the popular bloodline families, but keep going. I'll let you keep going.
King Juan Carlos has the title of the King of Jerusalem and also is also a high-level power within the Equestrian Order of Holy Scepter of Jerusalem. King Juan Carlos is the Grand Master of the Order of Calatrava and the Order of the Montesa.
Yeah.
Sorry, Montesa.
You're all right. You're okay.
The origins of the Jesuit order and continuing of the Knights of Templar of Aragon. Child, they giving me
That's
a
yeah. And the Jesuits had revived Aragon Templars, and that knowledge was the knowledge I was mentioning earlier, which is the original knowledge which we've been covering when I talked about the beings that came here, the Anunnaki, the beings that came here when they put the holes in the frequency fences. That's and the mess with us down here. It's how they mature themselves into the realm. It's the actual original knowledge of how this realm functions. And the Vatican have that at the Church of Jesu in Rome, with underneath the catacombs of the Vatican. That knowledge with the CDC place, the original knowledge. That's what the Vatican keep in under the Church of Jesu in Rome, under the catacombs. This is why J.J.R. Tolkien, who managed to visit the Vatican catacombs, he's seen some of this stuff, and this is why with the Lord of the Rings, that's why he was talking about the powers in the ancient battles, because he had the temple, because he knew some of the Templar knowledge that he found out when he was allowed to visit the catacombs in Rome. This is why the Lord of the Rings series is so popular, because you've got the Fellowship of the Ring, the Two Towers, which is about September 11th, and then the Return of the King, which is the last one, which is talking about the Age of Revelation. So all these films are being shown at the movie. It's to do with that ancient knowledge, which is what the Jesuits have, the revived temple knowledge. That's why the Jesuits are known as the revived Aragon Templars, because they have the original knowledge.
Wow.
And that's how the Roman, and that's because the beings that they're in bed with at the Vatican, the beings off-world, which is what we speak about, some of these aspects of this privately, which we've spoken about, which I've showed you imagery of, which we shared when we discussed things privately.
King Juan Carlos of Spain is a Bourbon noble with Farnese blood in his veins, is a preeminent member of Queen of England Elizabeth II's Order of the Garter of English Cardinal Matthew Festing Sovereign Military Order of Malta, and of now deceased American Cardinal John Patrick Foley's Equestrian Order of the Holy Sepulchre of Jerusalem, the most powerful of all papal knighthoods. Damn. Is King Juan Juan Carlos still ruling? Brother Odel, do you know?
Yeah, Juan Carlos is still he's retired. He's not in Spain now, it's his son Felipe that's running Spain, but Juan Carlos is a Farnese, so he's still running stuff in the background. All the popular bloodline families with the Arcane of Atlantis work with the Black Pope. All of them, and they work with the beings on and off world. That's you're talking high level stuff here. They're all working together.
Of course.
Yeah, but they work in the background, of course.
Okay. I didn't know if he was still publicly the face. All right.
It's in the background now. His son Felipe is on the throne in Spain, and he's handed it to him while he does the work in the background.
Okay, yeah, because he's pretty high order. So, okay, I can see that. So probably the new person is still taking orders from Juan Carlos.
Yeah, Juan Carlos is doing the stuff in the background.
Okay.
Most of the popular bloodline families are working with the beings on and off world. And that's why they kind of sit just in the background. If you know where to look, you can find them. I've found all the stuff. But they work more diligently, that's what term I'm using, more diligent in the background to work with the beings on and off world to make sure the realm is being controlled as we see it today.
Okay. So I'm not going to play this video, but this is the Knights of Malta exposed. You can go look it up yourself. Now, I don't recognize all these faces, but goddamn it, I recognize ain't that Mama and Papa Bush? That's the brother Bush that was out in Florida, Jeb. Is that his name, Jeb?
Yeah.
That go George W. the second, and there go his old lady. Now I don't know the rest of them people in the background. Okay, the Knights of Malta. Okay. Now remember what I told y'all earlier when I was telling y'all about Gary Webb's book. Go read it.
Dark Alliance.
Yes, Dark Alliance. Because the Bushes are up in there. All right? So, well-known Knights of Malta. Cardinal Dolan, the Archbishop of New York City, Edmund A. Walsh, Georgetown University, Jack Valente, Motion Picture Association of America, Joseph Kennedy, Walt Disney. Okay, that's why Walt Disney, his films, they are riddled in esoteric.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we know all the other alleged stuff that's going on. We're not going to mention that because I don't need smoke from YouTube. But from an esoteric standpoint, Disney films are riddled with it. And if you know mythology / indigenous cultures, you will see most of the Disney stuff is pulled from indigenous cultures. They're stories from the indigenous people around the world. Okay. Even the way the Disney parks are built, the layout is very esoteric. Okay? So it makes sense. Because Disney was a Knights of Malta. So he understands that side of it very well. Okay, so Spiros, Warner Brothers, Henry, Lucci, Time, Frank Capra, Child, Arnold up in here. Arnold is a Knights of Malta. Get the hell out of here, child. Arnold Schwarzenegger, nigger, that idiot that came in here and thought he was offending me. Nigger. Yeah, because that Schwarzenegger name is melanated. It has the original melanated coats of arm. See, if you gonna come and troll my shit, you better come correct. Because we know our shit over here. So you need to go back and research what nigger means. Shit. All right. So Steven Saxton, Hollywood Studios International, Jose Barroso, European Union, Ted Turner's funky ass. It's the Knights of Malta. Wow. Michael Bloomberg, Rupert Murdoch, Child, Eric Prince, Blackwater.
You know, that carries back to the fact that they have control of our land by trust only. They can't own it.
Tell me, back up. Because people throw that around and they're not understanding.
Well,
what are the components of a trust?
The trustee and the beneficiary.
Okay, those are the right. Those are the main assets. Now, say your statement again.
Well, I know they're controlling it. They're the trustees, and we're the beneficiaries when it's all said. That's why
prove that we're the beneficiaries. Prove it.
It's an indigenous piece of land. Isn't it?
No. I asked you to prove it.
I can't prove it. I don't have the trust.
Right. So how do you know we're the beneficiaries? Because to me, beneficiaries mean you are benefiting from said assets.
Oh, to you.
Correct?
Correct.
To you, yeah.
No. It's not to me. That's what it means.
That's what they're supposed to be.
The beneficiaries in a trust is supposed to be, that's what it means. You're supposed to be getting them benefits.
Correct.
So for people to run around and say they got our stuff held in trust, we're the beneficiaries. Well, why the fuck you ain't benefiting?
They are thieving.
You don't even know what's in that trust.
It's true. And neither does the Native American.
Exactly. That's why I was putting the Native Americans on game, telling them, why don't you know what's in said trust? The BIA is holding all y'all stuff in trust.
No, they're paid actors.
What's in the trust? So that's why we have to be careful when we use the language they holding stuff in trust for us. Show me what's in the trust. Show me the details of what's in the trust.
Pope would have it, wouldn't he?
Who?
The Pope.
Mm-hmm.
But the United States is not sovereign anymore, right?
Right. So the Pope has my assets in trust and I'm the beneficiary. I say prove it. See, that's what some these paper pushers are pushing. And that's what get people locked the fuck up. You don't know what's in that trust.
Nope, and I wasn't going to push any paper either.
And they're not going to show you what's in that trust.
Well, they're not going
because if I'm the beneficiary, I should be able to know what's in that trust, right?
Correct.
Because as a beneficiary, and stop me when I'm wrong, you can meet with the trustees. As a matter of fact, you're supposed to meet with the trustees to go over the business in the trust and how it relates to you.
Yes, that's correct.
Because you, as a beneficiary, in most cases, you pay the trustee to manage those assets.
Yeah, but you benefit from the assets.
You benefit from the assets.
Correct.
That's how the trust game works. So all of this, they holding our stuff in trust and we're the beneficiary. Scratch that beneficiary part. They're holding it in trust, but I can guarantee you, you're not the beneficiaries.
That's why I always talk about Censorship. So I talk about Censorship. That's why I keep talking about it, because you're clearly not benefiting from it.
You clearly
not benefiting from it.
You're clearly not. Because that's just like today. Can't nobody, when you operate in trust, because people will try you. They will try you to see if you know your motherfucking shit. And you get ready to do a business transaction and you say, no, this is in a trust. Let me see your trust. Motherfucker, you're not seeing shit. Now you can see this memorandum that shows you who's whom, meaning who's the trustee of this motherfucker. That you can see. But what the details are in this, bitch, you don't have a right to see that. It's none of your business. Here's the authority saying I am the trustee that has the authority to manage these assets.
That's it.
Now, my beneficiaries can step to the trustee and say, let's discuss these assets. Let's discuss how you are managing these assets. They can't even take you to court to make you show them what's in trust.
Nope.
Do you all understand what I am telling you? All right. So William Randolph Hearst and David Rockefeller.
And thanks for that explanation, Auntie.
Oh, no worry. It's very important that we understand trust. It's extremely important that
Son
you get
realize
it.
exactly what it is now. Yeah, it's very important.
It's extremely important.
Allows you maneuver in ways that you never.
And to be honest, most people don't know it. Even
Nope.
the ones that's the smart of the smart, like the banks, they'll scratch their heads. Real estate people will scratch their heads. And they be, when I give them that, no, you're not finna see what the fuck is in my shit. This what you finna get. Most of them, 99.9% have to go to somebody and ask them. And they're like, yeah, she right. Oh, okay then. It's extremely important that you understand that. All right, so other Knights of Malta. Alan Keyes, whoo, child. Alberta Moscato. I'm not finna read all these names. I'm just finna point out, ooh, there go Alan Dulles. I'm just gonna read out the ones that I'm familiar with, because I don't feel
Rudolph
like
Giuliani.
Damn, you see him up in there. You see Mussolini motherfucking ass.
Ted Kennedy.
Damn, Charlie Rose. The newsman.
Now you understand why people are acting the way they acting, huh?
Child. So sis called out a couple of people. Fidel Castro.
Yeah. He's one of the higher ones as well, because he's related. The Castros are related. They're related to the one of the popular bloodlines of the Castros, by the way. But keep going. Lauren, I tell you who's good at exposing them. If anybody wants to spend some time on it, look into a guy called Alfred Mover Weber, and look to a woman called Lauren Murray. She's brilliant. She's fantastic. Lauren Murray. She exposes a lot of that. Lauren Murray. She's just type that in on YouTube with Lauren Murray. She goes in on the Castros. But go ahead.
Wow.
Tony Blair is there.
Tony Blair would be a given. That don't surprise me.
Yeah, him and Bush was in bed together doing all kinds of shit. They're trying to Bobby Hemmett expose.
Yeah, because you know what y'all teasing Blair, calling Blair Bush's girlfriend. They're talking about Blair like a dog. Didn't they make him resign because the public, y'all just couldn't stand his ass?
No, from the hated him, but they signed Iraq War in blood. The treaty got signed in blood. You get me? They're doing some ritual thing on that. So I agree. So Bobby Hemmett exposed that. Okay,
so with the Fidel Castro stuff, fam, you should understand that whole thing about Castro taking over for the benefit of the people. How all of that, you for the people, but you Knights of Malta. Oh, okay then. Oh, okay.
Same with Chavez. All these leaders, like Chavez who kissing.
Oh, Chavez on here.
Yeah, fam.
God damn it! Let me put my eyeballs.
Yeah, a lot of them are this. A lot of these leaders.
Michael Bloomberg, Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, Nelson Mandela.
There go Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, he's a high level Knight of Malta.
Damn, yeah. So Nelson was fighting for what now? Whom, for when, and how? And you want to know why South Africa is fucked up to this day?
Yeah.
Duplicity.
Another one. He's a high level. Robert Mugabe was another one. There's all them leaders. Most of them leaders in Africa.
Most of them leaders,
they're all got Boule and all that stuff. They're all part of the same club. They're in the same club.
I'm sorry, what you had to say, nephew?
I just wanted to go back to the Fidel Castro topic. I wanted to keep it current, to keep everyone, remind everyone that Trudeau Castro is in power currently. And as you said, how they're now in whiteface, if you could understand how the lineage kind of liquidated itself now. Like I said, it's still the same Malta power. He still has to kiss his queen. So he's still in that same bloodline. But yeah, it's Trudeau Castro now.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
So damn, Nelson Mandela, Oliver North. What?
Yes, him too.
Sips what? God damn it, I done ran out of water. Child. You mean Oliver North that was involved in the Iran-Contra scandal that was all broken down very, very extremely well. Shout out to Gary Webb, who's no longer with us in Dark Alliance. You mean that Ollie North?
Yeah.
Child, better stop playing with me. Prescott Bush, that don't surprise me, Junior. No. That don't surprise me one bit. Okay, them Bushes was up in Dark Alliance also. Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, we know him for sure. You know, they kind of have an aura about them, though. The people that you're reading their names, they don't cooperate when it's reasonable to cooperate if it helps the people.
Why should they?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, no. And I'm not disputing you. I'm just adding on to what you're saying, because their allegiance is to whom?
Themselves. And the Knights of Malta.
Exactly. Of course, themselves too. I agree with you, sis. Themselves and this order. You're gonna follow the order. Okay.
Rick Santori, I mean, wasn't he L.A.?
Mayor or something? You would know, sis. Oh, there go Rick. I think you're right.
He had something to do with politics. I remember his name.
Yeah, he did. What. I can't remember. Ted Kennedy, Tip O'Neill. I remember Tip from politics.
Rudolph Giuliani. Oh my gosh.
I finally saw his name. William F. Buckley. And Winston Churchill.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the over here. His family is one of the high orders of part of the feudalism system. They're in the aristocracy. That's it. It's part of the aristocracy over here. It's part of the feudalism system. Keep going.
You know. Speaking of none your business, she said they have to keep their foot on the indigenous neck. Brother Odell, did you know that your queen represented the Knights of, the Order of Michael? You there?
Uh-oh. You still should be there. Let me make sure he didn't get muted. Y'all can unmute y'allself. Uh-oh. Yeah, he must have dropped off or went on mute. He's still there.
But he can't hear me.
Yeah. Okay.
So that was what her thing was, to represent the feminine energy, to keep their foot on our necks. And that's what they've been doing all these years. But her wand, that's what I want to talk to him about. That wand was destroyed when she died.
They call it the scepter, but wand is more.
No. They had the wand. They had both. They had both.
Now, what about it now? How wand was destroyed?
Yeah, they broke it in half, and the scepter was laid on our coffin.
Because we know that scepter represents whose holiness,
the law,
power, right?
The law, yeah,
right.
And the wand, of course, would represent the magic of the female.
Exactly.
Yeah, the magic. So all of that went into the grave with them. So they really kind of. I guess she was the head witch,
Exactly.
Because they would.
Yeah, obviously she was, because she was the right-hand woman of the Pope.
Right. She was the head witch.
So the Knights of the Equestrian Order of Holy Scepter of Jerusalem formed the foremost knighthood subject to the Pope of Rome. This equestrian order goes back to the Roman Caesars and presently serves as the bodyguard for the... Can't make this up. I think, Sis Nonia, you said the Black Pope. In his war room, Borgo Santos Spirito, just outside the Vatican walls. Above the ubiquitous sovereign military order of St. John of Jerusalem, Knights of Malta, commanding the Vatican's international intelligence community, both work together in reducing all nations to the temporal power of the Pope.
You see, Night Decipher, they said they crowned her in Kenya, the queen that is. And from what I heard on a TikTok, She imprisoned 1.5 million Kenyans and had them killed. So I guess they were casting a whole lot of spells from Kenya.
Wow. Above both papal knighthoods presides the Black Pope, advised and aided by his 10 Jesuit assistants. Both knighthoods are most desirous of Jerusalem, the de facto real property of the papacy. Over 60% of the land composing the city of Jerusalem is already owned by the Vatican.
Yeah. You know, they got that out of 1937. They gave that to the people over there. Jerusalem, they call that Jerusalem. That's Herod's temple, that west wall, the Wailing Wall, that's Herod's temple. So they say. So so the Vatican already owned the wall, but then in 1937, the Rothschilds and all that kind of stuff got together and gave it to the Zionists.
Right, which they really didn't give it to them. They just said this is a reset.
But now that you're saying up there, the Pope already owned it.
Right. That's why I'm saying they just did a mini reset and moved the people around.
Yeah, and saying this is yours, your holy land, and all that kind of stuff.
Above both papal knighthoods presides. Okay, we talked about that.
Yeah.
The Knights of the Esquerian Order of, I'm not trying to read all that, have always claimed to rule Jerusalem for the papacy. Their great desire is to rid Jerusalem of the Muslim threat to the building of the third Hebrew template. And I'm telling you, even that's a fucking farce.
Well, sure it is if the Pope already owns the land.
Exactly. Because all of these religions, languages, Hebrew, because Hebrew is a language. So even if you want to say Israelites, Muslim, Christian, all of that shit comes up out of the Vatican.
It sure does. They made all those religions up. Those are all made up by them. So it's just to manipulate people's emotions. You know, and
absolutely, it's to manipulate the emotions. Absolutely.
And they kill each other over that stuff, you know. Muslims fighting and all that kind of stuff over a piece of property they don't even really know if it was the real place.
Exactly. So think about them killing themselves over here, and then you have melanated people over here in the Americas arguing with other people about their fucking blood lineage based on a religious book. Are you fucking kidding me?
The book that they wrote.
Who do you think that you're kidding with that bullshit?
Yeah.
And you all still are not seeing it. You literally put your blood, the blood that runs through your motherfucking veins that you got via your ancestors, you toss all of that out the door over a fucking book. The Esquitarians are above the Knights Templar as well as the Knights of Malta, overseeing both orders in their quest of building Rome's revived Latin kingdom of Jerusalem for the Vicar of Christ. I just be wanting to fucking vomit.
Vicar of Christ. You know, the Vicar of Christ means he's the ruler of the world. He's representing Christ on earth. That's what it says. That's what that means. So he sets himself in the place of God on earth to rule and supplicate people's sins to God.
That's the war between the Catholic and the Protestants.
Yeah.
Protestants say you can have your own relationship with God, and the Catholic Pope is like, no, you have it through me.
Because he's the Vicar of Christ.
Do you all not understand?
It's all jokes.
That the religious game was a powerful spell.
Yeah, it was.
That's what the whole Pisces age was about.
So, none your business. Christ incarnated. So I always, when they die, I always wonder if they're gonna get up. You know, like if they're Christ incarnated, like he got up out of the grave. So that's another thing they put out on people, that he got up and went away.
Well, I would say that was a demon that got up and got away.
That was the demon?
That's what I would say.
I would imagine so.
That is the biggest spell of this age, the religious spell. Now, the energy is shifted. We're out of the Pisces age. The Pisces / Jesus / Christ / Jesus. We are out of that age.
The savior age.
Now we're into the Aquarian age. So that's where you start hearing about all of this new age, fifth dimension stuff, this, that, and the third. That's why people are waking up and shaking out of religion.
And doing what they want to do.
Because it's the energy, and it's not about doing what you want to do. It's about the energy, because that spell no longer works.
I know. I thought about that today.
It's a different energy.
Yeah, it is.
So those that's running around still up in the church, no offense to you. You do you, boo. But I'm putting you up on game. Why folks ain't fucking with that religion. That shit is gone. That's under the Pisces era. Okay? Now, what folks have to realize is that even with the Aquarian age, or the age of Aquarius, and they're talking the fifth dimension and this, that, and the third, and the 4, 5, 6, and 7. Make no mistakes about it. They're still trying to capture your energy / your soul through one of those trick bags. They're still trying to make you look outside of yourself, outside of your bloodline lineage, to govern your own mental.
Self and master.
So now they gonna start talking this one world religion shit.
Yeah.
Because they let's peep game. The real resources and assets on this planet is the planet herself, her resources, and that's including you. You are the real assets. You are the ones that make shit run round this bitch.
Your soul energy.
Your soul energy. So they always gonna try to have you up under a fucking spell, because that's the only way they can pull this shit out. Have you up under the spell, and they pull off their spells and their rituals by knowing the alchemy / the metaphysics of the realm. So you're supposed to wake the fuck up. You're not supposed to be following any of this bullshit. You're not supposed to be looking for a messiah. It's supposed to be you going within self and about your family. This other shit is enslavement. Not only about enslavement of your actual labor and energy. More importantly, this is about the fucking enslavement of your soul, your baby souls, and so forth and so forth. They're doing shit by a minimum of 100 years. And I tell you a minimum because, to be honest, their playbook is based on a age cycle.
Yeah.
Generational.
So that means what I'm sitting up here telling you up out my mouth, that the Pisces age, the Jesus age that we just left out of, that shit was already planned. Just like the Aquarian age was already planned. We're talking thousands of years.
Mm-hmm.
They're reset.
And it's not that they're smarter than you. They just understand the alchemy, the metaphysics of the realm. You don't.
the ebb and flow.
You did understand it before colonization came into play.
You were running things.
You understood how you were supposed to work in harmony with the planet. You understood how you were supposed to not break universal laws. You understood that you were the caretakers of the planet, not the owners, the caretakers. And as long as you worked in harmony with the planet, as long as you didn't do harm to others, that you lived in abundance.
Mm-hmm.
And you keep getting fucked up following a patriarchal system that has absolutely no benefit to you. All right?
Nope.
That's truth.
So let's continue with this one world religion.
They already
Okay?
have it, don't they?
We really do, because our religions stem from
Back to the Pope.
the Vatican, the Pope, and them. But let's continue. Archetypal transnational warlord bankers. Child. Henry Schroeder Banking Company. Now that we have a flavor of the knighthoods that surround the Vatican and create a network of intelligence that amounts to the larger insider trading conspiracies in history, we should look at one of the members and see how this knighthood plays out on the international monetary scene. Henry Schroeder is one of the most profitable banking warlords who takes his insider tips from his relatives and friends in the Knights of Malta. J. Henry Schroeder Banking Company is listed as number 2 in the capitalization in Capital City on the list of the 17 merchant bankers who make up the exclusive Accepting House Committee in London, which originally included Ambrose Bank, Hill Samuel, Morgan Genfeld, Rothschild, J. Henry Schroeder Wag, Arbuthnot Latham, Seljaman Brothers, and S.G. Warburg, among others. Original accepting houses of the City of London. Ambrose Bank is also known as S.G. Ambrose Bank, J.O. Hambro Capital Management, Rupert Hambro and Partners, E.C. Hambro, Rabin and Partners, damn. Joe Hambro and Sons, Hambro, Megan Corporate Finance, J.O. Hambro Capital Management, well, damn. J.O. Hambro Investment Management, Rupert Hambro, Bro and Partners, Firecrest Hambro, E.C. Hambro, Rabin and Partners, Duke Street Capital, Star Capital Partners, Getty Images?
Getty's pretty bad.
Damn it, I didn't ran out of water. Child, I gotta reach over and get me some of my tea. They didn't make me thirsty. Shit. Getty Images?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not good people, you know. They allegedly aren't.
Child. Peter Hambro, Mining and Gold. And Petro Pavlovsky, whatever the hell it is. Hill Samuel is a wholly owned subsidiary of, there we go, Lloyd's Banking Group offshore private banking unit. Child. It was formerly a leading British merchant bank and financial services firm before the takeover by TSB Group in 1987, which is self-merged with the Lloyd's Bank to become Lloyd's TSB in 1995. Morgan, damn, they giving out everybody. Child, they swinging with all name.
Ain't nobody gonna be hiding after this one.
Shit. Morgan Genfeld, George Peabody and Company, Morgan. I already knew where this was going with just the Morgan name.
Yeah.
Morgan Grenfell and Company Ltd. Subsequently, J.P. Morgan and Company, Morgan Guarantee Trust. In 1990, Morgan Grenfell was acquired by Deutsche Bank. Shut the front door.
Really?
N.M. Rothschild and Sons Limited, Rothschild Group, Rothschild and Company, or Rothschild is a British multinational investment banking company controlled by the Rothschild family. Rothschild's financial advisory division is known to serve the British nobility, including so who's the Rothschild? Who's the big dog in this motherfucking equation?
Melanated man.
Rothschild is serving who? British nobility.
Yeah.
Including the British royal family.
Oh, Charles right now.
Chairman Sir Evelyn Rothschild is currently the personal financial advisor to Queen Elizabeth. So now King Charles, as you said.
Young Charles.
And she knighted him. And also Evelyn is a dude. Knighted old boy in 1989 for his services to banking and financing. Also known as Rothschild Continuation Holding AG. Oh, shit. Concordia BV, okay? So in other words, all of this shit that we done set up here and named above, they rolling it up to a holding company, and I can guarantee you that this holding company rolls up to a trust. But let's continue. Henry Schroeder WAG, or Schroeder's PLC, is a British multinational asset management company founded in 1804. Also, Schrobanco, Wortham and Company, Schroeder, Solomon, Smith, Barney, Schroeder Access Management, Schroeder Investment, Schroeder Group, etc. Damn, they wasn't playing. They just going through it like the da-da-da-da-da-da. So, Arbuthnot Latham and Company is a private bank in the city of London. Also, Arbuthnot Banking Group, Secure Trust Banking Group, 131 Finsbury Pavement. Damn, number 1 LTD. In 1983, its name changed to Arbuthnot Latham Bank. In 1988, the company is purchased by the NZI Trust and Investment Corporation. In 1989, NZI Trust is acquired by General Accident, Fire, and Life Assurance Corporation. In 1991, its name changes to 131 Finsbury Pavement. They really did they research. They didn't come to play. Seligman Brothers, or J.W. Seligman and Company, 1864, was a prominent U.S. investment bank in New York that began in Frankfurt, so in Germany. The firm was involved in financing railroads, the constructing of the Panama Canal, Standard Oil, General Motors, and public utilities, among other things. Now remember, when we went over the Pesos, remember when we went over the Pesos and I didn't tell y'all, the documentation told y'all.
King Louis
right, of how all them ends were being ran back up to these different dynasties, and how the Pesos had under its management of assets, because the Pesos don't own that. They were just managing those assets, and how it had utilities in there, corporations, railroads. Seligman Brothers was bought by S.G. Warburg and Company in 1957. Today, it operates Seligman Investments, also known as J&W Seligman and Company, Inc., Broad Street Investing Company, Seligman Common Stock Fund, Union Security, Eastman Dillon Union Security and Company, Blythe, Eastman, Dillon and Company, Payne Weber, god damn,
Ooh,
Payne
wow.
Weather, UBS AG, Tricontinental Corporation, Seligman Mutual Funds, Shearson's, Lehman, God damn,
Shearson.
American Express. Woo, baby, they didn't come to play with this information. Henderson PLC, Seligman Henderson Company, U.S. Trust Corp. I see that a lot. Wow. Seligman Global Horizon Funds, Seligman Communication and Information Funds. Damn, Ameriprise, Financials, and Seligman Advisors. Child. So y'all see, Seligman and them set this stuff up in 1864. And I'm just telling you that Seligman and them are just managing these assets for one of these families. Seligman and them were hired to manage these assets. Let's continue. G. Warburg and Company was a London-based investment bank. It was listed on the London Stock Exchange and was once a constituent of the FTSE 100 index. The firm was acquired by Swiss Bank Corporation in 1995 and ultimately became a part of UBS. Arbuthnot Latham and Company is a private bank in the City of London, part of Arbuthnot Banking Group, Secure Trust Banking Group, now called 131 Finsbury Pavement number 1. In 1983, the name of changes to the Arbuthnot Latham Bank. In 1988, it is the purchase by NZI Trust and Investment Corporation. In 1989, NZI Trust is acquired by the General Accident Fire and Life Insurance Corporation. In 1991, the name changes to 131. God damn. This is interesting. This is very, very interesting. So the Nazi warlord... banker J. Henry Schroeder. Oh, thank you, Indian Carter. The U.S. Trust Company, big military spender right there. Wow. Thank you for that. This shit makes sense. That makes a lot of sense what you just said. I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I was looking at that NZI, back when that other bank up there, I think it was Schroeder or something. And because it was the NZI and it's out of Germany, I think it was. And then you get next thing is talk about the Nazis.
I see what you're saying.
NZI Trust.
So you're saying is that code for that? I feel.
Because now you're going to go to Nazi warlord banker J. Henry Schroeder.
Yeah. So Schroeder's history began in 1804 when Johann Henrik Schroeder, John Henry, became a partner in the London-based firm of his brother, John Frederick. In 1818, John H. Schroeder and Company was established in London. J. Henry Schroeder Banking Corporation, Schroeder Banco, was established as a commercial bank in New York in 1923. The public offering of the shares in J. Henry Schroeder and Company Ltd. on the London Stock Exchange in 1959, and the acquisition of Helbert Wagg and Company, a leading issuing house, in 1962.
Now those names been up there in the top too.
Yep, under the Knights of Malta, right? Schroeder played a leading role in the privatization carried out by the UK government in the 1980s and was to grow dramatically under Winfried Bischoff. Schroeder sold its investment banking division to Citigroup for $1.3 billion.
I just realized what you just said. That's funny.
Henry Schroeder Banking Company is almost unknown in the United States, even though it has played a large part in our history. Like the others on this list of accepting houses, so I want y'all to peep game. So in other words, accepting houses, bitch, you got to be approved to be in this club. That's pretty much what they're telling you with this accepting housing situation. Okay? So you got to be on the list of the accepting housing. It had first to be approved by who? By whom? Bank of England? Huh.
The Queen.
Yeah, that's when the Queen. That's her
didn't Brother
mother.
Odel tell you that United States is still paying back a debt to England for them wars?
The Hamburgs. Look at the Hamburg.
Sips tea, and I'm literally sipping on some tea. And goddamn it, I still prefer coffee, so don't let that fool you. But the point being, and like the Warburg family, side note, with a family name like War, exactly, Warburg, makes sense that the family business is war. Touche, touche. The von Schroeder began their banking operation in Hamburg, Germany. At the turn of the century in 1900, Baron, there go that title that the old boy was given, Baron Bruno von Schroeder established the London branch of the firm. So just by default with this Baron title, you know, now that my, you know, part of my bloodline, I realize is Europe, now that I done got interested in the shit and paying damn attention. So just by this Baron title, that let me know he's beholden to the king, queen now. They put him on. They gave him not only the title, but they gave him this asset to manage. Make no fucking mistake about it. Oh boy, didn't just wake up out of the bed and come up with a London branch. He was given this title. He was given this position.
He's given his charter.
His charter to operate the London branch. I'm sorry, go ahead on.
I'm blown away by Robert Melbourne's statement here. You gotta read it.
What did he say? Is it true that 3 years ago Farrakhan went to Saudi Arabia and provided proof of his family land and was able to get his trust back? Child, I don't know nothing about that, sweetie.
Yeah, but Farrakhan, you know, Farrakhan, who's one of us, you know what I mean?
I don't know nothing about that.
Muslim leader.
I know nothing about that. I can't speak on it. Why would he have to go to Saudi Arabia to do that? I would assume he would be going to Queen Lizzie. I'm assuming it was. Yeah, she was still supposedly. Yeah, she was by then. Saudi wouldn't be able to give him that back. He would have to go through Queen Elizabeth,
right?
Who would have to talk to the Pope and say, "Give Farrakhan his shit back." So right there, that story is flawed.
Yeah, especially
Saudi don't have that type of authority to give him back anything.
What was the other one too? Noble Drew Ali supposedly did all that kind of stuff too. You see.
Exactly.
That's right.
Indian Carter just on it. Some of these barons funded these Black Europeans to come over and establish communities. Absolutely. They chose Pennsylvania. Yep, check. Don't the Moors? Child, let me drink this tea. I know they're going to be tired of me tonight. And I ain't got to get up early tomorrow. Not as early as I normally get. So I got the time. I got the time tonight.
Oh, so, this is crazy.
Shout out to Indian Carter. Shout out to BCU. Shout out to LTC. Some of these barons funded these Black Europeans to come over and establish communities. Absolutely. Check, check, check. Absolutely, because it was business. Right. So I'm Baron so-and-so that was put on by the king them.
Gave a title to him.
I'm going to send you over there, Rothschild. Here's your seed money. I need you to stand up this organization. I need you to go hire people to run these colonies. Absolutely. So the Moors, I ain't forget. Don't think I fucking forget Moors. I ain't forgot
I keep seeing them pop up.
I ain't forgot it did. Don't the Moors, don't y'all run around, and not all Moors. Shout out to the Moors that stand on their square. They about their honesty. They're about their truth. Shout out to y'all. Okay? But don't you ones that run around pushing that fake ass paperwork and you scamming people with packages, this, that, and the third?
What are you talking about?
Don't y'all always talk about Pennsylvania and Philly? See, we know why y'all always talk about that. Indiana, Ohio, Delaware, and Massachusetts. Absolutely. Ooh, Sis Nonia said that's why Harriet Tubman ran north allegedly. You mean Harriet Tubman Stewart? You mean Harriet Tubman Stewart?
Yeah.
That was freeing her people?
Tell it.
You mean that Harriet Tubman Stewart that had access to big political players in this country, but she was supposedly and allegedly a runaway motherfucking slave? But she carries a Stewart name.
Who was she freeing?
So, I decipher maybe that he was one of those they sent.
Right. Harriet, my bad, Sis Nonia. Get the shit right, Rhonda. You mean Harriet Tubman Ross Stewart? Let me get the shit right, baby. You right. Well, God damn it, I can't forget that Ross up in there either.
That's another crest you wear.
So when y'all see people with that Stewart last name, y'all should know what time it is. Don't forget that Ross either. Don't forget Campbell. And that's just some of them surnames.
You know, the Delaware part is where Biden comes from, you know? That's where the money's at.
Girl, fuck Biden.
I mean, but that's where they say
know,
the money.
That's fuck so Biden. Brandon. Shit, fuck Biden and the geriatric horse.
That's so Brandon.
And the geriatric horse that his ass is stumbling on. Fuck his motherfucking ass. Because in the grand scheme of things, when I'm talking about Stewarts and the Rosses, those are the big motherfucking players. Fuck a Biden.
Yeah,
come on, man.
Go.
Yeah, and his money. Shit, fuck him. Shit.
He wasn't even listed, was he?
Yes. Big Harriet Protestant Huguenot Ross Stewart. All of that fucking part. Shit.
Oh my God, this is crazy.
All right. So if you're going to talk about it, tell it all. Ain't nobody getting no motherfucking pass. It is what it is. And shout out to the sis in the comments. On one of the vids, we're literally having a conversation because she brought up Bass Reeves because it was in one of the podcast videos. And so sis dropped some shit on the sister. Cause see, I had knew something was wrong with that Bass Reeves shit. And once I get to the real bottom of it, I'll share it with you all. But for now, shout out to sis, because I got to do my verification on some shit. But shout out to sis, because she dropped in that motherfucking comment section that Bass Reeves was a fucking steward. I said, sis, stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. She said, yeah, his mama was a steward. Wow. So I said, God damn it, let me stop right what the fuck I'm doing right now and look in these records. Sure enough, plain as day. Steward.
Yeah.
So don't be playing with us up and around here. All right, so where are we at? Okay. Okay, so don't nobody know what's up with the Schroeder Bank. This, that, and the third. Did we go over this? Okay. He established that he was soon joined by Frank Cyril in 1902, who married Emma of Hamburg and was director of the Bank of England from 1912 to 1945. In his book, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
That's during Elizabeth's time, because she got on the throne in 1936. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Leela, you better come on now. Stop playing up in this chat, baby. What receipts can you give us? Child.
That's when Edward VIII advocated the throne, 1936.
Oh, yep. Who was really the last king of Scotland, right?
Mm-hmm. So,
Leela up in the comments, baby, I need some receipts on that. Email the sister on that. Child. Rick Ross is a royal, hence his connection and notoriety. Well, that motherfucker looked like a black European to me. He sure looked like a black European to me, but child, give a sister the tea.
Stop eating his wings. He sells food.
You know what? You're talking about the original Are you talking about the original Freeway Ricky? Or rapper Ricky, still an identity Ricky? Because to be honest, both of them look like Europeans. Come on now, clarify, goddammit. You talking about Freeway? Child, I'm finna sip this motherfucking tea.
She said I was more thinking the original Ricky Ross.
Right, that's Freeway. Yes. The original is Freeway Ricky.
One with the drugs?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what they said.
I'm choking on this tea, baby.
That's what they said they did their money from, most of these people from drugs and all this stuff. Yikes.
So you are talking about Freeway then. Child. Yeah. Y'all, I can't with y'all. You fucked me up with that one. I ain't finna lie.
Like Oliver North is up there, and he was Contra.
Yeah, he's
the Bushes is up, and Bushes was up there. They were with Columbia and all that kind of stuff. They're drug dealing selves.
Ooh, Sis Nonya said, "Well, child, all of the so-called drug lords are connected."
Yeah. So that would mean, what's his name?
Oh, damn. Y'all just, oh my God, I just love my chat. Child.
They going at it.
Wait a minute. Wait. Shit. Okay, so I'm kind of in agreement with y'all on the whole Freeway Ricky stuff. All right, no disrespect, Freeway. But child, you may need to do your motherfucking genealogy. Because it would make sense to me. It would make sense to moi. Why them alphabet boys approach yo melanated ass to run that dope. And run it at the highest level. Shit, y'all blowing me away. So, Indian Carter says, Rick Ross, the rapper, his family is still living in the Deltas in Mississippi, and they are Black Dutch. Goddamn it, I told you he looked like a black motherfucking European to me.
This is funny. Oh, Lord have mercy.
I saw a video of Larry Hoover that says he is a part of some top families. Child.
Put the Hoover down. Yeah.
Y'all just taking me away. Yeah, the video said they approached them purposely. Damn. Yeah, pass the Dutchie by the left, right side. Hey, man. Oh, my God. That is the little cut. Talking about passing the weed. But anyhow. Anywho, that literally was a song, Sis Sandra. And we was like little. We didn't know what it meant. And it was some gentlemen. I think they said they were from Jamaica, but they were living in
England.
England, yeah. Remember, I don't know if you remember that song. Pass the Dutchie by the left. We was like, oh, this is cut. Here they talking about some weed, and they was young. They were young.
Yeah, they
boys.
They were very young when they came through. When they got their time, man. I think it was 1979 or 80s. It's when that.
Yeah, I think it was the 80s. I know we were young. We didn't know what that shit meant, and we just dancing.
Well, the Dutchie by the left hand side.
You know it pretty well.
Yeah, that was the cut, and we didn't know it was talking about weed. As my grandfather used to say, that reefer, them funny cigarettes. Because why my uncle y'all get busted? You know, my grandparents, they gardened. And my uncle's badass head was growing some weed on the side of the house, baby.
So now this
brought it in the house.
Brandon is trying to
plant these funny cigarettes on the side of this house. This reefer. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What you say, sis?
So this regime dude is then cleared marijuana, right?
Who?
So that this regime, this Biden regime, has cleared marijuana of federal charges, which opens more drug markets, right?
Yeah, he haven't cleared it yet.
I thought they passed that.
Oh, did they passed it this week?
I don't know. I thought it was last week he did it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, he pardoned federal crimes, remember?
Okay. Yeah, pardon. But just for possession, let's be clear. I don't want y'all calling y'all family that's been moving some weight.
No, we won't want to do that.
Trying to tell them, oh, you know, you could get out this, that, and the third.
Well, you know what I'm saying is he's starting to open it up so he can get that part of the business too, you see.
But they've been getting it.
I know what I'm saying, that part, you know, and nobody can touch him on it, you know.
It's just going from, like we talked about last week, it's like the, remember the prohibition of alcohol? It's the same switch. Because as they sitting up there talking about weed was bad, this, that, and the third. Weed, back up in the day, in colonial times, in colonization times, that was a big crop.
Right.
And they had to grow it. No, that was all through the Americas. It wasn't just, no, we Indians, sis. Come on, I want you to think critically.
No, that was a cocoa plant that was in South America.
Yeah. And South America, they fucked with the coca like that. And they didn't even fuck with it like it's fucked with today. It was through eating of the leaves, this, that, and the third. But weed, back up in colonial/colonization times, it was mandated that those people that were managing these estates on behalf of Europe and them, what they call plantation, they had to, by law, plant a certain amount of herb, and that herb was set aside and shipped back over to Europe. Because what had happened was, and why I learned this, y'all, in certification for marijuana. That's how I learned all this shit on fencing to spit to y'all. I was like in the class, like, what, girl? Shut your mouth. This, that, the third, 4, 5, 6. So they had to send a certain amount of them crops back to Europe. And what had happened was when they brought their motherfucking funk asses over here, the indigenous people was passing the duchy by the left-hand side or the right-hand side, whatever the fuck. And they saw that the indigenous people were using it for different stuff because the hemp can be used for products, all of that. It was a very useful crop, and it still is a useful crop. So the people that came over here, missionaries and stuff, not all of them, some of them that call themselves gardening and all of that shit, call themselves taking it back over to Europe, and they could not get that shit to grow. They could not. They didn't understand how it grew. They didn't understand that you can't not let the male plants come in and fuck up the crops. Okay? Because once you introduce that male plant to in the mix, then the woman plant fuck around and get pregnant. I don't know how that go, ladies. I wasn't even intending on fucking with you like that in that type of way. Now I gotta put my motherfucking life on hold for your funky ass. It's offspring. So the woman plant gotta stop what she doing to produce good bud, which is the flower, to nurture this entanglement with this man. So that's why any weed growers, shout out to the weed growers. Shit. Shout out to the weed growers. Y'all know, if you want that strong bud, you gotta rip the motherfucking male plants. Sorry, male plants, you the fuck up out of there. You gotta go. So they took the motherfucking seeds. Y'all know them seeds. So I know Sis Sandra about to roll. I know you about to roll. Remember they used to sell bud in them little Manila packs? I mean, that's before my time. I just know through uncles and aunties and them. And then they get that motherfucker and they filling on the bottom for them goddamn seeds.
Yeah, remember them little seeds. Yeah.
They thought that they could take them seeds back over to Europe and grow that shit, and they didn't understand how that crop really worked, and they couldn't get it to work. Because it's not easy growing weed. It is an art to it. Okay? So fast forward a couple hundred years, you know, when the black men were all up in the jazz club, they was buzzed, making all that good ass music, and some of them was fucking with that heroin too. I mean, let's keep it on honest. This, that, and the third. And they in the little jazz clubs getting down, you know, vibing because they had this, that, and the third. And the white ladies all digging them. So then that's how weed became illegal, because they had to say the white woman. All right? Okay. So they ain't doing nothing new. The shit was legal back up in the day when colonization was hit. When it first started. And the ancestors used that plant for many different things. All right, I know we got off track. Sorry. Shit, Sandra, stop bringing it up. I now had to go on the whole history of weed. All right. So after the Nazis gained power in 1933, Schroeder was appointed the German representative at the Bank of International Settlements. The Kilgore Committee in 1940 stated that Schroeder's influence with the Hitler administration was so great that he had Pierre Laval appointed head of the French government during the Nazi occupation. The Kilgore Committee listed more than a dozen important titles held by Kurt von Schroeder in the 1940s, including president of Deutsche Reich Board of Economics Affairs, SS Senior Group Leader, Council of Reich Post Office, Deutsche Bank, Reich Bank, and other leading banks and industry groups. Schroeder served on the board of all international telephone and telegraph subsidiaries in Germany. In 1938, the London Schroeder Bank became the German financial agent in Great Britain. The New York branch of Schroeder had been merged in 1936 with the Rockefellers as Schroeder Rockefeller Inc. at 48 Wall Street. Carlton P. Fuller of Schroeder was president of this firm, and Avery Rockefeller was vice president. He had been behind-the-scenes partner of J. Henry Schroeder for years and had set up the construction firm of Bechtel Corporation, whose previous employees played a leading role, in the Reagan administration, as Secretary of Defense, Weinberger, as Secretary of State, Schultz. Child, let me hit a sip of this tea.
And that's something. Oh, nothing.
This stuff make you want to pass the touchy by the right hand or left hand side. Shit. So, and we know that Schultz name is also melanated, okay? The origins of it. Damn.
Wow. Victor
Perlow writes in The Emperor of High Finances, number 8220, the Hitler government made the London Schroeder Bank their financial agent in Britain and America. Hitler's personal banking account was with J.M. Stein Bankhaus, the German subsidiary of the Schroeder Bank. Damn. FC Tyrex, or whatever the hell that is, of the British J. Henry Schroeder Company, was the member of the Anglo-German Fellowship with two other partners as member and a corporate membership. As a result, Simpson and J. Henry Schroeder Company has Secretary of Defense, former Bechtel employee Weinberger.
Casper Weinberger.
As Secretary of State, they had George Pratt Schultz, also a Bechtel employee, who happens to be a Standard Oil heir. Just happens to be, huh? Reaffirming the Schroeder Rockefeller Company ties. Thus, the conservative. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is that Schroeder that married Schwarzenegger?
Child, I don't know that.
Yeah,
I would have to. Oh, you talking about that's Schreider? You thinking about Schreider now? But Schreider could be Schroeder. I don't know. I would have to research it.
Okay.
But we do know, because isn't Maria Schreider? She's a Kennedy, right?
Her name is Schreiber.
Yeah, Schreider. But sis, she's a Kennedy, and the Kennedys are a part of the Knights of Malta.
Oh yeah, that's true too.
Okay, so thus the conservative Reagan administration had a Secretary of Defense from Schroeder Company, a Secretary of State from Schroeder Rockefeller, and a Vice President, George H.W. Bush, whose father, Prescott Bush, was senior partner of Brown Brothers Harriman. And again, y'all need to read. You need to go read Dark Alliance. The Bushes are up in there, baby. The Heritage Foundation has also been an important factor in the policy making of the Reagan administration. So to me, then that is just Rhonda Lowley's opinion. George H.W. was the one with the motherfucking power, not Reagan.
No, he didn't. Matter of fact, he's the one that said he didn't know where he was when Kennedy was killed. And he was the head of the CIA.
Prescott was. Prescott Bush was head of the CIA. That's
Prescott,
why.
or I thought it was Father Bush.
It was Prescott. Go read Dark Alliance.
Prescott Bush. What time is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
They some big players, y'all.
Prescott.
They some big players. And actually, George W. Bush Jr.
No, this was when Hitler. This is Prescott Bush was Hitler. Yeah, that's right.
Actually, George Bush Jr. is really actually a nice person. I've heard several people say that. Now, I
You
ain't
mean,
excusing none of his family, none of that, but he's actually a cool person.
I'm talking about George H.W.
I know what I'm talking about, but I know what I'm
Yeah, but
talking about. I said what I
Okay,
said.
let me see. H.W. Prescott. Prescott was the one before him. He was one of them Bushes bombed the Parliament in London and came over here. Are you there, Miss Odell? No, he's gone.
Okay. All right. And we got to remember, too, it's morning time. Shout out to Brother Odell. It's morning time for him. So he probably nodded off, got him a little sleep because he got to get up and start his day. So shout out to him. Okay. Important policymaker in the Reagan administration. Now we find that the Heritage Foundation is part of the Tavistock Institute Network, directed by the British intelligence. Child, we can't make this shit up.
Oh my goodness.
I gotta drink some tea behind that.
Said I don't see that.
The financial decisions are still made at the Bank of England. Sir Gordon Richardson was chairman of J.H. Schroeder Company of London and New York from 1962 to 1972 when he became governor of the Bank of England. Well, damn. Gordon Richardson was former chairman of Schroeder's with a New York subsidiary holding the Federal Reserve Bank of New York stock. The list of the present directors of J. Henry Schroeder Bank and Trust shows the continuing international influence since the First World War. The Schroeder control of sugar goes back to the U.S. Food Administration under Herbert Hoover. There go that Hoover name. Child, y'all fucked me all the way up with the stuff up in the chat, baby. Under Herbert Hoover and Louis L. Strauss of Kahn, Loeb and Company during World War I. Schroeder's attorneys are the firm of Sullivan and Cromwell. Cromwell, huh? Wasn't Cromwell and them funk asses attorneys back up in the day?
Yeah, he was a traitor.
He was that's a family lineage of attorneys even back then.
Yeah, he was a traitor too. He executed somebody. Let me see. Yeah, shot him in the back or something.
John Foster Dulles of this firm was present during the historic agreement to finance Hitler, and was later Secretary of State in the Eisenhower administration. Baby, they just throwing it. I didn't expect us to take all this time with this. Damn.
But it's so linked with so many bad things in this country that happen, and some of the sugar things with the equal and stuff that's poison with that stuff in it. That's
right, Cromwell. Thank you for that, Indian Carter. You said Black, Dutch, and Irish. Yes, very good observation. Very good observation. When we talk about Cromwell and Sullivan, very good observation. Yeah. Paul H. Nitze, the prominent disarmament negotiator for the United States government, was director of Schroeder Inc. So y'all think the government, y'all be seeing what we be talking about? And people be thinking we out of our mind when we say you cannot go to the government for assistance to help you out of your situation, that you are a prisoner of war? Do you all see how all of this stuff is being put together and how the same said government rolls up to this empire?
Tavistock University here.
Child, I can't. He married Phyllis Pratt of the Standard Oil fortune, whose father gave the Pratt family mansion, the Harold Pratt House, as the building which housed the Council of Foreign Relations.
Nice.
The J. Henry Schroeder Banking Company encompasses the entire history of the 12th century, embracing, as it does, the program Belgium Relief Commission, which provisioned Germany from 1915 to 1918 and dissuaded Germany from seeking peace in 1916, financing Hitler in 1933 so as to make a second world war possible. Damn! Backing the presidential campaign of Herbert Hoover, and having two of its major executives of its subsidiary firm, Bechtel Corporation, serving as the Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State in the Reagan administration. So now, you going to who, to what, to do what on your motherfucking behalf?
Wow.
And you wondering why it ain't working? But we the crazy ones when we tell y'all that shit ain't gonna work. But it ain't never worked for you yet. But we the crazy ones. Always follow the money, Indian Carter. Always, 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 always follow the money. Follow it from the Americas back to its origins. Bingo. But we the crazy ones, right? Oh, okay then. They running dope through here. They doing what the fuck they want to do around these parts. Now they running dope through your shit, getting paid off of it. You can't even smoke a joint in this motherfucker.
Food and Drug Administration.
Make it make sense. Now that's the illegal side. That's the illegal side of the house. They're making money on both ends.
The Food and Drug Administration now, so you know what's in there going down. The hoochie coochie. And also that aspartame.
The head of the Bank of England from 1973 to 1983, Sir Gordon Richardson, governor of the Bank of England, controlled by the House of Rothschild. Because I don't want to gloss the fuck past there. Governor of the Bank of England, controlled by the House of Rothschild, was chairman of J. Henry Schroeder Wag and Company of London from 1963 to 72, and director of J. Henry Schroeder, New York, and Schroeder Banking Corporation, New York, as well as Lloyd's Bank of London and Rolls-Royce. Well, damn. Y'all just threw Rolls-Royce in there just to throw it in there, huh?
I have some portfolio in it.
And isn't it a handsome portfolio?
Yeah.
And sis got real educated on our she got real educated on our ass. That's a nice portfolio. Sis a mess. I feel you, sis. Show your education and your intelligence. That's funny. As head of the London connection, it was said that he was the single most influential banker in the world.
I guess.
Yeah, if you the governor of the Bank of England,
Rolls-Royce was too, yeah.
which was still controlled by the House of Rothschild, the house. Notice it said the house. Yeah. From the City of London to the New York Federal Reserves. Child.
Federal Reserves.
Me. All right, here we go. As we can see from the description of J. Henry Schroeder, London bankers seem to be the most ruthless warlords of all. Yeah, because they put into play, you gonna run the mans. They play both sides of the war and profit double or more. Using the first major corporation in England as their model, the British East Indian Company. Warlord bankers even start wars for profits. Are y'all getting this shit? Y'all understand what it's going on when we tell y'all this shit is about business? List of wars involving the British East Indian Company. Slavery and the looting of mines, gold, diamonds, minerals, and land is all in a day's work. Now, what don't you see on this list of assets? I'll wait as I sip this tea. I still prefer the coffee over tea. Don't get it twisted. I don't see fiat currency on here. And you know why you don't see fiat currency on here? Because that don't mean a goddamn thing to them. It's not a tangible, hard asset. I told you what the tangible, hard assets are. It's the land, herself, and her minerals and all of that, her precious metal, and the people, which is you. Fiat ain't even on this fucking list. Because they understand what the true assets are. So they're controlling the assets, and they're giving you the fucking fiat to fight and die over, and they giving you the scraps of that shit. So when you're running around here striking deals, selling family land, you're selling the true wealth. You're selling the family's wealth, the family's legacy. Because you don't understand what real assets are about. And that's why you can't create generational wealth, because you put that fucking fiat in one generation's hand and that shit is gone within one generation. Because you ain't even taking the fiat to buy these real assets. But let's continue. So this the funk ass British East Indian Company, which the black original Queen Elizabeth was about that motherfucking life. Now, I'm not saying I agree with their tactics going around taking people's shit, but let's be clear. She was one of the bosses of bosses that got involved with these different trade companies to make them assets move. Okay? But let's continue. England's imperialism has worked into economic and banking practices worldwide. There is a linear connection, see chart here. All right. Oh, I shouldn't even read that part. Between the Rothschilds, the Bank of England, and the London banking houses, which ultimately links the stockholders of the Federal Reserve to their subsidiary firms in New York City and the city of London. The two principal Rothschild representatives in New York, J.P. Morgan and Kahn, Loeb and Company, were the firms which set up the Jekyll Island out of Georgia conference, at which The Fed Reserve Act was created and directed the subsequent successful campaign to have the plan enacted into law by Congress, and who purchased a controlling amount of stock in the Federal Reserve Bank of New York in 1914. These firms had their principal officers, because y'all do know even these principal officers had to be appointed into those positions, right? But the firms had their principal officers appointed to the Federal Reserve Board of Governors and the Federal Advisory Council in 1914. In 1914, a few families, blood or business related, owning controlling stock in existing banks, caused those banks to purchase controlling shares in the Federal Reserve regional banks. Examination of the charts and the text in the House Banking Committee staff report of August 1976 and the current stockholders list of the 12 regional Federal Reserve banks show the same family control. Let me read that again for the slow ones in the back. So when they went to examine the charts in the House Banking Committee staff report, this was back up in 1976, and they looked at the current stockholders list of the 12 regional Federal Reserve banks, it shows the same family controlling it. Let's take a look. I'm sorry, what you say, sis?
So it's private.
Yeah.
Even if it is stock on the stock market, it's
absolutely.
They have the controlling shares.
Let's take a look at some of the original shareholders of the Federal Reserve's regional banks for any collusion, nepotism, or connection to the City of London and the Queen's Central banking system.
There should be a nepotism
child.
for sure.
It said to see their connection, just do a alphabet boy, start with the C, end with the A, Google search on each name, and the truth is self-evident.
Yeah.
Hanover National Bank of New York, James Stillman, William Rockefeller. Woo, baby, they didn't come to play in this literature. First National Bank of New York, George F. Baker Jr., Edith Brevoort Baker. Wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
U.S. motherfucking Congress?
Yeah.
1946 to 1964.
That's why they stay in the offices in there. They won't get out. They don't do nothing for the people. They're just making the money.
Yeah, because their oath, they don't take an oath to the people. They take the oath of office, which that oath of office is owned by one of these subsidiaries that ultimately rolls up to one of these families. So the National City Bank of New York, James Stillman, Elise M. William Rockefeller, Isabel M. Percy Rockefeller, William Rockefeller, P. Morgan, T. Payne, Percy Payne, W. Sterling. Damn. A lot of people getting, they got a lot of officers out of this New York one. New York Trust / New York Edison, Sherman and Sterling, National Bank of Commerce, New York, P. Morgan, Equitable Life, P. Morgan, Mutual Life, P. Morgan, H.P. Davison, Mary W. Harriman, A.D. Juilliard. I wonder, is that who the Juilliard School of West-Face is named after?
Oh, music.
That family's name.
Arts. Yeah. Arts.
Interesting. So A.D. Juilliard, North British Merchants Insurance. Ciao. So Jacob, is that Shift or Shife?
It look like Shift.
Shift. Jacob Schiff. Thomas F. Ryan, Paul Warburg, Levi P. Morton, Guarantee Trust J.P. Morgan. Them Morgans all over it, aren't they?
Well, that ain't Shifty, is it? Some of his relatives.
Who?
Shifty Schiff, you know, the one that's all in the Congress now, trying to get Trump impeached that time. He's out of California, I think. Schiff.
Oh, yeah, girl, I'm not familiar. What do you think he's associated with?
Shifty Schiff, I call him, the one in the Congress.
Right, but
Or the
what do you
House.
feel he's associated to what?
Oh, the Russian hoax with Trump.
Right, but how's that associated to what we just read?
No, I mean Jacob Schiff.
Oh, okay, so that. Okay, got you. I'm sorry, sis. I'm sorry. Okay, so this shift, you just trying to say, is he related to this shift?
They all
And
related.
to me, I mean, shit, I'm just gonna roll with that. That sounds about right to me. Shit. All right. So the level of collusion, nepotism, and graft are quite obvious. Insider trading and corporate espionage fills all aspects of American economics and banking. Often the same person sits on the board of competing corporations, or are married to members on the board, that comprise the integrity of the board. All of the largest corporations have insiders running them who know the dirty secrets of the interwoven global corporate warlords and their families. Baby, they didn't come to play in this documentation.
You know, in the Congress, Pelosi and those guys were trying to pass a bill so that they can do insider trading and stuff, and buying stock and all that kind of stuff. But they held that up. She wouldn't take a vote on it.
Who? I know how. You mean Pelosi from the motherfucking banking family?
Yeah. They wouldn't take She wouldn't, call for the vote.
Right. Although they still gonna do insider trading anyway.
Yeah.
They still fencing to do it anyway, even if they passed it, is what I'm trying to say. They still gonna do it anyway.
And forget the people, they don't care.
Because her bloodline is banking. So it was just in her bloodline. I can't sign that. That's going against my ancestors. I can't fucking sign that. Shit. I'm banking. What you talking about? We run dope and everything. I ain't finna sign that shit.
She can't sign it. She can't sign it. They said they didn't take a vote on it yet.
Mm-hmm.
But she's holding it up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
See, her husband, and she benefited from inside trading, especially with those chips for China. Those chips for the computers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That Biden was pushing out there. I think, he made money off of that stuff.
That's why I say fuck Biden. Not that what he made money off of, but to be honest, Pelosi got higher ranked than Biden.
Yeah, she controls the laws.
Even let's take the politics out of that, because fuck that. Take that out of it. I'm talking from a bloodline perspective.
Oh, yeah.
She's in higher order than him, so fuck a Biden. And the geriatric horse that he rode in on. Shit, fuck him.
The geriatric horse.
Girl, shit. Every time I see that man, I'm like, okay, which Biden we getting to today? Because he be
because he has so many personalities.
I'm like, come get your grandpa. Who granddaddy this?
He's 80.
Who granddaddy this? I'm be like, come on, Papa. You know you been had needed to retire. Shit, leave my granddaddy alone. All right. So, Dark Knights of Malta, the Third Reich. And shout out to Knowledge of Self, because Knowledge of Self, we waiting on that book. I hope you can get it out this year, maybe early next year. According to him, even the Third Reich, the real power behind the scenes was really melanated people. that Hitler that they show you is not the real Hitler. Now, that's according to Knowledge of Self. He's working on a book. I can't wait for that to come out to chop it up. All right, but anyhow, the Third Reich is the first world power which not only acknowledges but also puts into practice the high principle of the papacy.
Pope Paul II was the one who took the drugs from fibrinogen pharmaceutical to the concentration camps. So when you say high principles of the papacy, I'm like, the drugs that killed them folks.
The poison, the gas, you mean? That doesn't surprise me. All right, so according to some sources, almost half of the knights, child, I can't make this up, clutching my pearls. So according to some sources, I'm with you people that put this together. I'm with you, boo. Almost half of the Knights of Malta are in the black nobility families, no longer ruling. We can't fucking make this up. We fucking told y'all. We told y'all. And then people got the nerve to have their pennies and drugs in the motherfucking bunch getting the fuck upset with us. We fucking told y'all who was running it back then and who running it now. And we gave you the fucking receipts on who running it back then. Almost half of the Knights of Malta are in the black nobility, no longer ruling families, and still have great corporate power. Knight of Malta Juan Carlos of Spain today is a significant force in the Middle Eastern negotiations. Right? So y'all can go. Hopefully these vids are still up, y'all. Y'all can go to King Juan Carlos, Knight of Malta. Child, they better stop playing with me. The Knights of Malta today are ruled by Matthew Festine, who is the worldwide Grand Master. Well, god damn. The Knights of Malta has been called the most exclusive club on earth. George H.W. Bush was awarded the Knight of Malta Award of Savoy after calling for the creation of the New World Order based upon the principles of the United Nations during his State of the Union address. Absolutely. Go look
1992. It up. 1992, wasn't it?
Yep. He said it clear as day. Although that's not when the New World Order started.
No, they way back.
Okay, they had been did it. And to be
before
honest,
we even open our eyes on this planet.
because to be honest, the official stamp of the New World Order was really the end of World War II. Because what was happening was that they was just changing out the public face of power from them black nobility. From them black nobility to the faces that you see today. Right? So even with folks running around talking about white people overthrew black people, how, Sway? How the white boy overthrew the black nobility? How, Sway? Help me to understand, Sway, how the white folks overthrew the black nobility that had been ruling for thousands of years. How, Sway? Yeah, okay then. Pope with head of Knights of Malta. The three most powerful men in the world are the Jesuit priests. The order of their power is as follows. First, the Black Pope. And Jesuit Superior General Adolfo Nicholas. Secondly, former Black Pope and Jesuit Superior General Peter Hans Kovenbach. And lastly, the White Pope. Chow, chow, clutching pearls. Clutch the pearls, clutching the pearls. Let me sip this tea. So who got the power? White zaddy or black zaddy? Oh, okay then. Because who was first in the line of order of power? Was it white zaddy or was it black one?
It was a black.
Uh-huh. So the white pope and the vicar of Christ / vicar of Horus, Pope Francis I. Pope Francis I is the first pope who is openly a member of the military order of the Society of Jesus in the Knight of Malta.
Jesuits. He was a Jesuit. Knights of Jesus.
So do y'all understand what these folks are telling you up out of this documentation? Although we done been motherfucking told you. They're giving you the secret hand, the hidden hand. So I'm going to ask you people again, pushing that narrative that white folks overthrew black folks. How, Sway? Prove it. What is rumored is that these three men rule all the governments of the nations through the black popes, perfected international intelligence community directed by the Jesuits from Rome through London and Washington, D.C. / New York. All central banks are ruled by the agents of these men through the Knights of Malta and other Catholic organizations. There is nothing outside their immediate temporal power, i.e. the power ruling the governments of all nations today. So just to sum this motherfucking shit up, who running this?
Black popes.
The black pope.
Yep.
I can see Himmler as our Ignatius of Loyola, Adolf Hitler. I learned much from the order of the Jesuits, said Hitler. Until now, you know what? Shout out to Knowledge of Self. Because I think he showed a picture of Himmler who was black. Damn.
You know, he did have melanated people in his army. And I was floored when I saw that. They were sitting up there playing cards together.
I learned much from the order of Jesuits, said Hitler. Until now, there has never been anything more grandiose on the earth than the hierarchical organization of the Catholic Church. I transferred much of this organization into my own party. Herman Rosching, former National Socialist Chief of Government of Danzig, Hitler, Maitre d', Paris, 1939. I can't, y'all. I can't. Put a fork in this shit. Y'all should be all the way together after this. You should be all the way together to understand who really running this shit. You should be all the way together to understand why you don't go to your fucking enemy to ask them to get you out of a situation. You are a prisoner of war.
Or to pray for you.
Right, or to pray for you.
Yeah, because they put that farce up there that they're your, forgiver of sins, and they, give you holy water and baptize your kids and sprinkle the kids or whatever. And they're your enemy.
And I don't know if they're still doing this, but when I visited the Vatican and you got to go into the temple and they got that motherfucking holy water at the front door. And people was sprinkling themselves. And they was looking at, are you going to hell, motherfucker? No, bitch. Ain't casting no spell on me. I want to knock this bitch over. That's what the fuck I want to do.
I know it. And confess your sins. Now that somebody mentioned up in the, I think is none of your business. that's blackmail. They use that, what you say in that little chamber, you know, where they have the father.
That's the stupidest shit ever. You gonna go up in that booth. Yeah. Okay, yeah, Holy Father. Bitch, what you do?
Forgive me, I have sinned.
Yeah. I do have a side dude. Let's go in there. Tell it all your motherfucking business. Shit. That's the stupidest shit ever. Yeah, okay, crazy? Right. Okay. But yeah, casting spells on people, you got me fucked up. I'm not putting that shit on me. Fuck you think you playing with. I ain't putting none of that on me. I was disgusted going in that bitch. And you should have seen people all crying and all emotional and kneeling down before the statue of motherfucking Mary holding Jesus. I ain't gonna fuck about none of it.
You have to understand they still had Tavistock, that institution, which was instrumental in brainwashing and mind control. They mind control. They don't
need Tavistock motherfucking thing for this religion. Tavistock is for to test out mind control and all that. Let's keep it real. The spell is in that goddamn religion.
Yeah, that's true. They put it out there.
I want to go in there and knock all that shit down and burn that bitch to the ground. I was disgusted.
Oh my God. It's crazy, isn't it?
So, the SS organization has been constituted by Himmler. Damn, shout out to Knowledge of Self. That's my dude. Because he showed a picture of Himmler as melanated, fam. And he said that Himmler was the real Hitler. God damn, shout out to Knowledge of Self. The SS organization has been constituted by Himmler according to the principles of the Jesuit order. Their regulations and the spiritual exercises prescribed by Ignatius of Loyola were the model Himmler tried to copy exactly. Himmler's title as Supreme Chief of the SS was to be the equivalent of the Jesuit general, and the whole structure and direction was a close imitation of the Catholic Church's hierarchical order. Walter Schellenberg, former chief of German counter-espionage.
Wow.
Knight of Malta, France, from the Center Party, helped the Nazi to receive political power in the German parliament. The Vatican entered into accordant with Hitler, which was signed by the Vatican, by Von and Cardinal Secretary of State Eugenio, later Pope Pius the 12th, on July 20th, 1933, as with Mussolini, Franco, and Salazar. Now, I saw a clip, and shout out to Sis Cheryl Wooding. She's with the Ancestors now. She was the one that showed me that clip. And it was a clip of Mussolini.
Yeah.
And it was a melanated man standing next to him. And she was like, Rhonda, what do you see? And I said, that's the melanated. I said, God damn it, he's Mussolini's handler. She said, I knew you would pick it out. So, Von Papen was the personal advisor to Pope Pius. Adolf Hitler, son of the Catholic Church, died while defending Christianity. It is therefore understandable that words cannot be found to lament over his death when so many were found to exalt his life. Over his mortal remains stands his victorious moral figure. With the palm of the martyr, God gives Hitler the laurels of Victor, Francisco Franco, Spanish dictator, and Knights of the Order of Christ. God damn. Oh, child, I can't with them.
This is crazy.
This is crazy. Fascism is the regime that corresponds most closely to the concept of the Church of Rome. Damn.
Wow.
So that was a quote. Yeah, that's deep right there. So you telling me that fascism resembles how they set up the Church of Rome, basically, because that's basically what the fuck y'all saying. That's what this person, quote, Civilta, is saying. House organ of the Jesuits. William Joseph Donovan. Okay, so Donovan, that name, if I remember correctly, that's out of the House of McAlpine. McAlpine, which was the first colonizer over in Scotland and Europe, who
right. Yeah.
was really from Africa.
Mhm.
Okay. So that Donovan surname is a part of that bloodline lineage. But let's continue. William Joseph Donovan, considered the founding father of the CIA, was an elite Vatican personage dedicated to the Roman Catholic Church. He was the leader of the OSS, the precursor of the CIA. He was awarded the Lateran Cross Medal and the Knight Grand Cross of the Order of St. Sylvester. Another directors of the CIA that was a Knight of Malta was William Casey. Now, I know y'all remember William Casey, the politician. One of them, I can't remember if he was military, but either way. The Knight of Malta, France, was acquitted at Nuremberg. Wow. As a high-level Knight of Malta, he was above prosecution.
Oh, my gosh.
The Vatican allowed Nazi fascist war criminals to escape justice. They were smuggled to Argentina, Bolivia, Paraguay, Australia, Canada, and the U.S.
And the U.S. Yep. Paperclip.
God damn, y'all. Nazi general and war criminal Reinhard Gehlen would work with the CIA. Gehlen also was given the highest honor of the Knights of Malta, called the Grand Cross of Merit Award. Knight of Malta J. Peter Grace would be a key figure in Operation Paperclip. There you go, sis. Where Nazi war criminals were sent to America for technological reasons.
They were doctors, they were scientists, and
absolutely.
They were techs and everything.
Monsieur Caesar Zaki was the Vatican's ambassador to Cuba, who avidly supported the communism of Fidel Castro. You mean Fidel Castro, that's a Knight of Malta? Child, go ahead, sister.
You know, what's his name? Henry Kissinger, I heard, was the one who brought them over here, who had them brought over.
Is that motherfucker still living? I know we didn't talk about
Child, he's
still living, son.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That man got to be at least 175.
He's old as dirt.
Ain't he old?
Yeah, old as dirt.
And that motherfucker's still living.
So you know what we're doing then.
Child. Who owns the Bank of England? So y'all can go check out that vid. If it's still up, shit.
Okay.
The Knights of Garter are the inner sanctum, the elite of Her Majesty most venerable Order of St. John of Jerusalem, with whom she shares some secrets of the state and from whom she receives advice. Yeah, because remember, I think this Garter, they're the ones that own all the that the Freemasonry around the world reports up to. So that's a high order. To end, shout out to Brother Odel for giving us the drop on that. Okay, so get some rest, Brother Odel. All right, so to answer the question of who really owns the Bank of England, we return to Unhive Mind for some illuminating selections that address that question. In the article of May 4th, 2012, entitled Jesuit merchant ruled the Bank of England. We are giving insight into the Italian connection with the British royal. Because every time I think about the origins of banking, I think about Italy. This selection is lengthy but important and concludes with another statement citing reference to the unhive mind. Bold emphasis added by us. Okay. The Cecil family has been controlled by the Pallavicini family. That is a far greater power and who really funded Queen Elizabeth's war machine. Come on through with the names, little article people that put this together.
Well, this is a great article.
Yeah, they ain't throw no, they left no stone unturned. No stone unturned it did. Other families of great power in the region are the Howard, Percy. God damn it, let me go on and drink some more. And the Powell families. Child, y'all better look at these last motherfucking surnames.
I'm taking the count myself. I'm like, whoa, I wish we're not in that. That's what I'm thinking. Well, we'd be filthy rich by now if we were. Oh, and Kate Middleton.
Ooh, child.
She's there. Wife of Prince William.
The blood of both families, including the Goldsmiths, came about such as the line which Kate Middleton is descended from and why she is the wife of Prince William. That's the name I was looking for, Medici. That's who Pelosi tied to, y'all. So she came about in the line in which Kate Middleton is descended from and why she is the wife of Prince William, who himself is a Medici. I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't know if that's Sforza. What's the next name after that?
Forza. I think you dropped the S.
Okay, sure. It's Forza. But what's the next name after that, sis?
Stewart.
Clutching pearls.
Oh, she's a steward. That's Pelosi then. Steward?
No,
Medici?
It's saying Prince William. They giving
Medici.
Prince William's lineage. Medici, motherfucking banking people, the banking empire, the origins, one of the origins of banking. Froza, I don't know you, Froza, but goddammit, I know them stewards.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's Galep or whatever the hell that is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You mean your black relatives, Prince William? Uh-huh. Let's continue. Note, the Pallavicini family still controls GWM Group Holding, SA, GW Group, Investment Management, Ltd, Malta. Wow. And their affiliates referred to herein as GW Group, Asset Management, Malta, is an alternative investment fund manager regulated by the Malta Financial Services Authority. God damn. So that's the Malta, they little movement of funds. So is a licensed full scope alternative investment fund managers regulated by the Malta Financial Service Authority and the GWM Capital Advisory LLP, which is regulated in the UK by the Financial Conduct Authority and the Prudential Regulatory Authority. When the Jesuits were suppressed by the Pope in 1773, they used their covert power over England to have the Rothschild family become guardians over the Jesuit South American reduction wealth. The Jesuits could not store this wealth in any Catholic banking house, otherwise it would have been stolen since the Jesuit order was to be destroyed. It was time for the Jesuits to take over the Catholic Church, which started in 1814 and was totally completed by 1870 when Pope was made infallible. The Rothschilds eventually became the guardians of the Vatican's treasury thanks to the Jesuit order. The Rothschilds used Napoleon as an aid in the takeover of the Bank of England, which had been created by the Worship Company of Mercers. This was to take over the City of London from the Vatican and the Knights of Malta. The Vatican, having controlled the region for a very long time and having handed the control of the region to the Knights of Templar in 1215. Damn! So all the way back to 1215.
Yeah.
The Knights of Malta have never been favorites of the Jesuit order. This hatred of the Knights of Malta increased even further in 1768 when the Knights removed the Jesuits from the Isle of Malta. The Jesuits sought their revenge for this one later in 1798 using Napoleon. The Jesuits subordinated the Knights of Malta in the same year, and that was the true start of the takeover of the City of London, which was commanded covertly still by the Knights of Malta. So, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
They were just, the Knights of Malta was killed. 13 of them was killed by the French king on the Friday the 13th. That's where they got that holiday from.
Mm.
Yeah, they were in their bunk sleep and they went in and killed them all.
If you look at St. John's Wood, where the Order of Malta are based, you will see it. It is the old haunt of the Knights Templar in England, since the City of London is a sovereign nation. If you look at one of the four of the most powerful orders of Malta, headquartered in Rome, you will see that the Aventine Hill is another old Templar haunt, which was the original world headquarters.
Mm-hmm, Knights Templar.
This control of the Bank of England through the worshipful company of Mercers is what controls the global economy. The U.S. economy is fully controlled by the Mercers and the Bank of England, and has been. Child, let me sip this tea. Because we done set up and told y'all this. Shout out to Brother Odel. Because he told y'all this. So, the Mercers and the Bank of England has been since 1868 onwards, when America was turned into a corporation by Lincoln to try to pay off the Mercers via the what? The Virginia Company of London. Debts for the original settling of the region. This is why Brother Odel had been took and told y'all why to this day the United States tax collection revenue pays back up to England. The Jesuits, using both privy counselors Rondell Palmer and Edward Stanley, had Lincoln's death warrant signed and executed through the payment of Catholic John Wilkes Booth through the Bank of Montreal, based in Jesuit-controlled Quebec. The City of London controls the U.S. economy through the City UK, run by the Royal Institute for International Affairs.
International Settlements Program.
Okay, so y'all can go check out this other video they have here, if it's still up. The eye-opener Chatham House Rules. All right. The City UK controls the Exchange Stabilization Fund, commanding the Federal Reserve of New York, World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund. Damn. The City UK controls the U.S. Yeah, I gotta take another drink of this tea. About done with this tea, too. The City UK controls the U.S. Treasury, which commands all three of those organizations through the Exchange Stabilization Fund. So goddamn, the city UK is controlling the Fed Reserve, World Bank, and the IMF, and the U.S. Treasury. No different to how the city UK commands the economies of the Middle East through the Middle East Association fronted by Charles Hollis. So whoever was in the chat earlier talking about what did they say? Farrakhan went to whom to get what now, baby?
Saudi Arabia, wasn't it? Yeah. Get his land back.
He went to whom to do what? No, he couldn't have possibly done that. Okay. Oh, they got. Okay, y'all. They got what I was gonna discuss in here. They got what I was gonna discuss. Damn, Brother Odel, you didn't throw no punches with this. It's all here. Child, clutch pearls. A powerful family connected to the city of London. Control of the United States is the Spring family, who took over in the region from the Paysor.
We knew about that.
Exactly. Family who were the Paysors? French royal family continuum after the French Revolution.
Marie Antoinette and Louis XVI.
So the Paysors were hired by King Louis and them.
Yeah.
The Paysors hired Rockefeller. That line is now divided between three other families less significant in the merchant realm to the Springs. Okay, and when we went over that Paysor stuff, you saw the Springs all up and through there, and we'll go, I'm just going to, next week, go back over that Paysor stuff, okay? Because I keep bringing this stuff to y'all so y'all can fully get it. These are the tentacles of the New World Order. Damn, I didn't know that about the city UK, though. That got me all the way fucked up.
He's gone.
Juan Carlos as the Holy Roman Emperor. I know we in overtime, y'all, like in overtime. I'm sorry, but we got to get through this. That's what I've been trying to get to for 3 weeks, y'all. One person stands in the way of Juan Carlos and his power, that is Prince. I'm not finna read all of this. Emmanuel, the current controller of the Canton of Geneva and the Doria family. He claims to be the head of the House of Savoy. Both these two powers serve the Jesuit order and its Vatican temporal power. No kingship or emperor is of greater power than the temporal power and the office of the Vatican. The world has always been dominated by the priesthood in conjunction with its kingship. So let's be clear. It's the priesthood, and the top of that priesthood is the Black Pope. They control the kingships. It created and grants along with its merchants using its Vatican canon law based on UCC/Admiralty law, Roman civil law.
Right.
So who y'all sitting up here praising, who y'all thinking is Big Daddy and them, they just the merchants, baby. They still on somebody's payroll. They on the king's them payroll. And the king's them, you gonna do what this priesthood say. And let's be clear, all of them are tied together by their bloodline. Remember, it is these same bloodlines which claim to be the descendants of King David. King Juan Carlos claims to be the rightful heir to the King of Jerusalem. These are the Venetian bloodlines, the Roman Emperor bloodlines, and the who? The whom? Come on through, article. Come on through, article, people. And who? The black nobility. Child. We can't make this shit up. But we have been done told y'all, though. We've been told y'all. And folks still pissed, still under my comments swinging about some videos that I done made months ago, some of them probably a year ago, about the black nobility, some of them a couple of years ago, about the black nobility up out of Europe. Drogs still in the motherfucking bunch. Oh, okay then. And somebody got triggered when I said that King James, and it wasn't Rhonda sitting up spinning around in the motherfucking chair that woke up out the bed and said that King James Stewart said that he was a Roman. Rhonda didn't say that, goddammit. I gave you the sources that King James said he was a Roman. But let's continue.
That was Lee Cummings. Huh?
Yes, that was out of, shout out to Lee Cummings. That was out of his research, and he provided his motherfucking source. And people gonna be upset. Shit. It is correct to call King Juan Carlos the Holy Roman Emperor. The Roman emperors were always more powerful than the popes or the Jesuit order. The Crusaders were all about these Jewish bloodlines seeking to have one of their bloodlines rule the world as the King of Jerusalem. Okay, because again, I want to remind you that black nobility, King James Stewart, not only said that he was a Roman, he also said that he was of Hebrew language. He was of a Jewish bloodline.
Yeah, he was
because his other name
Jacob.
was known as Jacob.
Jacob. Mm-hmm.
Was named as Jacob, and folks want to get their drogs in a bunch about that. The Knights Templars were created during the reign of the first king of Jerusalem, Baldwin I, whose reign began on December 25th, 1100. Oh, the 25th, huh?
Christmas.
The Jesuit order is merely a front organization for King Juan Carlos, who claims the title of King of Jerusalem and is the head of the Aragon Templar bloodline continuum, the same Templar bloodlines which claim descendants. Oh, this is the other banking family name that I could never motherfucking forget. The Moravians. I think that's who West-Face Pelosi is related to.
You mean Marvintians?
Yeah, Marvintians, whatever the hell. Merovingians. Okay, Merovingians. Yeah, I think that's who old girl tied to. Okay. That's why I say fuck a Biden. Pelosi got much more power because it's by bloodline. At the Congress of Verona, there was a whatever that hell that is, alliance between the 5 major world power families. The Habsburg of Austria-Hungary. Okay, we pulled that coat of arms. Black. The Hohenzollern, whoever the hell that is, of Prussia. Now, I don't know specifically about this surname, but we pulled coats of arms from Germany. Black. The Romanov of Russia pulled coats of arms. Black.
Saxe-Coburg.
We know that's black. We pull the coats of arms for this of Britain and the Bourbon of France. Pull coats of arms from Francais. Black. 100 years later, Habsburg, black surname. These are the original black nobilities. So 100 years later, Habsburg Archduke Franz Ferdinand is assassinated, and we have World War I. After World War I, the Habsburgs, Hohenzollern, however, whatever the hell, Romanov empires were all destroyed, leaving behind the Coburgs and Gotha. That was still black though, y'all. Now look at here now. Who changed their name to what? Windsor, because of the anti-Germany sentiment.
Yeah.
Okay? And this Windsor name had to be approved and sanctioned. And the Bourbon who had relocated to Spain. Okay? That Coburg and Gotha had been the English Templars ruling Freemasonry, and Bourbon had been the Aragon Templars ruling the Jesuits. The alliance of the Orders of St. John of Jerusalem in 1961 meant that Freemasonry, controlled by Elizabeth Windsor, had been subordinated to the Knights of Malta, to the Vatican, to the Jesuit order, to the Bourbon bloodlines, now headed by King Juan Carlos. Okay, that's interesting. So they just consolidated orders. The Bourbons now want the French monarch, Roman Empire, and Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem restored so their bloodline can once again rule as the emperors of France, emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, and king of Jerusalem. The Jesuit order has its origins back in the Knights of Templar. There you go, sis. Because weren't they guarding the money back up in the day, which was really the gold back up in the day? There were many Knights Templars, but the Pope only spared a small amount of Templars. These Templars were allowed to go to the powerful kingdoms of Aragon and become the Order of Calatrava, since they were not allowed to be called Knights Templars. These then were connected with the later Order of Montesa. Both of these orders exist today and are now controlled by the Jesuit-trained King Juan Carlos of Spain. The same King Juan Carlos who carries the most powerful Templar title called the King of Jerusalem, known as the protector of the holy sites of the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem. Damn. A title which gives him complete power over the Middle East and North Africa. So now, person in the chat, baby, if you still there, it cannot possibly be true that Farrakhan went to Saudi Arabia to get back land. It's not possible. All right, so do a study of his powerful union for the Mediterranean headed in Barcelona, Spain, and also based in Malta. King Juan Carlos heads the powerful Bourbon bloodline, which is the second oldest monarchy behind the Japanese emperor. King Juan Carlos dominates the Commonwealth crown and second layer of the papal tiara. The Jesuits created the Bavarian Order of the Illuminati when they were suppressed by the Pope in 1773 for being even too evil for the already evil Vatican. All right, so those of you that be screaming, thinking the Illuminati running stuff, this, that, and the third, okay, there you go. Since then, they have commanded the Illuminati, which has been the front to cover. So for the slow ones in the back, since then, they have commanded the Illuminati, which has been the front cover to the Jesuit power that hides behind both the Illuminati and the Catholic Church for ultimate deception. Okay, so get up on game. So y'all that's over here, I don't want to see y'all running around up there talking about some Illuminati this, Illuminati that, the Illuminati running this, that, and the third, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8. right? The Jesuits have mastered the Vatican for hundreds of years, and now we see their open power as a Jesuit pope has taken the throne and fleeced Cardinal Angelo off his position, just as the Jesuits removed Ratzinger prior to the need of the conclave. The Jesuits created the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, which is more open Knights Templar of today, and an order that was created by the Jesuits in order to destroy all other forms of Templarism, aka Freemasonry. Many have heard of Albert Pike, the sovereign commander of the Scottish Rite, but not many know that he was handled by the very powerful Jesuit soldier Pierre Jean de Schmidt, or SJ. So that's his nickname. Y'all ain't nobody had time to be saying all that. So for the slow ones in the back, Pike's handler, because Pike, was public. Okay, he may not be public to the average person, but people that start to get into this information, you start to learn about Albert Pike and associating him with Freemasonry, this, that, and the third. But he wasn't nobody, because SJ, this what you finna to do. So SJ, the same handler of Brigham Young of the Child of the Mormon. Baby, I'm done. You understand me? I'm done. I'm done.
Did you say Brigham Young?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Child, a stick to the fork. I'm done. You understand?
That's the Mormons.
That's the Mormons.
Wow.
They ain't left no stone unturned.
All religion, huh?
Child. And we told y'all all religion. We've done set up and told y'all that. But folks still want to use a book to validate your bloodline fucking lineage? Are you fucking kidding me? But let's continue. Child. Central Intelligence Agency agent Everett Howard Hunt said on camera that the Jesuits are the greatest intelligence agency in the world. This is the most powerful order in the world, and they have maintained their power for 200 years, and to this very day, as you can now see with the new Jesuit Pope Francis I. Okay, so shout out to Unhive Mind. I hear you, Unhive. You like, I'm not part of no hive. I think on my own. So shout out to you, baby, for this tea. The Federal Reserve is a Jesuit banking system. Come on, y'all. Continue with spilling this tea. The Federal Reserve Bank in Washington uses its 12 member banks to extend or create credit out of nothing. Well, we should all know that over here. The credit is defined as Treasury notes, Federal Reserve notes, mortgage bonds, etc. This is how the U.S. finances the Vatican's crusades led by the Knights of Malta. The Federal Reserve banking system was modeled after the 10 Jesuit provincial territory systems that control the United States. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York is the largest in terms of assets and volume of activity. The New York Fed implements the FOMC monetary policy, supervises and regulates financial institutions, and maintains the nation's payment system. The FOMC, using the New York Fed, monetizes debt in order to keep borrowing costs low or zero. So now we know, because we are under an inflationary period. The highest inflation has been in 40 years. I told y'all the shit was coming. Okay? Because now they are pretty much going to collapse the economic system. In my opinion, they're going to stand up the digital currency. All right? The Federal Reserve Bank in Washington controls interest rates. Okay, damn, y'all come on through with the knowledge. The Federal Reserve Bank in Washington controls interest rates by buying 60 to 70% of the U.S. Treasury bonds it issues, thereby creating or expanding credit out of nothing. The money supply is inflated. It's inflated, so meaning that dollar don't have no motherfucking value during this process, creating price inflation, which many consider a hidden tax, further destroying the middle class. So anytime you think of inflation, you think that it takes you more of dollars to buy the same shit. So y'all should know that pretty well by now. Just based on what the prices were last year, your groceries, we're just going to take groceries for now.
Yeah.
So you should understand inflation very well. Federal Reserve Bank of New York board members. Child. Let's look for a moment at the members of the most powerful U.S. Federal Reserve Bank in New York. A quick look at the members shows the continuing nepotism, fraud, collusion, and insider trading that is typical of central banks and the warlord banker shareholders. William Dudley, chairman of the Fed Bank, New York, and voting member. Okay, so now we know this is God damn it. Ain't Jerome Powell's name a Powell? God damn it, I can't with these people. Because he the new chairman Fed. God damn it, where was that Powell name? Because I had to clutch my pearls. That Powell name, it was back up in here somewhere. Shit. Ain't none of this shit by accident. I can't remember where the Powell name, what they connected to. But a big family name. That's why old boy's sitting at the head of the Fed Reserve. God damn it. Dudley was previously a partner and managing director at Goldman Sachs. Dudley is a CFR member. Okay, so remember Dudley, Jerome Powell now runs it. And now we know that Powell name is tied into this big time. And once I go through this, I'll go back up and try to reread what that Powell name is tied to. Dudley is a member of the Trilateral Commission. In 2012, Dudley became chairman for the Committee of the Global Financial for the BIS, Bank of International Settlements. Dudley is a member of the board of directors of the Bank of International Settlements. Jamie Dimon. Yep, we should know this name. Dimon is the president and CEO of JP Morgan Chase. Okay, so y'all saw how Chase was all up in the mix, baby. JP Morgan, Inc. is a founding corporation member of the CFR. Dimon is a CFR member. Dimon oversaw the transfer of $25 billion in bailout, funds from the U.S. Treasury Department to JP Morgan in 2008 via the TARP program. Dimon was chairman and co-chief executive of Shitty Group. Now that I didn't know.
Shitty Group.
That tickles you, sis. Shitty Group. And I came up with that. They pissed me the fuck off in 2008. I went down and named all them bitches. Shitty Group, Hell's Fargo. I forgot what I named JP Morgan. All right. So Diamond was the CEO of Bank One. Yeah, because Bank One got bought out by JP Morgan Chase. Diamond was a board member of the National Securities Dealers. Diamond was elected chairman of the board of the former Chicago Clearinghouse. What? For a 2-year term in 2007. The Chicago Clearinghouse has since changed its name to the Clearinghouse. The Clearinghouse is owned by the world's largest commercial banks, including JP Morgan. See, I didn't even know that. The Clearinghouse Payments Company provides payment, clearing, and settlement services to its member banks and other financial institutions, clearing almost $2 trillion daily and representing nearly half of the automated clearinghouse funds transfer and check image payments made in the United States. Right? So just so y'all know, yeah, that's what it was, Oregon. I forgot what I had named it, sis. Yeah, JP Horgan. Yeah, that sure was they motherfucking name. So the Clearinghouse, just to keep in perspective why I think it's finna be an economic crash and they finna restand this shit back up with the new currency, which is going to be the digital currency. Shout out to Nisi Poo when she brought the documentation about all of the systems that they were testing for the digital currency. You all realize that the clearinghouse systems were one of those. So that digital system is already built, it's already tested. And I say they're running it, what they call beta testing already. So they have some people already using it. Very, very small, high elite folks using it to see how everything flows through those different systems. So Richard Carrion. Carrion is the CEO chairman of the board of Popular Inc., its parent company, Banco Popular North America and E-Loan. Carrington's Popular Inc. is the largest Hispanic-owned bank in North America and is Puerto Rico's leading depository institution. Carrion is a board member at Verizon Communication, a CFR corporate sponsor. Carrion is a board member at Wyeth Pharmaceutical, a maker of, y'all see the words, I ain't trying because I'm already dropping too much. So y'all see that word. Carrion is a board member of Nenex. Alvarez was Jesuit trained at Georgetown University, Edmund A. Walsh School of Foreign Services. Alvarez is also a member of the Board of Regents at Georgetown University. Paul Mello. Mello is president and the CEO of Salve Bank. Mello sits on the board of directors of the Jesuit Limoni College. Mello is the board member of St. Camillus Health and Rehabilitation Center. Mello worked for Coopers. Yeah, Coopers back in the day was into some mix with some shit as well. I think they came over as merchants. Damn, y'all, this shit is deep. Mello worked for Cooper's Library and accounting firm from 1989 to 1993. Cooper Library merged with Price Waterhouse. Child, I can't. I'm done. You understand me? So they merged with Price Waterhouse in 1998, forming, yeah, Rhonda, shit, you should have known that, forming Price Waterhouse Coopers. One of the largest out of the big four accounting firms. And I think it's just Price Waterhouse now. They dropped the Coopers. But I remember back when it was one of the big four, they were Price Waterhouse Coopers. God damn. But that Cooper's name, yeah, they've been big money for a minute since they hit these shores. The collision also goes between federal agencies and corporation banks. The same people deregulate the very laws that they can then can go and take advantage of. Deregulation causes income opportunities, absolutely. Finding the weaknesses in the federal system becomes war tools when the person trades sides. Warlords play both sides of the game against the middle and pick up the pieces afterward. Let me read that for the slow ones in the back. While you up here picking sides, warlords play both them bitches. Because they gonna win either way. They place their bets on both. The first knots are tied in the Gordian knot. In ancient times, the temple was used as the treasury where valuables were stored in times of war. Even grain and fruits were stored there under the watchful and moral eye of the temple priests and priestesses. When there were times of plenty, the temple would loan seeds from its storehouse. Baby, let me tell you something. You mean to tell me, motherfucker, you finna loan me a goddamn seed that come from Mother Earth? That's what you finna tell me, bitch? Do you all understand the importance of land, of agriculture? That's deep to me back in ancient time. Bitch, you gonna sell me the seed up out of this cantaloupe I done just finished eating. Do you all understand they've been playing this game a long time of getting you to depend on them for fucking everything, for your food? I gotta take out a loan to get a seed from you, motherfucker? Economy was created in the temples as they began to coin metals that could be used as currency. So what's of value? The currency or the seed?
The seed. The seed.
What's in abundance? The currency or the seed?
The seed.
Uh-huh. At first, coins were used as donations to the temples through offerings. The common people gave to the temples because they believed the temple would always help and support them.
Yeah, okay.
Right. The temple was solid, trustworthy, and honest. Nothing got stolen, and no charge or interest was placed upon the loans of the temple, and no charge was placed on storing wealth in the temple's treasury. So even with all that said, in ancient times, the temple supposedly and allegedly being all nice, this, that, and the third, bitch, I still ain't ever gonna get past that I had to go to you for a seed. I ain't finna get back. I just can't get past that. There are true principles of banking. Banking wealth for the good of the people and to protect the people in times of war. And of course, if the people who deposited wealth in a temple died, the wealth went to the temple. The Templars, named after the Temple of Solomon, were monks who could own no wealth, but handle the wealth of Europe during the Crusaders from Europe to Jerusalem and all points in between. They were also warriors, but not banking warriors like we see today. They took an oath of poverty, obedience, and chastity. God damn, so you poor and you ain't getting none? Child, I don't know how y'all. I'm just saying. Pick a struggle.
Brainwashed.
Often they were royalty who donated large sums of money, land, and wealth to the Order of Temple Knights. So they came from money, basically. Okay. So I'm like, God damn, you gonna volunteer to be poor and don't get none, plus be obedient? Well, shit. The Templars were committed to keep the roads to Jerusalem open for crusaders and pilgrims. So the colonizers, basically. Along the way, they had coin reserves that could cash a note that might have been written in any of their priories along the way. A secret code was written into the note, which was in the shape of a Maltese cross that conveyed the place and amount of wealth given to the Templars in another priory. Okay, so that's where that Maltese cross that we see in the secret societies. Okay, all right. Well, come on through, little information up in this article. Thus, fiat currency was invented that was backed by physical wealth, usually precious metals of gold and silver. The Templars were moral. Okay, all right, article. I'm finna disagree with you on that, cause it's still the same thing. You trying to pimp me far as I'm motherfucking concerned. It's indirect pimping. I'll put it that way. Okay. All right. It's indirect pimping. So I know you took the vow or the oath of poverty, obedience, and you ain't fencing to get none. But even with that said, you trying to pimp me on behalf of these families. Because you're making me for my, well, not making me, because I'm voluntarily going up buying seeds and shit for you. But basically, you want to hold on to my motherfucking ends. You want to hold on to my ends. Okay. All right, so they were moral like the priest and priestesses of the temple. No rate of exchange, interest, fees, or any economic benefit was asked for in the transactions. Banking was a service offered by the moral, spiritual leaders of the community who also fought to keep the roads open. I say it was indirect pimping. Okay? The concept of earning money from money through interest was inconceivable. The idea of money making money through investment was unknown. Even though the Templars were warriors, they didn't bring the tools of war into banking. But again, like the temple, if the depositor died, the Templars kept the money. See, I mean, that's just pimping to me. I'm sorry. The Templars' priories became filled with gold and wealth. So it didn't go back to the families. That's why if you don't get your financial affairs in order and you leave up out of here, you check up out of this bitch, it's got to go through them courts. That's why when I was telling y'all about trust earlier, because a will can be broken. Let me say that for the slow ones in the back. Tap, 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 tap. Tappity, tap, 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 tap. A will can be broken. It can be lawyered up, taken to court, and broke. A trust cannot be broken. All right. Okay, so indirect pimp game got filled up with gold and wealth. Okay, but remember they took a oath that they was gonna be in poverty, obedient, and then they wasn't gonna get none. But they wind up with a bunch of gold and wealth sitting in these temples. Along the road to Jerusalem, the sister organization of the Hospitallers, whatever that is, I wonder if that's where hospital came from, or Knights of the Hospital. Well, shit, you just told me. Thank you. Come on through, article. Offered assistance to crusaders and pilgrims. You mean the colonizers? Okay, but let's go on. Often, the Templars and the hospital people worked together. The hospitals were later called the Knights of Malta. Get the fuck out of here. Child, stop. The greed of the French king and the Pope were the demise of the Templars due to the wealth they held. The Knights of Malta carried on and took on the business of healing, banking, and eventually war. Without the Templars, the Knights of Malta filled in the gap and became the bankers and the soldiers of the Vatican. They continue to do so today with the same royal houses of Europe and the same wealth. Wow, that was a great education breaking down how the Knights of Malta came into play and how the original banking really got started. Usury was seen as immortal by Catholics, so the Vatican had to use Italian banks to support its wars because these banks were more lenient on the issues of charging interest on loaned money, baby. Venice, Florence, and other Italian cities-states developed central banking and helped the Vatican from time to time to manage empire building. Okay, because I told y'all with them, all of this is business, okay, in the physical 3D world. Mm-hmm. It's about that business. It's about that empire.
Generational wealth. Okay? War and expansionism was profitable. So you mean colonization? You mean war and colonization? Because to expand, you got to go and take somebody else's shit. Mm-hmm. Was profitable. As seen in the vast sums of money the Templars and the Italian banks gleaned from the Crusaders or the Crusades. The wealth of Europe. Now you see this. Go on with the bullshit now. Shit. Where was I at? The wealth of Europe was willingly thrown towards the east where the principles of usury were not outlawed. Venice providing ships and money for the Crusaders. The wealth of Venice was unparalleled and often plundered. Italian banks were built on the death of the Crusaders, and these banking families continue to flourish into our own time. Italian banks spread their central banking system to all of Europe and America. So do you all understand when we talk about the origins of banking, how Italy is linked to it? So do you understand why I said fuck a Biden as it concerns to lining up with Pelosi, who comes from one of these old banking families? We still live in the banking and legal practices of Rome. What went wrong was the priests who held the wealth started using greedy war practices on the depositors. So I'm going to just go a little step further. Article people.
What went wrong was the people putting said wealth into their motherfucking shit. Shit. That's what went wrong. What went wrong was my ancestors was on this land for thousands, if not millions of years. We knew how to grow stuff. We knew how to save our own motherfucking seeds. We didn't need no bank loans to do what we needed to do. We traded among each other for goods and services. What went wrong is now I have to go to you for a motherfucking seed up out of the ground. I have to pay you for Mother Nature herself. That's what went wrong.
They put their money in their banks instead of burying it like they were living. You know, because Nisi Poo said we had billions of dollars in assets and stuff. So that was 1912, remember?
Yep.
Now we have what?
That was 1912.
Yeah, it was 1912.
So again, I say, what went wrong was the concept of money.
Right. And plus war, they had wars to kill us off, so, you know.
I'm going to say that again.
Mm-hmm.
What went wrong was the concept of money.
Yeah. Gold should have been there.
Us as, really, it shouldn't even been gold. Because what went wrong is and was going against natural law.
Mm-hmm.
If the earth is providing you everything that you need, what the fuck do you need money for? That's what went wrong.
Yeah.
Again, I told y'all this is pimping.
Yeah.
You making me believe I want something and I need something, but I'm doing all the fucking. I'm getting the benefits.
Oops.
Yeah, all of that part.
Oops.
Let me hold your purse. Nigga, I don't need you to hold my purse. 50% of what? You doing 50% of this fucking? You ain't finna hold my purse. Shit.
It's funny.
I gotta put it like that so people can be entering understanding what the hell I'm up in here saying. That's what went wrong. When you had to go to another man to get a seed to feed your family?
Yeah.
Really, bruh? Fast forward hundreds of years later and you still doing the same fucking shit.
Yeah, still going to get seed and fertilizer and all the other stuff just to feed yourself. Or the grocery store.
Because you refuse to get your ass out in that yard and do husbandry. You refuse to build infrastructure. You refuse to set up a legacy and your own little family empire. You just want to go to white zaddy and black zaddy for the seed. To feed your fucking family. And we sunk so motherfucking low as melanated people. We went from having a little bit up in 1912 to not having shit now. Now we got people running around here, grown ass motherfucking men, complaining and whining and pissing and moaning about white zaddy not allowing your dusty, crusty, rusty ass to be on welfare. Do you not have no fucking pride? Are you fucking serious? That's how fucking low you have sunk. You are whining about white zaddy not letting you get a crumb of a poverty fucking welfare check, and you got the fucking nerve to want to stand up and call yourself a motherfucking man, and you can't even feed your family, and you don't understand, and you don't see that?
It's crazy.
That you in clear conscience can make the statement that welfare puts you out the motherfucking home, a poverty check. And you want to know why? You on the motherfucking bottom. Because you're going to the man for the seed. Yeah, sis, what you said, my auntie wouldn't let her man hold her purse. He cut the strap right off her arm when she wasn't looking. Yeah, we sensitive about our purses. Fuck that. We real sensitive. Shit. Purse gotta be a certain way, look a certain way. Don't ask me what the fuck is in my purse. Now, if you need something, I see you in need, I go in my motherfucking purse. Okay, here's some Kleenex, here's some wipe. Here's some lotion, you ashy.
You didn't say nothing about money.
Yeah, don't ask me for no motherfucking money. Because that ain't none of your business, concern. It's none of your business, period, what's up in my purse. But definitely not no money, because what's next gonna come out, you asking me about my money in this purse. It's my weaponry. That's what the fuck finna come out next. Yeah, we sensitive about our purses. Remember when mama would tell you, go bring my purse. You better not be in that bitch calling yourself rumbling, because when you bring that motherfucking purse to her, she know how she had things arranged in that purse, and she gonna get up and beat the motherfucking brakes off of you. You done went up in her purse. Don't try to sneak in her purse. None of that. Don't sit my purse on the motherfucking floor. None of that. Making my little money leave from me, sitting my shit on the floor.
A little wise tale.
Yeah, to this day, I don't sit my shit on the floor.
I try not to.
Shit. I was upset when I went to New York and my place says, let's go to New York. Let's take this bus. Worst motherfucking traveling trip I've ever had. And my motherfucking, this bitch had went in my, because see, women, we serious about our purses. So, you know, when we travel, we do have our little travel over the shoulder purse. So I had that. I had my big ass tote. They call them totes now. I got everything in that bitch. It's getting too heavy. I got to reshuffle some stuff. But nonetheless, the travel purse. And I slipped up. I don't know why I did that. I should have just left it on me. I put it above in the overhang. And I didn't have much cash on me. I think I only had like $200 in there. Because it was a fucking bus trip. I'll never do that shit again. I should have told her no. So I'm like, okay, I got to have some cash. I'll just have $200 on me. And this bitch went in my purse and stole my shit. Although I'm glad my little purse wasn't taken. Because it's really a cute little purse. My little traveling purse. But nonetheless, motherfucker went in my shit. See, the violation wasn't the $200. Bitch, you could have had that. But the fact I feel violated, you went in my shit and stole my shit. It was a motherfucking Asian man. And I didn't know it till we had long gone left the motherfucking bus. And I forgot we was getting ready to do something. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I got cash and my shit was gone. And I knew that bitch had clipped me. Wow. I knew I felt something in his spirit. I guess he better be glad that I didn't know his bitch ass had clipped me. Because I would have had called a case. Gonna run me my motherfucking ends. It's just the fact that you went in my shit. I don't appreciate it. All right. So, monarchs and royalty are special due to the idea that they are divinely inspired to lead a nation. Yeah. The nation counts on the morality of the monarchy. Yeah. The wealth of the nation is given or held by the monarchy for the sake of the whole nation. That's where the fuck you keep going wrong.
That's exactly what I'm thinking too. Yeah, they crazy.
The crown jewels, palaces, estates of England are estimated to be worth $80 billion. The monarch can use that wealth as assets to leverage further wealth management. For instance, the British monarch has these huge holdings, but the taxpayers must maintain them. Ain't that motherfucking big pimping? That's big pimping.
It's worth $80 billion. And then they make the people, he fired her servants after she passed on, the queen, and they were upset. But I guess they thought they were going to stay there forever. So they don't take care of the people, you take care of them.
Right. But I'm supposed to bow down to you, and I'm doing all the fucking?
Yeah.
That's pimping. The monarch can use that wealth as assets to leverage further wealth management. For instance, the British monarch, we talked about that, and taxpayers holding the bill. The same is true for the monarch's ownership of land and mineral resources in 53 countries and the profits of the holding company of the Bank of England. Now, they don't own by bloodline the said land that they took and the mineral resources.
No.
So again, what's of more value is the land and the minerals. And you, English law prohibits questioning the monarch on their personal holdings and business. Damn, Brother Odel gone. I ask him about that next week when he come back. You mean to tell me I just can't with this, y'all. This is true of most most of Europe's royalty, whether enthroned or not. The wealth of the monarchies is held outside of the countries that made the wealth. Swiss banks and offshore accounts hold the greatest personal wealth in the world. That is true. Monarchies are supposed to be, by definition, moral and connected to the divine. See, that's where y'all fucked up, baby. I know a pimp when I see a pimp. They are not supposed to be the banking warlords who created war to turn a profit to destabilize an economy for personal gain. Yes, they are. That's what they always been doing. You giving them more credit than they deserve. They're pimps.
Yeah, they had to ask for the diamond. Africa asked for the diamond back from the queen, that one interceptor, I think it was. They asked for it back. I doubt if they would have given it to them voluntarily.
Shit. So I don't know why you sitting up here, article people, giving them all of the monarch all of this credit. But they have been, for some time in history, is a string of immoral wars caused by monarchies, the Vatican, and other religions. Untold millions have died while kings and pope lived on to grab the wealth. As we now see, history has shown that power corrupts and total power corrupts totally. And I'm going to say this. Anybody or anything outside of self that you allow to have power over you will always be corrupt. It's against natural law.
That's why they think we're stupid.
It's against your own benefit. And when you submit to said power outside of yourself, whether it be religious or whether it be anything, you are going against your soul's best interest, which you will always lose. When you put the legacy of your family, when you put the survival of your family in the hands of others, you are always going to lose. You are always going to be getting the scraps if they feel like giving you the scraps. What's not for you all to understand? The vile waste of human life and resources is immortal. But the war machines churn on a perpetual grinding of war. Terrorism is everywhere, and the warlord bankers are making a killing in more ways than most can understand. One world government, religion, ruler is one election away, folks. Okay, so we really already have a one world government. Okay, so what they're really describing is really publicly just coming out and saying this shit, just like a one world religion. It's already done happened. That's what colonization is. Let me say it for the slow ones in the back. Colonization equals one world government and one world religion. History has demonstrated that the Vatican doesn't fall and the British monarchy is solid, but there is a battle for the world domination that continues. The warlord bankers of Europe want to make King Juan Jesuit puppet or Prince Charles, Knight of Malta puppet, the Holy Roman Emperor and the King of Jerusalem. This would rally the world around a one world king crowned by the Pope and supported by the United Nations. Okay, so now Prince Charles is in position as king. King Juan isn't in that public face of Spain, but he's still behind the scenes running stuff. Shout out to Brother Odel for breaking that down. There would be one world government under one king who rules from Jerusalem with the Pope and the President of the United Nations. One religion, one economy. Okay, so the one economy is going to be the issuing in of the digital currency. One government, the New World Order. Okay. So I'm telling you, the New World Order, it already done happened. It's just publicly for them coming out saying these things and doing these things. Each of these three groups have boldly spoken out and stated these objectives many times, but most people aren't paying attention. We are, and so are you. Here are our immediate recommendations to cut the Gordian knot and regain control of the United States of America. Okay, so this finna sound familiar. Who said recently conduct an immediate, complete, independent, and thorough audit of the U.S. Federal Reserve? Who recently ran on that as one of their campaign slogans? No, y'all don't remember. Trump did.
Did he?
Yes, ma'am, he did. Go look it up. Because when he said that, I said, huh? So let me rewind this bullshit and see what the fuck he talking about. Yeah, that was one of his campaign thingies. Now,
maybe
of course,
that's why they.
No, that ain't why, because he was selected. Because once he got in that bitch, he was Kumbaya, my lord.
But they tried their best to throw him out.
To the Federal Reserve.
He was impeached 3 times.
No, because he changed that motherfucking tune when he got his ass in office and he took that oath. Let's be clear. When you take that oath, you ain't fencing to go against that oath or you gonna be taken out. That's so true. He said that in his running of the campaign. But once he got his ass in office, oh, no, the Fed Reserve, that's cool. Audit, no, everything cool. But you said, shut the fuck up. Everything all right. Once the debt is verified, the private corporation of the U.S. Federal Reserve is to be closed. Okay? So all of this patriot stuff for Trump, this first little statement, that's what got people so excited about Trump. It was this. Him talking about auditing the Federal Reserve and getting rid of them. And still to this day, the patriots are saying that's what Trump is going to come back and do. Its sister's organization, the Council of Foreign Affairs, is to be shut down as an enemy to the U.S. people. Printed and issue all U.S. currency by the U.S. Treasury, which will serve the interests of the American citizens. Give a limited time whereby citizens, not foreigners, foreign interests, or any of the bank's monarchs, accepting houses, etc., can exchange their Federal Reserve notes or digital representation of these notes into actual U.S. currency. All associations with the United Nations be terminated and the UN be physically banished from the holdings of any U.S. address. This includes all of its agencies, corporations, and groups. These are enemies of the people of the United States and should not be permitted on U.S. soil. We have plenty of internment camps to hold criminals and humanity, criminals of humanity. Audit the Department of Defense. Audit it and prosecute all guilty parties. All right, because I heard they running a lot of washing of the funds. The Department of Defense doing a lot of washing of money too. Immediately cease operations of DARPA, NQTEL, SAIC, Highlands Forums, and all military research. All use of war tools, devices, and implements on Americans to be immediately seized, along with the revocation of the National Defense Authorization Act of 2016. Audit all military contractors, Halliburton, Cheney, Darth Vader, Darth Vader's ass, Dick Cheney's shit that he was set on that CEO spot for a minute over Halliburton, who was getting the largest military contracts. Okay, that's what he was doing before he got really high up and deep in the political game. And just a side note, that Halliburton name is a surname of melanated folks. Yep, we pull the coat of arms for that also. So, yeah, people getting paid big time through these military contractors. Passed strict laws prohibiting any military development to be shared with any corporation with foreign association, no matter if the company is Starbucks or Raytheon. Okay, so remember when I was telling y'all earlier about the Chinese and Japanese and the Indians? You younger generation, you let your babies know they're not smarter than them. Because everything they had comes right from here over in the Americans. They're literally given the technology, the intellect stuff, all of it. All investors in any U.S. military development must be American. All taxes must be paid and no profits may leave America. Americans will no longer die for foreign profits on war. Foreign investments in American economic institutions must examine and made transparent so that transnational investors cannot use our money, government, and citizenry to support their business of war. Related to auditing the Fed is the auditing of the international banking. Although the U.S. should not be controlling this activity in other countries, we should encourage citizens around the world to have their banks audited as well. An international court, not directed by warlord insiders, need to be set up and preside over transparent and globally televised so that the warlords that have profited from crimes against humanity. A great start would be for the United States to assign a special commissioner and prosecution for the crimes of those three numbers, the ones I can't say without being censored. Starts with a 9, ends with a 1. This would serve as the courageous act that Americans are ready to know the truth and prosecute the politicians and bankers who benefit from the mass murders against fellow Americans. It is important that it's televised. Okay, yeah, whatever. Currency or commodity manipulators must be tried and jailed. Wall Street trading must end, and a new system that prevents gambling on stocks created. I don't think it's possible, to be honest, with the trading of stocks. I think it's a casino. Instead of using all taxpayer money to support the warlords' false flag and wars, we advocate that for a time our tax money go towards investigating and prosecuting all major players. Transnational organizations like the Knights of Malta or the Highlands Forum must be prosecuted for insider trading and economic espionage. This will be done through the international courts. All charitable donations to transnational charities like the Catholic Church must be audited and completely vetted for fraud and corruption. Child. American political warlords must be prosecuted for crimes against humanity for illegal wars. We, the people of the United States, need to shout out to our global brothers and sisters that we did not authorize these actions, and we will prosecute those that act outside of our authority. Okay, so y'all still got a lot of flaws in this. People that put this together, because you're still depending on this said system, these organizations, and all of this shit, it in the grand scheme of things, wasn't set up to really benefit the indigenous people. Okay? So y'all still got some work to do. All military actions of the Department of Defense must be approved. So I'm trying to think how much of this I'm going to read again. All right, let's see, y'all, what I want to do. Money is a sacral tool, not a war tool. And I'm just going to go on to say, you really don't need money if you're operating within the universal laws. Be conscientious with your money and keep it local. Okay. Now, this is what I was telling the melanated community. Okay. That currency should move. The current of energy out of that currency should be changing hands in your local community several times over before it goes outside of your community. Take your money out of the big banks and invest it in local community or state banks. Invest and buy in American every chance you get, even if you may not have the high returns you want. Live below your means and stop being a necessary feeder for that system. If you live in a monarchy, demand that the monarchy return its wealth to the people. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. The monarchy is about the benefit of their lineage and bloodline. So that part ain't going to happen. If you live in America, demand that the Federal Reserve be terminated and its multi-trillion-dollar debt left with the bankrupted shareholders. If you are Catholic, demand that the Vatican open its vast coffers and distribute to the poor, needy around the world. They claim to be charity, and at this point in history need to demonstrate to the world that their Pope is truly the vicar of Christ. Whoo! Child, that's the end of that. So this took us a long time. Damn, we up to 7 hours. Let me get the hell out of here. All right, so this is, shout out to Brother Odel. This is his information. This is cutting the Gordian knot of all times. Who owns and controls the military-industrial complex? So, chow, that was a lot, but I definitely wanted to get through that. Next week, I'll just run through the Paysur stuff for the fam, just as a recap. So, we finna do our last words. I know this was a lot tonight, y'all, but I had to get through that. Oh, my God, I had to get through that. So, nephew Nuwa, if you're still with us, you have any last words for the fam, you can unmute yourself. If not, we're going to move on. All right. Shout out to Brother Odel. Rest well, brother. And maybe we'll catch up next week if time permits, so you can go back over what you wanted to put on it. But I am going to go over that Paysur stuff next week also. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Good night.
I know, right? I wake up, I'm like, damn, it's 2:00. Now I'm clowning because I ain't got to get up so early in the morning.
I'm not going to say anything, but I enjoyed everybody in the chat. It was very informative.
Yeah.
That paper was over the top informative. Thank you so much, Sister Rhonda. Can we get a copy?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Oh, he's there.
There you go, Brother Odel. I thought you was asleep. You need to go to sleep.
I'm about to get up to go work shortly, but I'm just like, you know what it is? I kept it. You had so much fun. Don't worry, I've been listening in the background. I have been listening in. I've just been like, sister's been on one, so I thought I'm going to leave you while you're on one. Listen, I'm going to get in on the Religious Institute for Works next week.
Okay.
Because something happened about 2 weeks ago when the Vatican transferred the Sister to the Church for Religious Institute for Religious Works. I've got some stuff on that. I was going to touch that, but with what you've done, I'm just going to follow. You know, it's like whatever time it is that it's late now. So I'll just do it next week. But I had that ready because it's going to top off what you were saying tonight. It fits actually well with topping off.
Yeah, that's why you came back perfectly, because I've been trying to go through this for 2 weeks. And I'm like, I know when I go through this, Brother Odell is gonna have some follow-up. So this was absolutely perfect. So yeah, if your schedule permits, you could definitely come back next week and bring this forward to explain to them again what's going on. Because you explained it briefly, but I know you're gonna go into more detail to explain it to them.
Yeah,
so thank you for this, Brother Odell.
Did I send you the stuff for Religious Institute for Religious Works? Did I send you it? I know you got this cycle, but did I send you stuff about the?
I don't think so.
All right, I'll make sure. I'll get in touch and make sure I send it to you because you'll find it interesting. But it adds on. It tops off this bit. What I'm getting at is with the moon arch dying recently. Keep in mind the moon arch, and we'll do a tiny bit of metaphysics, seeing as we're actually here right now, because actually it's relevant to what you've been saying. Keep in mind that we're in the month of the moon arch died, and remember we hit Virgo in terms of obviously the Black Saturn and this wheel that they use, the current wheel that's instituted. Keep in mind that the Leo is the heart chakra, and that was the last constellation it was in before it went into Virgo. Now keep in mind the switchover happened on September the 16th. Now keep in mind the moon arch, so the Leo, so the heart died, in the Leo, because she passed on, I think it was the 8th of September in Leo. But when they did the actual funeral itself on the September the 19th, that was 3 days after 16th September, which was when on the clock that I use on the sidereal astrology, which is the more accurate because it includes all the main constellations. The sun had moved into obviously into Virgo, into the woman. So she died at the heart, then she moves into the Virgo, and it's 3 days after it moved from 16th September to the 19th. So the moon arch, or the monarch called moon arch, it represents its death. But keep in mind, then 3 days after that, you've got the autumnal equinox on September the 22nd, right? So keep in mind that it's against the woman. This is right. So you had the autumnal equinox on the 22nd of September, right? And then exactly 8 days later, which is God's number, 8 days later on the 30th of September, the Vatican, the Institute for Religious Works, all the Censorship assets we'll pass back to the Vatican. We'll pass back to the Vatican. Now, keep in mind, we've been doing the Age of, and I'll do the clocks next week. We'll show the clocks next week. We're not doing it tonight, but we just don't have time, and it's not fair on everybody. The clocks mean that basically on the autumnal equinox, we're 2 years roughly on the script that I follow, on the script that I follow. We're 2 years from the pretty much towards the end of Revelation. So it's interesting. The moon actually dies, then you get the autumnal equinox on the 22nd, and then 8 days later, the assets, Francis asked for all the assets to be handed back to the religious Institute for Religious Works in terms of the 62 AKV assets. So when you're talking about Jerome Powell and the New World Order and the global reset and the global currency digital reset, we've got now between now and 2 years, I can say now with firmness, within now between that September now and September 2024, we're going to see
2
that
years
reset
where they're going to stand up that digital currency. And I said it was going to be within 2 years.
Yeah,
I said it was going to be within 2 years.
Yeah, particularly as the Vatican made the move specifically to have all the assets passed back to the Vatican on the 30th of September of Institute for the Religious Works. So we now know that they've got their assets back at the Vatican. Remember, they've got the Lordial titles. So whatever bits and pieces they've got to finish off will be between now and September 2024. And we're going to see all that take place.
Wow, let me give you.
Oh, we'll do the alignments next week, and I'll finish the stuff.
Yeah, I just need to give you your explosion. Dang, brother. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. This some hella information that you brought, very well put together. So we look forward to chopping it up with you next week. So you definitely enjoy your day. Have a great day.
Yeah, it's nice and light here now. The sun's up.
Oh wow! So drink your tea for your American cousins.
Yes, we'll have tea in England. We have tea here. We don't do tea here.
Yeah, because y'all coffee fucking sucks. When I was over there, matter of fact, when I come over there, I'm bringing my own instant coffee. Y'all coffee sucks.
Yes, Earl Grey.
That's what I had wound up drinking when the first time I had Earl Grey. I was in London, and that's where I got my kick from, because that Earl Grey is strong.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm like, okay, I can hang with this, because this coffee, oh my God, it tastes like dirt and water, y'all. That shit be like dirt and water. I don't care how much cream and sugar you put in.
Yeah, well, it's the tea here. We're known for the Queen's known for there's the tea and tea and biscuits. We're known for rich tea and biscuits.
Yeah, I don't like that. I always thought that was a messed up combination. I don't like that. Just give me the tea and let me go on to this. And when it got to the Americas, to the South, we like, this shit is horrible. Where's the sugar? Where's sugar? So we gotta do some sweet tea. Shit. Okay, so have some tea, some Earl Grey from your scones. American cousin.
They were thinking scones. I don't know if they tried scones before. We have scones here as well.
And
scones.
I don't like scones. They dry as fuck to me. I'm like, they dry to me. I know people like scones, and I don't like it.
Depends on if they made good, though.
That's what people say. I still be like, this MF is too dry for me. I don't like scones.
Yeah, it's a staple here. Yeah, so there's a certain cuisine they've always known for the Brits over here.
Only thing, I was hungry as fuck when I was over in London. All I had was fish and chips.
That's the staple. That's when it was staple.
Yeah, I didn't like all that Franks and beans, because y'all have Franks and beans for breakfast.
Yeah, it's eggs. A full English. That's a common man's joke. A full English, love. Can you get me a full English, loves?
I'm like,
it's a common staple. Yeah, with beans, black pudding, eggs. I'll take
the eggs. I literally just had eggs and toast when I could get it.
Yeah, and toast, and we have the toast, please. Could I have some toast, please?
I'm like, this food, I can't do it. So enjoy your day, brother. Thank you so much.
No, it's great hearing your voice, and I'm glad you managed to get through. I wonder when you was going to touch that icon, because I knew, so, and obviously you did ask me for it, and I only generalized it when I came, but at least today you've done it justice, and you've kind of explained a lot more to people, and you give
This
them a
was
lot more
deep.
insight.
When I
that was pretty
read through
cool.
the first couple paragraphs, I'm like, oh, hell no. I got to read this whole thing. And I didn't even read through the whole thing because I'm like, I want to be surprised. So that's why when I was reading through it tonight, I'm like, what? Get out of here. Get out of here. This is really excellent stuff. I mean, they literally left no stone unturned in this information.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I like giving you stuff that's quite hard. A lot of the stuff I send you is quite deep, but it's quite hearty information. I mean, I struggled when I first found all this stuff out. I was spiritually going through stuff. I found it hard to grasp, but once my head got round it, I would just, at one point, I hit the nail on the head, and I just kept flying after that. Once you get this stuff, you can't look back, sister. You really can't.
There's no way looking back after, and that's why we have to share this with the people. So, we're in the age of Aquarius, and really it's just the energy, because we want that clock fucking totally gone.
Yeah, and it's going to be going as we know.
Yeah, it's going to be gone.
We'll that next week, because we know, sister, we spoke privately about stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas in aspects we can put in terms of the side real stuff, we'll expose some of the technical side of it next week. We'll definitely
exactly.
do that.
That's perfect, Brother Odel. Well, enjoy your day, brother. Thank you, Brother Odel. Thank you, our brother, our cousin from the UK. We so love and appreciate you, and we look forward to you coming back next week so we can chop it up. So please go ahead on, enjoy your day, and think about your American cousins as you drinking your Earl Grey. And a few more hours, I'm gonna be drinking my coffee.
Oh, you got the day off tomorrow? Oh, today.
Yeah, I do. I have the day off, but I have to do other stuff, but I get to sleep in a little bit later.
That's nice.
Okay, so I'm trying to be grown, staying up all late. Yeah, but my ass gonna pay for it. I know it. So anyhow, thank you, Brother Odel.
Thank you. See you later. Bye, Sister Sandra, as well.
Okay.
Good night,
Brother
or have a
Odel.
great day.
Yeah, it's a great day for him. Thank you, Brother Odel. Thank you. Okay, nephew, so you might be with the babies, this, that, and the third, so let me give you your hand clap. Thank you. Nephew Nuwa for coming up tonight. Thank you. Okay, a shout out to Brother Sean. He was in the chat earlier. A shout out to Brother Sean.
Yeah, he was coming on.
Yeah, he probably got tied up doing some stuff. We understand, brother. So shout out to Brother Sean. Sis, you have any last words for the fam?
Oh no, I said good night.
Oh yeah, you did. Okay, I was just giving you your second opportunity.
I'm ready.
Okay, I hear you. Okay, fam. So we're gonna come back next week. Child, I was trying to look back up in this article. I'm sitting up here scratching and shit.
One thing I didn't hear. Did you say BlackRock in there at all?
No, it wasn't BlackRock.
No.
It was damn, what's the other one? The military people.
Oh yeah.
It was Black somebody, but it wasn't BlackRock. But it was another black one up in there. And I'm sorry, fam. I can't find that Powell name in the article. Blackwater, thank you. Yes. That's it. Blackwater.
Yeah,
That's
Blackwater.
what it was. Yeah. I can't find the Powell name right now in the article on how the Powell name is tied directly in here in one of these orders, but it makes sense why Jerome Powell sits at the head of the Fed Reserve. Okay, so they pretty much proved in this article that none of them are just getting these positions. Child, they done made me straight itch because this is a lot of information. None of those people sitting in these positions just got it through no hard work. You gotta have, you are put in these positions via bloodline. All right. Yeah. So shout out to the YouTube chat. Child, y'all was just bring this. Shout out to the BCU fam. Shout out to Indian Carter. You've been dropping bombs, baby. A shout out to Sis Nonia. Now somebody's supposed to be doing some research on the Rick Ross and stuff. Shit, y'all, I'm itching. There's no reason for me to be itching, but just tired and this information. So whoever's gonna do that information on the Rick Ross stuff, the research, come on back and give us the tea, fam. So Freeway Ricky, if that's your people, go on and do your go on and do your genealogy, Freeway. Do it for yourself, baby.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. If you don't know this information, go on and do your research. Because you are a Ross. Look at blink, 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 blink again. Okay, fam. So shout out to the YouTube chat family. You all were dropping great information. And shout out to the YouTube family that's been chilling. Okay, sis, thanks. I'll check it out. I'm so behind on all of my stuff. I'll check it out, sis Nonya. And shout out to the YouTube family that's watching us. I think I done froze up. Yep, I think I froze.
Mine did too, and I had to unfreeze it. I don't know how I did.
I'm like, whatever. It's time to get off of here. Shit, this software even tired of my ass. Okay, so with that said, fam, we will be back next week. Thank you all for hanging in there with us on this long ass stream. I had to get that out because I've been holding it for a couple weeks because we still got other stuff we need to get to. So thank you very much, fam, for your support, your love. Somebody sent me a Cash App. I did see that come across, which was sweet. Thank you, Ricardo, for the Cash App. That was sweet of you. Appreciate you. So with that said, fam, we out. We are Truth Uncompromised, fam. Love y'all. Peace and love. We finna rock on out with some music. Oh, let me give a hand clap to Sis Sandra.
Oh!
Yeah, my bad, sis. I didn't mean to leave you out. You was rocking with me. So shout out to Sis Sandra.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't mean not to give you your hand clap. So okay, fam.
Pay attention. Thank you.
We'll be back next week. We are Truth Uncompromised. We are gonna rock out with some closing music. Peace and love, fam.
Peace and love. Good night, everyone.